saying guilt. Oh boy, because their pain and their illness. When somebody is going through the pain, what's going on? And who upset the people saying that this morning to cut off the Lolo? I fact to cut off all one time. Piece by piece. Like when you go buy Charlie's, you get pudding. If I buy pudding by Charlie's, you say you want $10. Mm-hmm. And when you $10, you pay $10. If I get too little bit, you say one more. So they cut again. You have to do them. Cut it off. Evil, wicked, and nasty. Saying no there with the woman and thing in there and pretending that you're in love with the woman, but you're marking she girl child, you're marking she boy child. Nasty, sick, stink, dirty, awful. Men. We could play that, but what? That's it. Look. What? Yeah, I mean, John. Talk now. Because
you go say the wrong thing. I go say the wrong thing. Yeah, because I see where you want to go already, and you go see somebody like it's cricket, ball by ball.
It's not laughing, matter. You know, John Gill. I know you laughing, you know. We laughing at.
I just laugh.
No, what you laughing at?
I know you're serious.
Look. Let me.
This Wednesday,
this one going and fuck up the place.
Join Pan Trinidad 4. It's Steel Band Month. Pan and Powder Parade. This Wednesday, August 23rd, 5 p.m. Beginning at City Hall, Port of Spain, up Pembroke Street toward the Queen's Park Savannah. Come experience the sweet sounds of the Steel Band as we chip, dance, and sway through the streets.
That's why I love powder. Everybody gets it.
Featuring BP Renegades, Desperados, Hatco Bass Scoop and Groove, Cuts and Jammers, Massey, Trinidad All-Stars, NLCD Thorn Clay, NGC Cuba Joylanders, Republic Bank Exodus, Shell Invaders, and T&Tech Tropical Angel Hawks. Admission free. Wear white and bring your powder. Pan and Powder Parade. This Wednesday, sponsored by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Tourism Trinidad Limited, the National Carnival Commission, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, and the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. For further information, contact events at pantrinbago.co.tt 235-5493 or visit Pan Trinbago social media pages.
Could you get serious and tell us the time on the date?
It's 2 minutes before the hour of 10 o'clock. The date too? You want the date as well?
Did I start?
Did Saturday, the 19th of August.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, boy, John Gill, boy. Don't when I talk to them, don't laugh.
But like you feel...
No, I'm telling you, don't laugh. He's laughing still.
Or you say you're a bad man because you're a rape girl. You seen so much girl, you can touch girl. You want to watch girl, but you get paid, you have to snatch girl. Your man don't want me to rape girl, you get girl. You're a bad man and you want to hold on girl, rape girl and waste girl. You mad? Yo! Some are not to rape girl. Walk on the town and boast. I want to rape the girl, live to tie them up and a post. If you want to rape girl, waiting for her every load. We go take a gun, put it in your back and pull it together, let it explode and tell them, you want to rape, take this. You want to rape, take that. You want to rape, take this. Look around you how much kitty got. You want to rape, take this. You want to rape, take that. You want to rape, take this. Hold on, let me tell them flow. Child molesters, licks, touch your daughter breasts. Licks, fellas tell me how. Licks, a man go rape a cow. Licks, some man go beef. Licks, and pick up the sheep. Licks, hold on, where's the name go? Licks, go. Beat. Some man love to rape girl, thinking this thing is a game. Find man want to team up on a girl and she born in Jesus Christ's name. So we take a tin knock on this metro and the private vein. Tell them in a yard with 99 people, now they can rape again and tell them, you want to rape, take this. You want to rape, take that. You want to rape, take this. Look around your home and kitty cat. You want to rape, take this. You want to rape, take that. You want to rape, take this. You want to put on in the year. No. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. When you rape is at hot day, you know. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. Just keep jumping up. Some of them love to boast. How the rape girl in drill and bitch. See the girl all up in she face and then they call it she bitch. If I pull out my razor, I cut straight them and give them the switch. Then I go down and the girl take the testicles and me play my little bitch and tell them, you want to rape, take this. You want to rape, take that. You want to rape, take this. Look around you, how much did you get? You want to rape? Take this. You want to rape? Take that. You want to rape? Take this. You man, whoever see ya, tell me the stuff. Mix, touch your daughter breast. Mix, and just tell me how. Mix, some man to rape a cow. Mix, some of them to be. Mix, up little boys and sheep. Mix, some of them to float. Let them run off with the boat. Some of them want to rape, and they're thinking this thing is sticks. So because the police station shit and the council them go with licks. Tie them in a bonfire, in the fire me choke for sticks. Then we hold them like Jesus Christ of Nazareth and make them crucifix and tell them, you want to rape? Take this. You want to rape? Take that. You want to rape? Take this. Look around you, how much gets cash? You want to rape? Take this. You want to rape? Take that. You want to rape? Take fire burn them, if you agree now. Everybody know. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. When you rape is on your leg now. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up now. Some man have to rape y'all, walk on the town and boast. Some have to rape and take a y'all mate to tie them up on a post. If you want to rape y'all, well it's for a heavy load.
Tie them up on a post.
Yeah.
In Woodford Square. If
You want to rape?
If they're down south, look for a big tree down south, to tell them the big tree and cut off the lolo. And we could get people to get to do that work.
Yeah, but no, you can't encourage that.
You encourage what?
That how you call it?
Okay, so what we supposed to do here this morning?
Supposed
Tell
to,
you raper man,
No.
hey, they must rape.
No,
They
you
must
can hold them, but you can't beat them up until.
I never say beat them up. All I say cut off the lolo, cut it off.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
You know,
How you gonna do that?
you know, you get them at 12 o'clock. You get them by 1:30. You cut off piece. By 1:30, you cut off the next piece again.
Yeah, but you gonna make a jail.
A jail?
Yeah.
No, I
There's
hope
assault and battery.
No, I hope this gonna be law. I hope it's the law to put it in place. John Gill, that's picture it now, right?
Or you force feed them brabande.
Immediate.
So it can't go down.
No.
And so you can get
No,
enough
because
to cut.
remember this song they tell us we see nowadays. Somebody told me a story the other day how this man used to be washing his car, and he was enjoying rubbing up on his car because he getting
Aroused?
yeah, by that. So you know that people who don't see a bucket of water and they turn on by a bucket of water. So when they get them that we want to get them, we call it Babande. Babande. No, don't get them that now. It's that them who go see a studio chair and they turn on by the studio chair or by the microphone.
A cockroach right up our wall.
Yeah, and they turn on by the cockroach. For it, no, me no. I go see a roach. I go give a bacon to spray it because you want to kill the roach. No. Yeah, they turn on by the roach, you know.
Yeah. I just see that.
John,
I watched a meme the other day. So this woman asking her boyfriend.
Is this a joke?
Yeah.
But why that joke?
But serious. Yeah, no. So if I were to turn into a cockroach, would you still love me? The man watch you. No. She said, but it's me and I turn into a cockroach. He said, I will spray you all day. I find but that's ridiculous. A cockroach of all the things you want to turn into, right?
And you feel that was ideal. No, John.
Because the people are ridiculous. That's my point.
And you know, if it sounds like we're having fun here about it, but who turn on by a microphone and by a chair, and I tell somebody was sharing that story with me this week.
Crazy.
A man washing down, he washing in can, he rub himself on the can, he turn on by that. I say, oh,
No. You're talking about evil, it has sickness and it has sick people around, you know.
So then we supposed to sit down to analyze their sickness.
No.
When somebody is hurting.
No.
John, the man, check the man now. He dress up nice times, meet the woman. He just like crying for pizza. He bringing pizza home to the family. This and he marking the woman daughter. And poor. And you know, there are some women who doesn't encourage it, you know.
Exactly.
Because here what they're saying.
It bringing in money. You understand?
Paying the bills.
Paying the bills. So but that people sacrificing the children for that. I'm not saying so.
No. You're not in different ways.
In different ways. I'm talking this serious thing.
It's real like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Terry. I'm not going on Terry there for a second.
Morning, Terry. Talk to me.
Terry. Nobody in one nothing with we, cause we fast like a jet and we don't fight like a mother.
Oh, we got it. We going for our bills and
Hey, it is time we look out for one and all. So if you know licks passing, what?
signal the call.
Messing up the lives of our children. In the lockdown, they had a feast. Every innocent child knew this. I watched my son sleep last night and I cried, praying to God, please protect his life. Cause anybody take God out the talk, they gonna feel the real fury of this lion. So please,
No, we can't no, we going for our bills and this year.
left foot uppercut and a good spin kick. All who hot for kids, we go change your mind quick, quick.
Oh, we can't take it again. We going for our bills and this year.
To all them rich pedophiles, don't feel the money can save you. If we can't get you, I could all be a for rich.
Oh, we can't take it again. We going for our bills and this year.
I have a whole crew from south, east, west, and port of Spain. Give you a zestful cocktail and take touch a child again.
Oh, we can't take it again. We going for our bills and this year.
It is time we look out for one and all. So if you know a child needs saving, what?
Signal the call.
Turn a blind eye on a child, not take.
I like that. Signal the call. You see, like how in Missouri, the man throw a cap up in the air and everybody come to your rescue. That we had to do in Trinidad. We had to get a signal.
We have a topic that I need to address. Is when a man in distress, we just laugh and make joke when he cry, without thinking how he feels inside. So don't wait until he slaughter his family. Police take report seriously and stop the mockery. Mental support is what the men them lacking. It's time we listen, cause a woman could be people as hell. Though some of them well, abusive and grim, then playing victim. Time to lock up some of them and throw away the key. Since we like to protest gender equality, so please warn them. No, hell no, no you do. You're playing bad John only time before. Now you're crying long tears trying to hide behind the law. All you don't fall for them pretty face and them bag of tricks. Some of them just act like they Satan sidekicks.
True talk.
What?
True talk, Terry.
Who does bite harder, Bachak or ants? Which one? The bigger the bite, the better it.
Bigger claws, I suppose. Bigger bite.
Or bigger bite.
Yeah, right.
So how can we raise some Bachak then? If all you find me too harsh something, cut off the lolo. How can we breed some Bachak and sell Bachak to the state? Let's sell Bachak to the state. You use the man? Okay, you do that? All right, come. And we have a Bachak nest there and they put it right there.
They sit down in the Bachak.
Right.
nest.
And a matter of fact, understand Bachak love condensement.
Tack. Ah, that is it. Tack. That Bachak.
Daddy black.
Daddy black.
Daddy black one. Tack.
Yeah. There's them in a tack nest.
Nasty, stinking, dirty, awful. Yeah. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, you was trying to bring me up to date about certain things. Go ahead now.
Like what?
I went.
That bacchanal all over the place. That bacchanal in Grandi.
So like you does.
I follow the bacchanal.
No, like you just flourish in the bacchanal.
No, I don't flourish. I follow.
Yeah.
Follow. There's a difference. I follow. Right? That calls for they have a couple of reconks going on. There was one that ended in a tie.
So election was
and
last
that has
Monday.
been cleared
Election
because
was
it's
last
not
Monday.
that one in Arima has gone to the UNC. One of them that was in a tie.
That finished already?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, it's been confirmed.
It didn't
by
have
the EBC.
and they had called for another.
Yeah, they're calling for more. There's another one, I think, in Lengua
Yeah.
that they have an issue with.
So that tie also.
Yeah, tie there as well. So, all right, let me see. This is the latest one from the EBC dated boom bang dated the 18th. That was yesterday, right?
No, the 18 one,
Yeah,
because today's the
today's
19th,
19th.
duh.
That's right.
So yes, still the 18th.
Right. Today, the results of the recount in electoral district of Maracas Santa Margarita was declared, and the outcome remained the same as on election day.
So
Right?
PNM person won that.
Yes, PNM person won that one. Right. So, but there are a couple others. So we'll see how they go. And I know there's one in Arima that I think went to the UNC. So if that is correct, the UNC has one seat on the borough executive.
What? Arima?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they had one in the last local government election also.
I think that's the one they must be about.
No. Not there at all.
Uh-huh.
Remember the guy who was called Fish? Remember he was,
Right. So Fish ran and won.
Fish, I think Fish
I
when
believe.
Miss Morris, MP Morris, when she became, remember she was a councillor before, right? When she came MP,
and the seat became
she was also
vacant.
the mayor of Arima.
Right? So when she became MP,
yes,
and the seat became vacant, they had to have a by-election, which Fish won for the UNC.
For the UNC.
Yeah.
And Fish won it now for the PNM.
The PNM.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they have those who crossed from the UNC and came to the PNM. I don't know all who crossed from the UNC and came to the PNM. I can't tell you all who win the seat. But I know we name Gadari.
Lost his.
Yeah.
That's the guy in South.
And I saw on Tuesday paper when I flick the page. I see, what you say, why? He ain't feel no way being beaten by the UNC or something. So, right? I say, okay. So I just hope all who cross from the UNC in the yellow shirt and take it off and put on red. I want to see, I'm marking to see how long some of them go stay in the PNM. Just say, you know. Sometimes they just come for a parade. And when the parade done, they just go and wash off and change the clothes and they go back home.
So here, let me update you on Grandy, right? Internal fighting amongst UNC activists, campaign manager for Rose Can, Joseph Tony,
that is our business
versus Big Bird. I was telling you about the confusion again. The details. You know the details of the confusion.
Okay, go ahead now.
Right? Big Bird. Sorry.
John Gill.
But that's what they have here.
John Gill, come your phone. Come your phone. Come your phone.
That's what they have there. Read.
Campaign against President Joseph Tony versus.
Isn't that what is there?
And they say Big Bird in the writing.
Right.
And you need to repeat that.
Because I read it from the piece of paper. I don't understand. I'm reading from a script. And the script has Big Bird.
Okay, go ahead.
Of course, that is really Khadija Amin. Right? Kerwin Phillip, Calvin Cicheran, and Keon Sarup Singh. Feroz wants Joseph Tony to be alderman chairman, but was that Khadija Amin wants Kenwin Phillip to be councillor chairman. Inside the process, said a deal was struck with Kamala and Tony as the coordinator for Toko Sandy Grande. If Tony could have brought home Sandy Grande, the northeast seat for the UNC, Kalama was going to make Joseph Tony chairman.
Okay.
So you have a deal set. Why is the bird giving trouble?
Well, boy, everybody have a horse in the race, you know.
Yeah.
I understand. Have you ever been to a racing pool? Have you ever been to a racing pool, I ask you?
Yeah, when they tell me shadow once.
Okay, John. Now. I don't know. What's the Pope name again? How you reach
Francis.
How you reach it, you know?
No. I'm telling you. You ask me a
question.
Morning, answer you.
Noel. Morning to you, Curtis.
Answer you.
Yes, John.
Get a wicket, yes, right?
Yes, I'm just saying. I was asking if those have horses in the race.
Yeah.
So even though Posad B. Sessa make a deal with Joseph Tony, but you never know this thing that's spinning. No, Khadijah could be making all that noise there, right? As what is being said in that article you read on your phone. Next thing, I don't trust Kamala. Them no way, no how. They would have part of that too, you know.
I wouldn't doubt
To
it.
tell to come and tell Joseph afterwards, Joseph Tony afterwards, well, but the pressure, the party members, just like what's her name again?
Is that the bird?
Not the bird. Wish me.
Or
Remember when they gave Rishmi the job, knowing very well she would not stay in that job, knowing very well they go create noise on her, and then they come and make the public, the pressure for the public. Then with Jack Warner, when you move Jack Warner, you're loving up, you're telling Jack, what is it? Jack is a maverick, Jack is this, and Jack is the best, and she's saying all them things for spite to rile out the people that continue to say, but Jack should go. And then anyone come now, your boss Jack Chota, and then you tell Jack what? I was supporting you all the time, but I guess the pressure of the public, the people calling, and I have to listen to the people.
But I want to ask you a question.
Games I did display.
I want to ask you a question. How many corporations did the PNM win?
7.
And how much did the UNC win?
7.
Have you heard any bacchanal in any of the 7 PNM? And all the chairmen?
Man,
hold on. I'm just asking a question.
Mr. Man, if you want to raise a point, raise your point.
Well, I'm raising the point.
But you're trying to come. I don't like that.
What
are you doing there?
What are doing?
Don't do what
I just asked you a question. Has there been any? Let me ask you a question. Have chairman and mayors been appointed in the PNM boroughs and cities?
No.
You don't know?
I don't.
You want me to help you?
No.
All right. So the mayor of Port of Spain is Chinua Allen.
Tip to be mayor.
Right. The borough of Point Fortin, Clyde James.
Tip to be mayor.
The borough of Diego Martin. What's her name? Something Alain, I believe.
No, Glasgow.
Khadijah or something Glasgow, right?
Tip to be mayor.
Where again? Arima. There's a decision on Arima as well. Both, not only the person tipped to be mayor, but also the deputy.
Okay.
Right?
Tipped to be mayor.
Right.
Deputy mayor.
Sawa Lavantil. Decision already made on the chairman.
Tipped to be. All
right.
that.
Right. But I'm saying, but all these decisions have been made amongst the 7. Okay. There's no confusion. Nobody fighting for nothing.
Why do you want to use that as a
yardstick?
Yeah, yardstick.
Because in the PNM, there's very little confusion and thing, but in the UNC, all you win 7, it's a bacchanal in 1. And maybe more than 1. One that we hear about so far. Waiting to see if they'll put anyhow. And San Fernando, the mayor's already been decided. So
John,
the 7 PNM decisions have been made. We're moving forward.
John, human behavior, right? And I believe you want to trap me this morning, but you're not going to trap me. Human behavior, right? You cannot tell me that inside the PNM.
They don't have.
Let me finish, please.
All right, okay, sorry.
That nobody.
Aquila Glasgow.
That nobody is not disturbed, disappointed, upset because they didn't get their pick. Or
I never said that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, yes, it is. I mean, don't use it as a yardstick. But decisions have been made and we're going forward.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. But on the next side, it's bacchanal every Tuesday morning. Because Tuesday is the day after Monday. And Monday was the election.
I just find you should never go on and go in
Why?
Election.
Why?
After election?
Yes.
7?
Yes.
7.
7. And 7 decided and moving forward, and confusion on the next side. Because they can't make up their mind. Look, and only want to put them back. People who can't make up their mind. People who is bacchanal every Tuesday morning.
Very well say, because it's big people in the PNM.
Thank you. And look, Separia Bacchanal too. Come now,
Tell
man.
us if I back now. How you know that?
It's UNC. What is UNC's Bacchanal? I don't understand.
Listen, for those who got the what I say, boy. For those who were called
To
and
service.
yeah, and you were going to be the person.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's what-
Stay calm, because you know in life, you know, as we're sitting here this morning in the studio, everything there's sun outside. If you look outside the next 2 minutes, it could have rain.
The only thing constant in life is change. Because look at what's going on in St. Lucia. Rain.
Rain.
We was just watching the game, you know.
Yeah, and you see
What?
another document. You
Rain.
see rain. And I don't know why that cricket in St. Lucia.
I mean, you don't know why.
Why?
Because that's where it starts.
For what?
I mean, we vexed with St. Lucia.
That small country, nothing happening there.
Morning, Peter.
Let's go take some calls.
622-3937.
That's a small. We're expecting to spend some time with us this morning.
Thanks for letting me know. Eh?
I told you before.
No, you didn't tell me nothing.
John Gill, I did.
What? Who?
Don't do me that, John Gill. I spoke to you about the Minister of Communication.
Oh, right, you did.
Right. Gosh, boy, you were easy.
Minister Denobriga will be here with us for short.
Look at that. Really and truly, them wasting time and money in St. Lucia there.
Why you saying
Wasting
that?
time.
Wrong with you, boy?
Look
St.
at
Lucia's a big country.
what big God you what? Right, St. Lucia, that's on a hill and nothing, the food they don't taste good, nothing happen up there.
Nah, don't say that. Best food.
The food don't taste good, nothing doesn't happen good in St. Lucia. Look. Yeah.
He coming at you.
Yeah, it's small country, but it's national providing technical assistance to your country. Morning, Peter.
And of course, the two airports.
Yes, there's the two airports. The airport close to the cemetery. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, John.
Morning.
My concern is Tobago. I going to Tobago.
Yeah, we going to that.
Right?
Yeah, we come in there, you know.
Yeah, but I might can get you. So
Okay.
let me just start the ball rolling thing.
All right. You start your ball.
In Tobago, with the symbol that they have an anchor. I want you all to watch the symbol. They have an anchor.
Mm-hmm.
They have a cross upside down, and you see it have an eye. You just observe that. You Google it and see what that means.
I did already.
I'm gone.
I know what you're talking about, my dearest. You're on point. What? You're good, girl. You're good. And they're gone in the ocean. Anyhow, John Gill, today is the Sani's birthday.
Who?
The Sani?
The Sani's birthday.
You know the Sani?
Yes.
You know his mother?
Yes.
What is his mother's name again? I know his grandmother.
You would know better
No, I
than
don't know. I can't remember her name at all.
You would know better than
I
I.
can't remember his mother's name. I know his grandmother's name. His grandmother is Leonard Commoner.
Yes.
His auntie name is
Charlene.
right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But happy birthday to you, Desani. All God's blessings to you from your granny, your auntie, your cousin,
And your mommy.
Your mommy. Can't remember her name at all.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Can't remember your mommy name at all. That is all right. And today is also Lisa Morris Julian's birthday.
Former, the MP
for W. O'Mara.
Mm-hmm.
The minister in the Ministry of Education. Today's her
Yes.
birthday as well.
Happy birthday
Happy
to you,
birthday to you.
madam.
And Dasani, boy, happy birthday to you. I can't remember your mommy name to tell you from your mommy, but let's say your mommy, right? I think it's Delana. Delana is that
Your memory started to work, boy.
Yeah. Right. Listen,
You get shook.
UNC comes us. Okay. UNC. Hello, good morning.
Hello, morning.
Hello,
Good morning. Hi, Larry. What's up?
good day. The thing I was talking about, in Woodford Square or wherever, on the tree, cutting off somebody's penis, I feel that might be very inhumane because they wouldn't be able to pee. But what about if you could operate an operation at the vessel, the thing for the erectile function for your penis to get hard? if you could get rid of that, and that can't get hard, well, then that person will be in a serious problem.
All right. Thanks,
you.
Larry.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry. I hear Larry.
I hear Larry too.
It's all part of the debate to make it law. I'm saying cut it off. Larry saying no, cut off the what?
No. Get them an injection so they suffer from ED for the rest of their life.
Well, then you
Erectile
don't know
dysfunction.
next cutting. Still, you can't get that injection. You understand what I said, right?
622-3937.
You had to cut it. You had to inject it both ways.
Oh God.
Right?
Hey.
There mustn't be a desire. A matter of fact, Larry, I hear you, brother, and I thank you for that.
Yeah.
But I still hold to it. Because when they watch it, they must know it 10 days no more. And somebody, because they commit a crime, you lose it. Hi, good morning.
Look at what.
Yeah, buddy.
Gentlemen,
Good morning.
Morning.
good day. But the greatest joke of the week, we had two well-distinguished men of letters saying that the PNM should be looking at Dr. Rowley to go into 2025 elections and look for succession and all these things. I had to laugh because these fellas and them, right? They are doctor and political scientists, right? One doctor from Tobago back in Fali, and he said that Fali would make a change for Tobago and this and that and that. Long time nonsense happening in the Equat. But I think he received a nice little hefty
Editing contract.
Editing contract. Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, he's a citizen and no one sees the truly proper thing is good for that. But they tell me that. Let me tell fellas, Dr. Rowley took over the PNM. When PNM get a song they cut here, 12 seats Dr. Rowley at the time when he became the political leader of the PNM in the opposition. The government then had 29 seats. They also controlled, I think it was about 10 of the corporations at the time too. The first serious election, LG, Dr. Rowley overturned that. Then in 2015, Dr. Rowley was able to fight back from 12 seats to get majority seat to form a government. And he came back in 2020 and he remained undisputed. I am listening to these gentlemen and them talking about what PNM should be doing and whatever it is. And they're very quiet on the UNC. Because as my record, I remember Kamala Prasad Bisasa telling Blasio Pandey he lost 3 times and he should step down. How much time she lost? Why they not talking about her? Also, I want to ask them, gentlemen, and then some of the things that I see Dr. Rowley have achieved for Trinidad and Tobago. Not for the PNM and Dr. Rowley, what he has achieved for Trinidad and Tobago, and also he helped some of the Caribbean countries and some poor countries through the world when he went to the WHO as a conference and said to the president there, sharing is caring. When the big countries with all the might and money were just grabbing up all the vaccines and was giving nothing to nobody else. And Dr. Rowley went up there and they adopted that. Sharing is caring, so poor countries could get. He wasn't fighting just for Trinidad and Tobago and the vaccines for Trinidad and Tobago.
I want to go back to what you start off with about these gentlemen, so-called gentlemen with letter to their names. Mm-hmm. And one was on TV6 Monday night in the local government panel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Talking about the James fella, I try not to recognize that gentleman because all what he used to pretend to be and he's this balanced person and he's so independent. That man was on the TV celebrating, saying how PNM lost San Fernando, right? Mm. And I guess he was hoping, right? He was so hopeful. When he said that, I see with Mark put a smile. When he came back and try and bring clarity to say, well, then it's not so, the information he received is not like that. And then with Mark got sad. But then I went ahead and said, but wait, the last 2020 election, he did the same thing. Mm-hmm. When he was on a panel, the same James fella. right? And then Shane Mohammed,
who was on CNC3.
Who was on CNC3. I think I flipped there for a second and I saw him gallerying himself and celebrating. And then I say, but he reminded me of somebody. Kurt Mehu. Because I could recall back in 2019, local government election, yes, it was 2019, when Kurt Mehu was inside their same studio on a panel, and he was sounding so independent and he's so balanced. And then few months after, he was part of the UNC. So I told my colleague John Gill some weeks ago when Shane Harmon making noise about Kamala Pasalbi Sessa, what she said, I told John Gill, don't celebrate that yet, because he fighting somebody fighting the UNC. So these fellas, these fellas like Shane Mohammed and the James fella from Tobago, they don't move. Ralph Maraj, Shane Mohammed, Hamid Ghani, them fellas can't fool me no more, you know. Go ahead.
Them fellas never used to fool me, you know, because I know, you have to only understand Cambridge analysis. That is part of the plan. Mm-hmm. They use certain fellas, but you notice Shane, when he making his statement, he don't have anything. He can't go into details to talk about Dr. Rowley's governance. But you know, he attacking Dr. Rowley's personality, how he speak, and he shouldn't be speaking so, and he speaks to people, no kind of nonsense. I want to tell, well, I can't call him doctor because what I saw, you know, coming out and thing, and I saw
Mr. Shane.
I saw his response to it, and it was pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to tell Shane Mohammed, that the person you disguising that Dr. Rowley is kind of person and arrogant and catfishing. Dr. Rowley have stand up with some of the greatest leaders in the world and get them to overturn decisions that they make. One, he stood up to the might of BP and Shell and get them to overturn a real dotish contract that Kamala Pasalbi and her government signed with them. These people didn't have to do that. That was a signed, seal, and delivered contract. They could have just let it run and just like what Mobile is doing in Ghana right now. They're trying to renegotiate that. I don't think Mobile will do that right now. Maybe when they're coming closer to think they're going to come and talk.
All right.
Thank you.
However, I also want to tell him is that Dr. Rowley stood up to the United Nations and speak to these people and them call an emergency meeting after a decision has been made and get them to overturn that. The likes of UK and Canada and these people, boy. And you are telling me that Dr. Rowley do not know how to speak to people? Boy, let's go so with that Cambridge
All right, cool. Thank you.
In other words, you say miss us with the BS.
Mr. who?
Miss us.
Really nonsense. Mr. Shane Mohammed.
Look at you.
Stop calling the doctor, yes?
Yeah, but here you was on the radio saying doctor, and I corrected you, and you watched me cut here the public.
Well, all right, so
can I speak?
You were correct.
No, can I speak?
I don't know, can you?
That's a bad one. That's a bad one.
You know, because
but
these fellas,
but John, you know me, right? I nothing to calling nobody no names and thing, right? But I think Shane and them fellas, how long the feed could fool people, boy? How long?
And I find he protests too much because, and hear what, Mr. Shane Mohammed, if you want to prove to me I have a doctorate, once you do a doctorate, you have to do a dissertation, which is normally published.
Why you have to prove?
So all you have to do, because if you want to prove to Trinidad and Tobago,
okay, fine,
right? Produce your published dissertation, and we go say, all right. If you can't do that, give you a rest with the doctor thing.
Yeah, but all they was calling him doctor, all in the media.
Yeah, because that's what the media foisted on us.
And all they calling him for a view on this and a view on that.
Yeah. I hope this makes media.
Let me say good morning to a real doctor. Morning to Dr. Mawnin.
Morning to Dr.
Yeah.
A real doctor.
Yeah, real doctor.
Yeah. From a reputable, accredited university.
Then when I take the flick on the CNC3 that night, he talking about, but petrol train shut down, and do pass in petrol train, and the government could have get people like, and he went to like Marlene Atts, and so she said, leave me out there bacchanal. Leave me out there bacchanal. No, leave me out there, Lacari.
Yeah, Lacari. You understand? Because and listen, the reason that he has to go the lengths he's going with Dr. Rowley and talk about Dr. Rowley behavior, because you do not have a doctorate.
But why are we discussing what he discussed about Dr. Rowley behavior?
All right, cool.
Does it make sense?
All right.
You see, I say to we sometimes, not we, all you, just give them life, you know.
But you know, you were right, because you notice now Kurt Mayhew attacking the same.
Why you calling him man? Why you saying Mayhew?
What's his name?
That sound like a woman name. Is Mayhew?
Is Mayhew?
Is Mayhew or Mayhew? When they say Mayhew, sound like a lady, you know.
Well,
I just find so. Yeah.
Is Mayhew then?
But I thought was Kurt Mayhew. I could be wrong. I mean, sometimes
it might be really Kurt Mayhew. 622. No. We take it, because we have to introduce our guest.
And then you come back and you think, we think it's a good time to introduce him.
Yeah, introduce him now.
After what you just said on the video?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Okay, that's it. What you said,
can't get any worse than that. Only
How are you, Minister?
Morning, Minister.
Morning, John. Morning, John.
Mr. Minister.
Morning to you.
And we have with us this morning, we have Dr. Handley Restner.
Doctor what?
Doctor?
Not me, nah.
Everybody's a doctor.
I'm not going to tell you. If you're signing doctor, then use me.
Morning to you, Minister.
Morning, Minister.
Morning, guys. Morning to your listeners. Morning to your viewers online. Morning, Trinidad and Tobago.
And for those who will say the young people don't know and they need to know and we need to guide the young people and educate the young people, you are?
Simon de Nobrega.
And you are Minister?
Member of Parliament for the Martin Central, first and foremost.
And you are Minister?
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister Communications.
Right. Nice. So all you take note of that, right? Because I listened to the radio for the last few days last week. And you tell people don't understand local government election, how it does operate.
Yeah.
You tell those who don't know the MPs, don't know the ministers, don't know the councillors. And it is not for the minister, the MP, to make you know who is the MP, who is the councillor. You have to get up and get to know who that. Well, because all there's no on TikTok all they know who was creating bacchanal on TikTok and who cussing out who and wherever it is. All they get to know.
You know, but part of the feeling is, remember, long ago, we had a thing called civics, where you would learn that information. And
that was before my time, John?
Yeah. John, easier for
before your time too, Ben.
Yeah, easier.
Before your time?
Yeah, before my time, John.
Yeah. Right, but civics was the subject that enlighten us about those things.
Right, well, I will see.
And I think we need to have it reintroduced.
Civics, well, okay. Yeah. Well, for me, I know about general knowledge.
Social
studies and things.
Yeah, we used to call all of that civics.
No. Hey.
Benoit, my father used to cuss about how they need to teach civics in school when I was in school. You know?
Right.
So it is something that it is lacking.
It's lacking.
But luckily, I do know the Ministry of Education is driving to bring that back into the curriculum as a drive to, I suppose, bolster patriotism, bolster knowledge. I think that's a real issue, you know, John. Both Johns. I think that as a country, a lot of times, a lot of the reasons that we get led down, some of the paths that we get led down, is because we don't have a real appreciation for who we are and how we get where we are. Good and the bad, and the struggle, everything, how we get where we are, and a level of self-appreciation, self-love, you know. I think I could be 50 next year, but I think my generation might have been the last one that had the benefit of that in any real way across the country.
You know, I was chatting with somebody the other day.
Then the minister finished, and you talk whole weekend.
He just
finish.
He stopped. Where's your story? One to you.
John Benoit, I tell you, don't come between Fatima boys.
Exactly. It didn't go Fatima.
About this.
Right.
No,
No, but seriously. You know, somebody was saying to me the other day that people, like people who were youngsters in 1990 that went through the trauma of 1990.
I was in Form 4,
right?
Yeah.
That they are forgotten because, let's face it, 1990 and then really, and post that you had when Mr. Manning lost the election, in 2010.
10, yes.
2010. People who were young then, because that had those two significant, had serious impact on the country.
Yeah.
Emotional, traumatic impact. Because there were a number of things that were being pushed forward at Mr. Manning that abruptly stopped. Right? And we could and it affected people's livelihood. It affected, you know, the development and growth of the country. And you know, you were saying that sometimes the young people who are now, some of them in the some in the 40s, going on to the 50s, that generation, 40s, has been kind of forgotten, and we forget the kind of trauma that they would have gone through.
You say trauma, and I think that is the key thing. It is not just that the election was lost in 2010. Elections are won and elections are lost. I think it's the manner in which we lost the election and then the 5 years that followed after that. And there was a lot. One of your callers just now was talking about Cambridge Analytica, and you know, I don't think that as a country we appreciate the impact that had on our psyche. That in many ways is where the distrust for authority really began. The undermining of public institutions, the undermining of anything that is deemed authority, and in many ways where this culture of attack people's personalities when we should be talking about issues really had its genesis.
And we have to, and I agree with you, we have to recognize that, and the effects of that hold today, because one of the driving forces of that entire Cambridge Analytica was to encourage apathy amongst, and let's be fair, amongst the Afro-Trinidadian voting community.
And young
and
particular.
That still holds. There is still that distrust amongst that demographic.
Well, it also holds any messaging during campaigns. And there is a constant messaging, unfortunately, for people to not exercise their franchise if you are not exercising it for me as party X. If you're not voting for me, then this person, be it the prime minister, be it any one of the ministers, be it anyone in the public space who has offered themselves for service to the government. Unfortunately, when the PNM is in government, this constant undermining of the EBC, this constant undermining of the chief election officer of the EBC,
institutions and
persons who hold high office, senators, people who offer themselves for any level of service, constantly come under public attack. And quite frankly, if you are not someone who was chosen politics, if you do that, you ought to get a thick skin and a broad back quick.
But you see, gentlemen, that is so. But they plant the seed from earlier clock by saying that they want the election observers to come in.
Nonsense.
We know that. But while we know that, there's others who buy that.
There are countries in this region that ask Trinidad and Tobago to come and observe their elections because of the strength of our democracy, because of the integrity of our electoral process. We are seen as a benchmark for excellence.
Right.
So when you put that into the public domain, and John, you were talking earlier, and you were saying, about young people not knowing who their councillors are and who their MPs are, and well, yes, it is the responsibility of the elected official to make themselves known. That is a given, right? And the truth is that across the board, you can always do better. And if you don't think you can do better, then you're probably in the wrong business. But you are correct. There is an apathy. There is a lack of willingness to become part of this so important process, to inform yourself, to be able to make good decisions, to know where your counselor is and seek your counselor out, to know who your MP is, where your MP is, when the public days are, and seek them out.
And to understand the process, because some people, all right, so you have an issue in local government and you reach out to the Prime Minister, not saying that you can't reach out to the Prime Minister, but if you understood the process, you would not reach out to the Prime Minister. You reach out to your counselor and your.
So again, why some will do that? It's because
they don't know better.
They don't know better, correct? But those who are opposed to the government,
they use that as the
the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister?
Yeah. So that's how they.
But beyond that, I also believe, and again, we were talking when you had left because Fatima boys have to talk.
Yeah. You go there, Fatima talk. You don't right. The same guy you come in, you go back on the same door too.
I think that you see that people will undervalue. And let me say before I say this, we have a bad habit that we don't like to look back. We should get over that.
Yeah.
We don't like to look back. But if we aren't students of our own history, if we're not learning the lessons of our own experiences, then we're going to be doomed to repeat them, right?
Yeah.
People undervalue the impact, as we were saying, about the impact on our psyche as a nation in that 2010 to 2015 space. The reason that people go to ministers and the minister go handle that is because, quite frankly, that's what was happening. That all of a sudden you have a minister coming in to do something, bypassing all the other
DPS,
all the regional corporations in order to implement something. And I could say this. I mean, I hear as an MP, but you could just do it. Well, yeah, you could just do it if you don't want to do it right. You could just do it if you're not worried about what the implications for you as an elected representative, or for the viability of whatever initiative or project that is. You could just do it because you have no care for the knock-on effects or who have to pay the bill after.
All right, so
I just
want to address one of the trolls now, Mr. Sukram. Now I want to address him. Ask the minister something harder. He posted there, ask the minister to name 10 PNM accomplishments. That's too easy for the minister to do. Ask the minister something harder, Mr. Sukram, or leave with space.
All right. Normally we don't go after the
but sometimes there's have to.
All right.
Okay, because people are all fed up. Hear me here. What are you doing here? You're not of this, then do come.
All right, you finished? All right. Minister, I hear what you're saying, and I am agreeing with you. But I know you went to Fatima and Junkie went to Fatima, and I would like you all to go into calculators now on your phone, or maybe all you're bright, so you all need calculators. All right. So you mentioned 2010 to 2015 just now. 2010 to 2015, then we had 15 to 20. 20, we are now in 23. Tell me the person who voted for the first time in 2023, how old that
person
boy,
would have been?
Yeah, boy or
girl. In 2010, for example.
2010 to 2050. Yeah. Let's look at 20.
All right. So in 2010, which is 10 years before, right?
No, they would have been 5
years. They would have been 8
years
old.
No, if we're in 2023, 13 years ago, they voted 18.
Yeah, they would have been
5 years.
So you think the person who's 8 who voted for the first time in 18 years?
At 18.
You think they understand what happened in 2010 to 2015?
No.
But hold on, Josh, man. You think they understand it? And your answer is no.
The answer is no, because they lived through it. So their understanding, hear me, when you live through something, you don't really have a full understanding of it, until after, and you reflect and you say, hey, so this is what happened.
So that's what you mean by that's what you meant when we talk about 1990.
Exactly.
But
And it's the same
I
thing with
know where
1990.
I know where John going.
I know.
They play with
I know where John going.
No, I ain't playing with, but I hear what you say.
Right.
Go ahead.
So the same way how the UNC continue to push on the government, which is I see the PNM, the government is the PNM party, one who got the majority of seats that form the government. So the pushing on the government and the pushing on the party.
Right.
Right? Clear on that. There's need. I'll be careful with my words here.
Yeah.
To push back. He said, when they started the story, the way they want us to forget and don't go back, we have to go back and continue to tell the young ones who 18 years, who 23, who 25.
Because they're buying into the narratives,
of course,
that are of today.
Because I saw some.
They're buying into the easy narrative.
The easy narrative.
The lazy narrative.
I saw some young people who were on social media, young fella, 22, 19, 127, and they have followers. And the UNC went by them and buy them over for the election. I'm not asking the PNM to go and buy them over. Don't misunderstand me, But they were saying, vote anti-cams. Yellow is the code. And that's how they sell the thing. And and listen, John and Minister, in the video, they had that Kamala Prasad Bisesa in one of the videos, that Jolene John in one, and then others. And it had one winning man get boy. Brother man, vote UNC. Brother man, vote UNC. And it had people who buying that.
Yes. And again.
No, what's your age?
No.
Remember your age,
God.
right?
I remember my age.
Yeah,
but I want to say this.
Right, okay.
And again, back to the point we made earlier about civics.
Yeah.
Right? About civics. And because one of the things they do in civics is that you look back and you look and see what's happening. Right? Because it teaches you. And I'm
John,
saying,
you understand that,
right? But I'm saying, so this is one of the remedies that we need to implement to fix the problem, right? Put civics back in the schools.
John is more than school.
No, I know, but I'm saying, this is not a. Let me understand this. This is not a one remedy fix,
It isn't.
It is not. It's a multiple.
So okay,
right.
fine.
So therefore, one of them would be that. There are others that we have to do.
Okay. So that was touch on earlier clock. Civics, fine.
Right.
But there is more.
Yeah.
Of course, there's more to be done.
Education is important. Communication is also important.
That's right.
Is part of education.
Let me tell you one of the challenges there, and this is not to say that it cannot be done, and it's definitely not to say it should not be done.
Yes.
But one of the challenges, of course, is that there's a responsibility when you're in governance. There's a responsibility to act a certain way, to speak a certain way, regardless of what your personal feelings about a personal situation might be, because the institution requires a certain gravitas. It's a level of responsibility and a level in the way you act. Unfortunately, there's a I have to be careful what I say too, But there is a lack of responsibility, I feel, that is exhibited when we look at those outside of government and not governance, because the opposition has a real responsibility to play in governance. But there's a lack of responsibility, and that goes every last Friday of the month when you have a members motion. Look at the way it's contacted. Look at the way it's approached. The arguments that you use in any public space, the messaging that you use to try to attract what you think is a demographic that you can use to win an election, without understanding that what you're doing is creating chaos. And chaos cannot be managed.
But Minister, they don't care about that, and they know what they're doing, and I understand what you're saying. So I will come in on Saturday and I will say, John, I say, what happened yesterday? I say I watch Parliament. I focus on Parliament. That is me. I'm age 50. Am I 50 still?
I don't know.
think I'm
You
51.
just want to play.
Am I how old I am? I can't remember.
That was a hard 50
a
years.
hard
boy.
No, but that's me.
Mm-hmm.
But the same, the young people, I'm not asking to remove values. I'm not asking to remove certain standards to try to go down to the young people who want to follow a certain. I'm not asking that, How could we marry,
All right.
their style, their behavior, and bring them to understand.
All right.
Now, hold on, the 22-year-old, the person behaving like 22 now because that's the age on the way they behaving. Next 5-10 years, they'll be operating differently.
Of course.
You all agree, right?
Yeah.
Nice. But there is something lacking at this point in time for us to get closer to the young people, for them to have a clear understanding. I seen again, minister, I'm not asking for no minister, no prime minister, nobody to come down to there to say, let's go and follow the youths because that direction they want to go. I'm not saying that.
But you do have to speak to young people where they are and as they are. So yes, I take that.
Yeah, but also too.
Remember your age,
I remember my age.
Right.
One of the things too,
What's your
somebody
age?
posted.
No, the reason why I say that to him because sometimes
I understand.
The old school thinking, he habits some them, and we have to sometimes we have to separate our old school thinking.
But this has nothing to do.
I have had to do that
with old school thinking. Somebody posted it just now about the PNM PR is poor. So sometimes what is missing, I feel, is that a narrative comes out that we know is false, and sometimes there's a silence that allows the narrative to take footing. And these are narratives that some of the young people buy into. And sometimes I feel, and I tell John this all the time, when he get fed up of me making noise, sometimes when it is put out, we have to knock it down one time, or else it can take foot.
You when you're repeating what you're saying. Now hold on, I know, Minister, you want to answer this, and I just want to jump in there.
Yeah,
because I too support what you say at times that the PNM PR, they need to do more. But then let's be real, let's balance it. If we want to be fair, we working in the media. There are PNM sometimes the press release that's going in the dustbin.
And there's the
should I go on more?
No, you don't have to.
No, but I want to say more. So sometimes we could be sitting on here and saying that they need to do this, they need to do that, and so then they respond.
Yeah, but
it get lost.
Yeah, but therefore, if you know you're responding in a way that gets lost, guess what? You have to change the way you respond.
All right. So then you say, John. So every Monday morning we could be asking them to change and change and change. And because the enemy, you see, there are those who believe the enemy of the PNM is inside the parliament with the UNC.
No, it's
the
not.
enemy of the PNM is one in the PNM. The enemy of the PNM is opposite the PNM. The enemy of the PNM is
it's all wrong. And therefore, this is why it is important.
All right.
John, I want to make a clear distinction here, right? Because even well, in almost every conversation that I have found myself in, there's a ease of movement between government and the PNM, and we are very, very clear. Because it's a responsibility when you are in leadership to make that distinction between party political communications and government communications. I am very, very clear because you see, unfortunately, people who want to make that clear line of distinction murky want us to be able to move in between to say, well, look how they're politicizing this because they put in a PNM slant. I am very, very clear on that.
No, I hear that.
I saw but I did see an interview in the papers. It was probably I think it might have been Tuesday morning after the election, or maybe it was Monday itself. But the party PRO did say that communications was an issue and that he would be improving that as the PRO. So it is important one to recognize that we see even John and John, what you just said about press releases, I have been a huge advocate for getting press releases down to a page, because when you send out 3 and 4 and 5 page press releases, the first of all, the key message is lost. 2, quite frankly, very often it is not read all the way through, and as a result of that, it is so bulky that it is not carried.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. But the other thing is that we also have to understand the power of the digital space and social media. So even from a government communications perspective, I have been driving us, one, to do things like our week in review, that while it goes in the papers, it is also on television, but it's also on social media. And to understand that you have to make content and the message engaging, particularly if you want to try to reach a younger demographic. So now you're seeing TT GovComs on Threads, and TT GovComs doing Reels, and TT GovComs on TikTok. And I want to tell you, the trolls come out. Nothing to add, nothing, no conversation about what it is, but just simply anti-government. And in there, which is why I talk about that muddy in the water between the distinction, right? In there, talking about PNM this and PNM that. The government speaks as a government. Yes, it is PNM, is a PNM government, but we are very clear as a party and as a government where that line must be, because we cannot politicize government work.
All right.
No,
let me just say.
That's not John. I hope you take a page out of the minister book, because sometimes when you speaking in a certain way on off air and on air, you need to define your role and function.
I only have one role and function.
Can I finish?
I only have one role and function.
As a member of staff here, right? And you understand what the minister is saying?
I understand it clearly.
Government is the
What
government.
is Marlene say? What is Marlene say? Leave me out of your locker.
No, but let me say this today. The other day, the Minister of Youth and
Youth Development and National Service.
And National Service was on here. And a caller called him. And you know what he said to him? A lot of great programs. But why only do create an ad and put it on the urban stations? So that the young people who they are targeted for could hear it. He said, you coming on 95 and talking that, all right, but you ain't reaching who it targeted for. He said, create a nice ad. There are people who could do them thing and put it on the urban stations.
Let's finish this.
So, and I hear about the, how you call it? Using social media. But here what's happening on social media, you're also giving the opposition or those in opposition an opportunity to target your thing. When is that ad on radio? They don't have the opportunity. They don't.
Well,
you understand? They don't have the opportunity to say anything against it. It will reach who it has to reach, and hopefully they will understand it and take advantage of it. Whereas on social media, it's open field day for anybody who have an issue to attack it.
But you were good on, right, John? While I hear you on that. You see this thing right now about social media and mainstream media. People in the mainstream media depending on social media. So here we're going on right now. The government, the ministries could put it on the social media and they could put it on mainstream media.
I agree with that.
And the person called and said that to you, maybe they wasn't aware.
What? That it's on social media?
That it was on mainstream media. It's on mainstream media on the urban station.
Not all of it.
Okay, John, I'm not going to debate that.
I'm saying
I'm not working on ministry.
No.
I'm working here.
No, but listen. And we have spoken about this. And again, it's the same thing about a lot of ministries and PSs believe in this press release. Press releases do not work. One, for the reason you highlighted, some of them too wordy. And two, sometimes they reach in media houses that no support and they end up in a dustbin. And this is not joke thing, this is real.
Well, all you'll be able to tell me that.
No, I can't talk about no dustbin. I can't talk about no dustbin here. My colleague may have more information.
I never said here.
The number is 6223937.
And all of a sudden you want to pull back. You want to pull back.
I never pull back.
You never pull back. You didn't talk about
the minister in charge of communication. You know what smart is? He said, all you could tell me.
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
But I want to tell you, you see, I could tell you develop on a national service, and I could talk about my own experience. I know that I have been given radio clips to send out on government time, to send out, of course. TTT Limited also has an urban station to send
Minister,
it. And I have heard
Minister.
Because here what?
Minister.
We talking about buying, spend the money.
John.
It will be worth it.
John, Minister, good morning again.
Good morning,
I understand
John,
that you have an urban station at TTT, and we hear you on that, right? But at this time, I put it on my next cap.
Which is the cap you putting on?
John,
was the cap you taking off, and which cap you putting on?
I don't know. He has so many. I know. It depends on which one he wants to show up in the air.
He coming to promote his station.
No, but the point is this. And the point I want to make to you, Minister, you talking about utilizing government time. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about let them spend the money.
Yeah.
Because it will have benefit.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not talking about looking to see where you could squeeze it in. No, spend the money.
All right.
And PSs have to understand that.
Hey, go calm, brother. You go calm.
Before the thing, I came on, and I have not said it as yet. I want to send a happy birthday to my friend and my colleague, my local government partner who's celebrating her birthday today, MP Lisa Morris Julian, and celebrating her anniversary. So Daniel, I want to tell you happy anniversary to you too, because you're the real hero.
I said, don't get involved with that, John Gill. We said happy birthday to her already, right?
But you know that's my friend.
Yeah, I know that, dear real friend. You know, this conversation we're having here that we decided to have this morning with you, I want to let you know that it's not a one and done, because we go into the phone lines, and while we may have our views and concerns, the callers too, they have their views and concerns. And this is not about whipping you or the PNM at this time, because you see, trying to whip today, it could be that we emotional, we overreacting because of the election Monday gone and the result 7-7. The discussion have to continue, Minister. It had to continue. We had it over and over, because we can't get it right in one shot.
Agreed.
We can't get it right in one shot. So while I understand my colleague what he's saying about the PS and the directors and so forth, sometimes we speak these things thinking everybody thinking like us, and the seeing what we're seeing, or they have a love for country like how we have love for country. It have those people who don't care about those things, right? But we go into the phone lines, and it's not about, not, as I said before, not whipping the communication, because I like how you define it just now.
Mm-hmm.
That communication, the Ministry of Communication is for government, and the PNM communication is for the PRO of the party.
Mm-hmm.
That's the party executive, PRO. Correct is right, Minister?
Yep.
Right. So sometimes we are all trying to send the message out and say that the PNM don't communicate, and the minister this and the minister that, and the minister communication should be doing that. So then we talking to from a place of emotion at times, because we just want to get it right.
Well, the most important thing is that the information is shared, and everybody at the end of the day supports everyone. I mean, there's a support structure, but I always want to create a distinction, because sometimes the kind of communication that you may want from the Ministry of Communications, from a government perspective, is irresponsible.
Yeah, because right now, this morning, you're not juicy, I want to say not juicy. Understand what I'm saying, John? You're not juicy because you didn't came here with no bacchanal.
But you want me to come back and
no.
No. John Benoit, you know I'm good for bacchanal.
No, I know. But I didn't want, as I said before, I didn't want that type of thing this morning, that conversation. You know about no bacchanal and attacking the UNC. I don't want to put you, the minister, in that. If there's anything, John Gay go lead the bacchanal and I go follow him right after. No, because listen, we could get lost in the bacchanal And all we keep hearing over and over is we Kamala say, we Kamala
Correct.
do, we this one do, and that take over the whole show sometimes, and we miss a lot of things.
And I understand that, but let me give you a simple example. So on election night, the Prime Minister made a comment to rebut a foolish statement by a reporter.
30,000
talking about
votes,
30,000 votes, which was incomprehensible.
How you could say that? You don't know what information that she received on her. Supposed to get a press release, or she get it on her phone. You don't know.
Yeah, but
you see that press release, John?
No.
Yeah, but you saw the official.
Yes.
Well, all right. So 30,000 votes was impossible. So you get that. If you got that, right? And you say NTA get 30,000, won't you do some kind of double checking?
Me?
Yeah,
you know that.
Well, all right.
You know that
So obviously the person who received didn't, made the comment and was immediately put in the correct place, right? You see what's happening now?
What's that?
You know they send the, and I might be wrong, but I'm telling you, my suspicion, they send the information Guyana to get a response from the Guyanese president.
Vice president,
right? About what the Prime Minister said, because the Prime Minister asked her, we're talking about Guyanese dollars, which was, I don't find anything was wrong with it, but that is now being made an issue of.
Yeah. And I saw Philip Alexander response to it, and I was a bit surprised, and that he was at least balanced enough to say that when the Prime Minister said what he said, it was in fun.
Yeah, it's fun,
and leave it as that.
But they're making it.
But I saw your friend, the NTA leader, he trying to create something out of it because Gary Griffith not giving up. He intend to continue this over election. Election over for them, It now starting.
I want to ask you a question.
Let's go to the phone line. You're talking too much. You talk whole weekend.
Before you go, let me just make one last point. John, you said something there. You said something there a little earlier.
Yes.
And I don't want it to come across as if, PNM had to talk for PNM and the government had to talk for the government. Mm-hmm. That is not what I mean, right? The government communications and the party's communications, I think we both accept the fact that we can do more and we can do better. Okay. We can be a lot more aggressive in the way that we inform the public and any spaces that we inform the public. The Ministry of Communications is actively working to improve the corporate communication structures in terms of training. Every month we have something called communities of practice to upskill the corp comms units in every ministry doing our part to do that. And again, that is also important. It's also important to recognize that very often you will see, and it is unfortunate, but very often you will see a minister's social media page being a lot more active than the ministry's social media page. And that is something that we do recognize, that we are actively working. As I say, every month we have a session, but every day we are working with those ministries to upskill them, to ensure that they are doing as much as they can across platforms. But we know we can be better. We know we can do better, and we're constantly trying to get better at that.
Well, that's good to hear. 622-3937. Good morning. Welcome.
We're keeping it short to get a lot in this morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, John Square.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Inaberga.
Very good at getting the name correct on the first attempt. You're better than most.
Okay.
Morning.
Now, I want to congratulate you and the communication department. The PNM way of getting the news is very good. But it's not even Trinidad people want to be spoon-fed. Facebook, WhatsApp, radio, TV, the papers. The PNM has been sending out their messages. And if the machinery wasn't good, we would not have retained our 7 corporations, etc., etc. So don't take on the naysayers, because no matter, damn if you do, Then if you don't, there'll always be those who will cry down the PNM. But what PNM people have to do is to encourage their siblings, their offsprings, their friends and neighbors to support the PNM. And John, you study Gary. He in a popularity polls, focus polls and contest. So do said he.
All right,
brother. PNM and we shall prevail.
Thank you.
Now you see, he sold already. He's a diehard, and nothing wrong with that. I believe what the PNM looking for is for new members. I mean, just make the mistake, John. I'm talking to the John and Minister. Don't get antsy.
So don't come inside your locker room.
No, John. The PNM want new members. New members don't mean a man wearing a yellow shirt today, John Gill, and turn it off. I put in a red, and he come in today. I ain't sure if he go stay. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the young people, those who standing at the side, walking on the white line, not sure. What is call them? Undecided voters?
Yeah. You see those between 16 and 30?
Yeah.
That's what we need. For the 16-year-old voting in 2025. Eh?
Right. So you want to encourage them from now. Right? So a man crossing from the UNC and coming to the PNM. Okay, welcome. No problem. Come at, wipe your foot properly. Come in. Me talking about that. There's more to than that. Right, John?
Agreed.
Right.
I could come back and you talk now.
You could come back.
Yeah, stay out of
this. Stay out of this one.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, John and John.
Morning.
And the Honorable Minister still there?
Yes,
I'm still here, sir.
Yes, well, good topic, good information. What I would like to see that the party get more in tune, more social media savvy, TikTok and all these things, because information is coming out and no rebuttal. So we have to move from the 1962 age and come in this modern age to reach the people who you want, especially the young ones at this point in time, who social media frenzy, especially TikTok. Those are the avenues you all need to do.
Thank you.
Hey, you say frenzy, but I mean, I guess he means friendly, but it's also frenzy too.
It's also a frenzy.
There's a real challenge for anyone who's in that social media space. And it is something that I know that ministries are working. I'm clear to say ministries are not ministers.
Right.
That ministries are working on, because outside of TikTok, right, which has the algorithm on TikTok is different to those on things like Facebook and Instagram, and Facebook in particular. If you are not actively seeking that type of information, it doesn't come to you. So I want to encourage anybody who wants to know about the opportunities, first and foremost, the opportunities that are available through all of these ministries. It's real easy to talk about you developing a national service, right? Because that is a delivery ministry that is set up specifically for young people. But even young people sometimes are not seeing the opportunities or not actively participating in taking advantage of those opportunities because they're not following those platforms. It's not going to come to you. So there is a real challenge there, because we want to encourage young people, in fact people in general, to follow the ministries, follow the ministers, to see what they're doing, what the opportunities are, so that you do see. And the thing is that once you do that, more and more information, factual information
will come to you.
And factual information will be coming to you, listeners of I-95.5. Let me just bring it out now for the first time. That very soon there'll be a program for the City Ministry of Communication, 50 minutes or half an hour, where they will come and, not free, they're paying for it. Yeah, they will come.
And that's what we need. That's what we're talking
about. They will come and
I have to see that as a line item
well, you will see it, don't worry. Morning, Sheena Western. Morning, yeah.
What? You putting people out there too?
Right.
Oh, you
But I say hello to Sheena Western. That's what I say.
No.
But there'll be a because people asking for the program.
No, I agree.
So there'll be a program to deal with that too.
No,
so,
but I want to.
So John, so there are times the minister will drop by and he will say what he have to say, or a minister will drop by and say what they have to say and whatever it is, and take some calls and be able to answer the public.
No, but
so why we focusing on social media? That is good, but I want to say to you, they always never throw away your daddy. Because you see, daddy is the one who had the seed.
Well, listen,
right? And the mainstream media is the seed.
You see what you just said, John?
Yes.
I mean, laughing or not, joke or not, serious or not, what you saying there is exactly what is happening at the Ministry of Communications. It is every day we are trying to figure out what are the avenues that can be utilized to inform the public. And John Gill, you talked about somebody who's 16 now is going to be voting in 2025. And I'm glad that you didn't say voting for the PNM. Because as the government, and even as a member of the party, my position is this. A well-informed public is going to make good decisions, and as long as that is happening.
I'm going to go hush and let you talk.
Yeah, because you need to. Right. And no, it's about what the minister was saying in terms of algorithms. Right, and it's different. Facebook algorithm is very different from
it's aggressively
from TikTok and so forth. And you have to actively pursue something on TikTok for you to get more of that.
Yeah.
Right. And therefore the public, those young people have to know. They have to know who the minister is, who so and so is, so they could follow those people.
And nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know.
Because look at a simple thing, right? Remember I posted the thing on Mr. Mohammed and the Atlantic University attendant. All of a sudden on Facebook, I only gain a set of information from Atlantic University.
Yeah.
Because that's how that algorithm works.
Yeah.
Once you mention it, bam, you get a lot of stuff.
All right.
So
then we used last week the word, we say language is very important. How we use language at times, right? And when you speak at times, Mr. Gill, I know the teacher in you. They have to know. They have to know. We will like them to know. Let's take this off.
Fair enough. Okay.
Let's go.
All right, I'll go use marshmallows like you.
No, that's all right. Always, Johnny, you have to have a way. You have to stroke
No. You have to stroke it.
You have to stroke it,
son. Yeah, you know that. Yeah. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
We're having a little difficulty hearing you.
Go ahead.
Oh, the rain out.
All right. Yes, a little better.
Loud and short.
That's a description or instruction.
I want to say to the minister, can you say a hard word, because it's not easy representing this country, this kind of climate, as well as the table where the USC and the behavior. So thank you.
Thank you for
I
that.
also want to say, minister, I think you need to understand something. Just recently, a couple of days ago, probably yesterday, Jacona was on an anti-PNM station and saying, as a teacher, there's a common 7 and a capital 7. And because the UNC get the capital 7, the UNC won the local government election. Ministers think like that the chairman has to have people to respond to, because there are people who are very literate. Those are blind supporters and sycophants and fanatics. They're going to go with that. No, Mr. Gill, they would have mentioned something. I wanted to know, Minister. There are people on the ground, on social media, who are battling it out to the UNC and those who are posing them with facts and information, research. You all need to get in contact with those persons to help with the machinery, not propaganda, facts and information, because we there is a whole group. They are there battling and bringing the information, researching to show that they are lying when they call not all kind of names and saying ill things about even you and the Prime Minister, the whole government that is not doing. You all need to utilize those persons also on social media along with the work that you're already doing. So that this fight that we have on our hands for 2025 will be a very, very successful one for the People's National Movement. But I hear you, the PNM, we love to, and we are a party. The party is one that has always had a high standard. We understand that. We don't want to let lower the standard of the bar at all. But we are saying think has to change their communication is concerned, especially on social media, where everything is social media, that the soldiers out there who are on the ground and putting all the information and doing the research, that they be recognized in a real way to help with the fight for 2025. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you very much, caller. Well said. Well said.
No, you see how that caller spoke just on it? She operated there just now for a second, like this is the minister program. He said, and she said, thank you, minister. So she believed this is the communication segment, right? So you see how people getting tuned into it, right? Nice, let's go to the phone lines.
But I like a point about finding influencers, because they're important influencers, and even people who do promotion like party and things, that's what they do, you know. They get influencers to support the project to get the word out.
And influencers could also find the PNM too?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. That's it. Hello, good morning.
What's that, John?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Minister. My concern is, what I say I always wondered about, when we're talking about getting the youth involved in training and the different opportunities that are provided for them, I always wonder why we don't go back to the basic forms of communication. Why don't go into the communities and use community centers? Because some of those groups that are targeting, they are not coming out and going into and looking no office anywhere or anything.
Well,
so why don't go? I don't know if you're doing it, but I always wondered about that. Why it was utilize the community centers to go and advertise the training and even hold some of the training in those areas.
All right.
So I want to say that in many ways that is being done. They have I can tell you that Ministry of Youth Development has a youth caravan that goes around this country carrying exactly what the caller is talking about to the communities. So they will go into a community, and they have been extremely good at informing communities, leading up to it, going to those spaces, and I talk about communicating in those spaces where their target market is, where their public that they are trying to speak to is, and they go all around this country carrying the services of all the different programs to these communities to say, if you want to sign up for this program, you can sign up here. This is when the program starts. This is what the program is about. This is what X service in this other ministry is about. So they are doing that, and in many ways they are using the very community centers.
But you know, and I agree with you. And somebody raised that exact point when he.
So thank you, Ndale Young, for all you're doing for Ministry of Youth Development in that, because I know
and somebody raised that very point and requesting the acts, and the minister had to agree that it wasn't being done enough. Was, for example, for a lot of these programs and so forth, are there forms available at the various community centers? And he said no, and he needed to. I'm telling you,
the minister said no.
Yeah, he said that is not part of the thing that,
he
needed to be
not enough.
Not enough
for all.
I don't think he was saying no.
No, well, I'm saying it wasn't being done enough. So, and I agree with the caller, right? Yeah. To utilize those things.
I tell you something, I know, as you're saying that, even I now have to ensure that we are keeping up to date in terms at my MP office. All the physical forms that may be required for all of these programs, but a part of it is also that young people have to want to
be
get
more proactive,
to be in it.
Have
to want to do all these things.
Agreed.
You know, there's those who want us to bring it and put it in their lap.
Yeah.
And while I'm saying to stroke them and thing, and I mean that, I really had time to spend. If your mindset going already. Sometimes, John, I'm talking to John, the minister. John, I know MPs sometimes just had to roll up the sleeve, go and sit down by a bar to talk to fellas, hoping to get them on board.
No. And
then on Sunday morning, the MP supposed to be going to church.
And then they're
walking through the constituency. And end up by a bar. And you have to buy some beers to talk to who might be a main man. I don't know how one does do that job now.
But I want to say to you, at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do to get the job done. And if it means rolling up your sleeve and go and sit down on the corner under a lamppost, because you know there's some fellas who influential and could, you understand? You have to do it.
So what about auntie? And what about uncle? 1 second. What about them who in the middle?
I hear that.
Let me finish now. What about them who have a contribution too, and they still want to be maybe influenced by the MP? That this is the road we going, this is the right direction going here with local government or from a general election standpoint, these things we're doing here. What about them? Why must I have why I, Minister, separate yourself? John, why I as an MP
have to reach out to them and find them? Because
and who's bad man, X and bad man, why all kind of
that is your job. That is part of your job. Listen to me. Right? And the other part of it is something that the said ministry is working on. You know, we have to improve in Trinidad and Tobago something called volunteerism.
John, hold that call. You see you. Hold on. You the minister.
You free thing.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm just a little bit. And next thing too is that some of the secretaries in the MP's office believe that they are the MPs. And they who want to give who should talk to the MP and who should meet with the MP, that needs to stop. The controlling are putting a little too much control in the offices.
Okay, sir.
Have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
I hear that too.
I can't talk from a Diego Martin.
It's not only the MP office, that people running community centers in a similar kind of way. They want to decide who could get and think when it's a center for the community.
Well, I know Shamfa's been, I know that's a.
You understand? So you have those issues.
But when Minister Shamfa could raise that as an issue as the minister, she was licked down left, right, and center.
Yeah, because
in this
really
country.
and truly, that is not a thing for the ministry. Because most community centers are supposed to be run by the village councils.
How are you going back to?
But telling you this, but you see, this is what people don't know. These are things, and this is what civics can help educate people.
Civics, you want civics?
Yes, I want civics.
Now. They go civics.
I want civics.
So village
council. I ain't talking about Honda.
No, hold on.
I'm not talking Honda.
Hold on.
Just careful because you know you just confused all civics, right?
Or you bring me here to watch you two all your fight.
No.
I don't realize that.
Village council, right? Yeah. And Miss Mabel holding the key.
Yeah. You know the thing. You know the thing. You know how it is work.
Miss Mabel and his son control it.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Bob want to get married or want to go and have something for the young people.
Right.
And he can't get the key. Because Miss Mabel like key.
Yeah, and all kind of that is what is going on.
But you see, them things don't come forward. But when Minister Kojo tried to say to us, this was happening, she get licks for it.
But that's what I was talking about earlier. You see, they have some, and we saw it particularly in this local government campaign. Everybody want the rab of talking about election to election and what this means for 2025. None of them have the responsibility of being in charge during the 5-year run of 15 to 20, 20 to 25. So while they're beating up, talking and trying to excite the population about issues that have nothing to do with a local government election, Shamfa has to be concerned with the fact that she is in charge. So she may have said it here, but while she said that, the entire time she trying to manage that to ensure that the citizen is being impacted negatively as little as possible.
And Minister, you two who in communication, you have to be careful with your words because you just mentioned, and I know what you're saying, that Minister Shamfa.
Minister Kojo.
No. She in charge. if it's good things, she shouldn't be in charge. But when it's bad, they go say she in charge. Because she was dealt with licks for that too when she said, we in charge. And the same UNC spin it. And the friends in the media help them spin it.
Well,
but I understand what you say.
But that is the burden. That is the burden of being in charge. So it will always be that when you win together, and when you lose alone. And that is how it goes. We accept that as a reality, and that's not a knock on the population. That happens everywhere in this world.
Yeah.
It is a challenge of
people still believe that the government will implement the 25% in inheritance tax. You believe that? People believe that?
Of course.
I know you.
Why? Because it's been put out there, and there are people, unfortunately, uneducated, right? People who will believe things because here what? No. But I don't understand. There are people who are uneducated. I do understand. You don't want to call me. Listen.
They're not aware.
Because I didn't want to say ignorant.
Not for lack of trying.
I didn't want to say ignorant, and I prefer to say uneducated because that's what they are. Because educated people, when you make a statement, might say, all right, show me the facts to support what you're saying. Right? And if you can show me facts to support what you're saying, then I might say, okay. But if you can't show me the facts, then what you're saying don't make no sense.
You asking a minister or government to prove that something they're not doing, they're not doing. We've said that is not happening. It has not been a discussion. It is not a plan. It will not happen. How else can you say it?
Basically, these people in opposition have built so much distrust in the government that even if the government say, hey, this ain't going on, people still don't trust it.
So, John Gill, through you,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the minister, I don't know if you could comment on this, but he may be able to carry back a message. Good morning. The executive members of the party needs to function. 623937622 Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning to you.
Hello, good morning, John, and pleasant good morning to the minister. You know, I hear all you talking about grassroots. Now, I want to say something. Like, in the days of Dr. Ed Williams, when you want to reach the grassroots, you used to go to Woodford Square and have a meeting like every month and talk to the people and tell them how you run in the country, what's going on with the country. You need to tell them about the economic and all that thing. You should teach them about these things. So I'm wondering if, like, the Prime Minister can do that because they say, what in the beginning has to come to the end. And I want to know if Dr. Chifu could do that, like every month, come to the Woodford Square, there's going to be universe, and teach the people. If there will be the grassroots, people will be there. Because if you keep it on, because everybody wants to come there to listen to you, you will get the youth, everybody to come right there. And he could talk to them. He could bring other ministers who doing other job with everything and talk to the youth and them. Get the youth interested. Right?
All right. I want to, if you don't mind, John, I want to tell that caller that what she's saying is not lost on me as the minister with responsibility for communications. And the public will be seeing as part of our communications efforts, more of that. So while we engage in the digital space and in social media, we understand the challenges that you have there. And I saw firsthand, particularly this local government election was the most recent example of that when you are able to sit and have a conversation with the population, questions are asked and questions are answered, and people can get a sense of what's real and what is not, how this local government reform was going to impact them. Now, there's nothing, quite frankly, that we can do to stop those who are opposed to it from making the most out of timing comments, for putting forward the most obscene at times positions and misinterpretations of things that have been said. But I do see, ma'am, I do see the value in having real conversations with people where they are and talking. And I want to say that it is not always necessary for the Prime Minister to be the person speaking. Yes, I know the Prime Minister in many ways. I often refer to him as a unicorn. He has attributes altogether in a person that you don't typically find: experience and ability to communicate and keep it real and talk about real life historical context. These are unique attributes, but it is not only for him. But it is also for people who are delivering. So people who are in the state agencies who can speak to what is happening in a community, in the public space. And you will see more of that happening out of my ministry, and I expect out of other ministries as well.
Right. So someone is asking me to ask the minister about this accomplishment as Minister of Communication. And the next person asked me to ask about the achievements of the government since they're in office. And let me just say to the persons that is not where we want to go this morning, because as I said earlier, we're not trying to beat up after the election Monday gone and trying to justify certain things. Not about that. So this morning was a kind of a free talk, open forum. We discuss it. He see how he see it, I see how I see it, my colleagues see how he see it, the callers will see how they see it. Then when the minister returned, because if you missed that, very soon there'll be a program on the radio station, right? And they will come and they tell you all about the achievements and things they have done in office since he's the Minister of Communication and what the government is doing.
There will be time for that,
and
yes.
more. So there'll be time for that. Because you see, I know there are people who are, and Minister, this here was the reality, 11:44, that's the time, gentlemen. Here was the reality. We could sit down here and try to pretend and dust it off all how. There are people who are very disturbed, upset about the election gone, and talking about PNM people. You can see people also too, but I'm talking about the PNM persons. They're disturbed, they're upset how things went down, and they were expecting. I mean, I know the folks on Grandy, who work very hard and had high expectations. But something happened some way, maybe on the ground, or there was something was they. There's a lot of things happen behind the scenes that the real people don't know what's going on. But I'm not the one to come and bring the information to the public. I'm not in communication. Yeah. Let's go to the phone line.
Serious. Anyway.
Hello, good morning. No,
morning.
In the ministry. Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you all? Good program
morning.
as usual.
Thank you.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
What I must say, I think you all are doing a great job with communicating with the public. However, people perceive their own way of getting the communication across. But I am going back to the party. Tabakit constituency is a constituency that's always been UNC, ULF, NAR. However, 2 general elections ago, we had a very young, vibrant candidate, Craig Chan, who made considerable inroads into the grassroots of everybody in Tabakit. And I think we lost the communication in getting the people on board for the next election. I would like the party, the Prime Minister, the communication specialist, come back to the young people, because we had a considerable amount of young people working with Craig Chan. And also we have a young councillor, young person who went up as Councillor Marvin Figaro. We just had Jason Ramke soon. I would like you all to come and work with them, and I trust me, we would see a change in Tabakit, Gaspolo, Tortuga, everywhere. Please, communication is needed there, and I know we will make a difference, because as I said, people said they are not supporting after the election, and we are not seeing anybody other than, well, not even the representative who win. We are not seeing them. So we need you all to come and help for this area. Trust me, the young people are willing and want to make a change, but they need support from you all. Again, continuously having a great program, the Barbershop. I love to listen to you all and keep up the good work. PNM, the government, is not about PNM alone. Once you are the government, you represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And again, I said, you all are sending the communication out there. It's just how they receive it. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. So, girls, boy, you understand what's going on, right? And if we can shift the conversation in a certain way, you'll be getting a lot of calls like that. People who not satisfied, they're not happy, they're not this or that. But there's an executive in the PNM, and I'm sure there's work to get done, and they're going to do their work. And I'm hopeful. You hopeful?
Yeah.
Right.
You ask me if I'm hopeful. I am hopeful as well.
Okay, you're hopeful as well.
I am positive. I am looking forward to a brighter future.
A brighter future. Okay.
Remember, I tell you the troll asked a question. Well, I want to say thanks to Claudia Stewart for answering him, and he didn't only give him 10; he gave him 13.
Okay.
The last caller raised something that I really want to talk about. One of the things that was very important to me when after the first couple of weeks, you get a handle in some way for your portfolio, especially when you're coming in as a brand new minister. And I thought that there was a real need for us to start communicating on a consistent basis in one place as to what the government has done and to give it context. And it was coming out of those conversations, and of course, your own challenges. We were taking over a communications department, which exists in a ministry, but it is a delivering department that was in flux. And that is where our week in review was born. So that every week, anybody who wants to see it, it is everywhere. It's on radio, it's on television, it's in papers, it's on social media, can see what has happened from August 1st to August 7th across government. So you get an understanding of what is happening every single week. We are going to be expanding that and finding different ways, and that may very well be the space for that show that you and Shane are talking about, John Benoit.
But let me ask you this, Minister. So you say it's already available. Let the public know, at least the listening public, to this particular program, where it is available.
Wait. Hold on. Let's take a call. They will know. Right?
No. They could know now.
No, but they will know.
Your thing already signed off on.
John waiting for a dotted line, That's what John waiting for,
No, it happened. But no, I mean, if the weekend review is available, people need to know where to find it.
So every Monday in the papers you will see a weekend review, a full page ad speaking about what has happened across government. Every Wednesday you will see a post that goes out across social media on all our platforms, and we send it out to media as well, and of course we ask media to share it. It is shared some places, and of course it is not in others. Ministries will typically repost those weeks in review as well, and of course we will always ask people to follow Trinidad and Tobago government communications across all our platforms if you want to get that information, which you should.
And soon you'll be able to tune into I-95 to get more information where that is concerned.
John is still in negotiations for that, and I don't want to comment on it.
Mr. Gill, just remember you get in this hot seat at 12, right? Don't forget.
Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't forgotten.
So, Minister, I can't. You came here, and I must ask you, because you are a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. You're a voter. You voted last Monday.
Yes.
Still on your finger.
I have. I did.
I know that you're a minister of government, but as a citizen of this country, as a member of the PNM, how are you feeling after the election last Monday? I mean, I tried to protect you all out this morning, but I could not let you escape without asking that question.
I think you have to contextualize it. It's easy to go John, you know, I mean, both of y'all have spoken to me off air. You know, I try to maintain a balanced approach to all things. It's real easy to go to the extremes, but I try to contextualize things. We are a government in our second term, and I suppose in many ways it's almost like a midterm review. And you will always see some level of apathy. You will always be told in these sorts of elections the things that the population may not be happy about. And I think it's important for us to firstly understand that coming out of very challenging times, if you go back, COVID, well, the knock-on effect of COVID, economic issues, a period of recovery that was preceded by what we encountered in 2015. It is a very difficult time, and very often, you know, we see what is in front of us without remembering how we reach the space that is in front of us. I think 7-7 is an acceptable result. Would I have liked to see 8-6, 9-5? Of course. I think those on the other side would have liked to see that too. I think that it's important that we learn the lessons of the election, because elections are there to be won or to be lost. We have a tie, which tells us that the country, despite the real challenges that we have and that we've come through, despite the type of campaign that was waged in the public space by those opposed to us, the country again did not come out to vote in large numbers for a local election. It tells me that they are having a wait and see, because they've been so accustomed to local government not delivering to them that they don't see it as a viable election. We are committed to reform. I'm happy that we have come out of the election at the minimum acceptable result, which is a maintenance of the status quo. And quite frankly, I am looking forward to seeing reform roll out as an ex-practitioner and seeing that delivering to people.
But let me ask both of you something. Both of you all follow boxing?
And not as much as I used to. But I used to.
So let's say I have a competition, a champion and a challenger. And the fight ends in a draw. Who retains the championship? The challenger or the champion?
The champion.
End of story. So Jack could talk about big 7, capital 7, and little 7. He could do what he wants.
One second, John.
What?
1 second.
Because somebody had to refute it, and if you don't want to do it because you're afraid to show your colors.
I'll get back to you. Minister will go make a point. Go ahead, Minister.
That is quite frankly, and as somebody who follows
sports, so you wouldn't understand boxing.
As somebody who follows an election and talks about the result of an election, that is a fair position. However, those who are not tasked with responsibility for a reason with governing, with leadership in this country, could continue talking about election and what election passed and what election to come. The PNM is the government of this country. The PNM is focused on governance. I want to thank all the callers today, because they've also given me food for thought. Because we try to be better every single day. We try to be better in everything that we do.
You mean that, you mean that?
I do.
They give you food for thought?
I do, John. I think there are things here that were important. Even said in jest by the callers, said in passing by the callers. I've made note of quite a few things, especially where we communicate and how we communicate. But we are concerned first and foremost with leadership, and with leadership that the people of this country could be proud of, and the young people of this country could be proud of. And I think on that count, I think we've won that.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, even if we continue the boxing analogy, any champion who it ends in a tie, most likely there'll be a rematch. And what does a champion do? A champion goes in, examines shortcomings, improves his game for the next fight.
Yeah.
Remember your age, eh? Remember your age. You remember your age, right?
And what?
You see, you comfortable in your own way, you know.
You just talking about Joe Fraser?
No, hey,
You
remember
talking
your
about Joe
age,
Fraser?
right?
No, I saw a fight the other day.
No, I know.
I saw a fight the other day.
I want to hit you, you know,
I know
hit you
you
off air.
Yeah.
Off air, I'm going to tell you off air. But gentlemen, you know, there's work to get done.
Yeah.
There's work to get done, and you know,
Yes.
if I was still the John Benoit of years ago, I'd be here this morning, pelting some serious lash, cough, blame this one, that one. But as I grow older, I understand life, things operate differently.
Age brings reason.
Age brings reason. A lot of things happen behind the scenes, under the surface, that the people don't know about. That sometimes we don't know about. Sometimes we know, and we can't say what's happening out there. But we need to do some cleaning, some house cleaning also. And I said with no apology. House cleaning need to happen. Minister, you don't need to respond to me. Work have to get done. Young people need to be looked at. And young people must also, if they're interested, they must look at the PNM too. Go ask your mommy, ask your daddy, ask your granny. Seek the information and come out there.
Yeah.
Even though I heard from a young person this week go on, she said, I went and vote, and my mother sit down in the car and say she's not voting because she's happy with the PNM.
Well, I congratulate that young person. That young person showed a level of responsibility and an understanding of what that worth is. So congratulations to that person.
So, Minister, I want to thank you much for your time this morning. And I said before, this is not a one and done. The conversation have to be ongoing. We have work to do here at the radio station, because sometimes, John, you know, we're talking to the minister, and as I mentioned Thursday, there are those in the media will tell you they not do no PR for no government, you know. Just to identify something good that the Ministry of Works are using Ransom right now, because I see getting some nicks in the media yesterday, this morning. Something good. They will not identify and speak about that.
Nah, because they ain't doing no PR.
Right? I don't do no PR for the government. I don't do for the government.
But
it's the same people sometimes who sit on the radio and degrade and pull down and then happy about this and then happy about that. You know, there are a lot of people sometimes that eat from the government. They benefit from the government. They live in the government purse. But they will not even see something good.
But John, I could tell you, there are countless times that I have seen Minister Sinanan come to the lower house to answer a question on the adjournment, talking about what he has not done for an MP in their constituency. And of course, that motion on the adjournment is brought by an opposition MP. Only for Minister Sinanan to list out a litany of projects talking about this work has been done, this is work is ongoing, this work has been, and saying that the MP knows that because he has been in contact with that MP, to the point where I tell you sometimes his colleagues on our side look at him going, but I need some work to get done by me too. It is I need to do. Of course, we do that in jest, but it is very easy. It is very easy to throw words into the space and people just take it as that. If you take the time to ask questions that should be asked, and I talk about this this is the general citizen. If you take a little time to ask, what about that makes sense? You will find that most of what is being put to you outside of proper sources of information is not information.
Don't make sense.
Thank you very much. The good Catholic boy. Well,
very correct.
Well, went to school. Yeah.
You're halfway correct there, I suppose. I'm a Catholic boy.
Fatima, so that's the problem with all you.
Proud Catholic, proud Fatima.
Okay. How about you, John?
Very much so.
Okay, have a good day, gentlemen. Go.
I went to school with the Archbishop.
Wow. Clearly, he didn't help you.
Thanks.
He didn't help you, Jenny. He helped you. No,
he didn't.
He didn't. Minister, I want to thank you very much for your time this morning. And until next time, we'll talk again. John Gill.
Yeah.
Thank you much. Even though
blessings.
Even though you talk whole week during the week, you talk more than the minister.
I get practice
today.
I might have to come and take notes from John Gill. You know?
Yeah, and then we're getting set for news with Unica James. I know she have a long news.
She have to talk about.
She have a lot of brother man. The man that said it on social media. Brother man. Not me, no.
John, thanks a lot for having me on, and thank you to your callers, all of whom gave me food for thought. So thanks for the callers as well. Have a great day, Trinidad.
Right. And you know, Minister, it's something you can rehearse. Leave in the studio. Just keep saying to yourself, I'm 95.5 open for business.
Good afternoon, all.
This Wednesday,
This one going and fuck up the place.
join Pan Trinidad for its Steel Band Month, Pan and Powder Parade. This Wednesday, August 23rd, 5 p.m., beginning at City Hall, Port of Spain, up Pembroke Street toward the Queen's Park Savannah. Come experience the sweet sounds of the Steel Band as we chip, dance, and sway through the streets.
That's why I love powder. Everybody gets it.
Featuring BP Renegades, Desperados, Hatco Bass Stoop and Groove, Cuts and Jammers, Massey Trinidad All-Stars, NLCD Von Claire, NGC Cuba Joylanders, Republic Bank Exodus, Shell Invaders, and T&Tech Tropical Angel Hawks. Admission free. Wear white and bring your powder. Pan and Powder Parade. This Wednesday, sponsored by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Tourism Trinidad Limited, the National Carnival Commission, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, and the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. For further information, contact events at pantrinbago.co.tt 235-5493 or visit Pan Trinbago social media pages.
News Center 5 at noon is brought to you by
Republic Bank. Use selected Republic Bank products to score runs for a chance to win a trip for two to Guyana to see the Republic Bank CPL Final. Visit republictt.com for more details.
CPL, we're all in. CPL, we're all in. CPL, we're all in. CPL, we're all in.
Score 100 not out for a chance to win a trip to Guyana to the Republic Bank CPL Final. Using your Republic Visa credit card? That's a 4. Using Republic Online or Republic Mobile? That's a 6. Businesses using Republic ePay? That's a 4. For more ways to win, visit republictt.com.
Mama, man, girl, and boy, we're all in.
Republic Bank, title sponsor and official bank of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad. This is the most influential name in radio. I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at noon.
Five overnight murders engaging the attention of police. The fire service offers life-saving advice for persons who are found choking. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services confirms the mother and 2 sons killed in a fire were clients, and the United States says yes to the transfer of some of its old F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. I am Onika James. Here's what's making your news to 12 o'clock. Police are now probing 5 homicides and a wounding. Reports confirm 4 of the killings happened overnight, while 1 occurred at 8 o'clock this morning. In the latest incident, investigators say Wendell Batiste was in the vicinity of a mini-mart at 6th Avenue, 5 Rivers, Aruca, when he was attacked. An eyewitness told officers 2 masked and armed men ran towards Mr. Batiste, who tried to escape. However, moments later, several explosions were heard, and 25-year-old Mr. Batiste was found motionless on the roadway. Police say he had multiple gunshot wounds about the body. At around 7:50 last night, 37-year-old Marvin Glord was shot and killed at O'Connor Street in Blanchisseuse. Reports are saying 65 spent shells were recovered from that scene. Also after 7 p.m., a man identified as Kyle Fleming was shot and killed in Bamboo Trace, Tunapuna. Mr. Fleming's body was discovered on a staircase which passes outside his home. Earlier, at around 6:15, Akil Vincent and Bevon Jules were slain in the vicinity of Building 1 in Pleasantville in San Fernando. And also last night, a man identified as Ricardo Gale was found in Woodbrook with a knife lodged in his head just above his left earlobe. He was discovered at Mithuen Street. Earlier, police reports stated that Mr. Gale had died, but in an update on the situation, investigators say he was rushed to hospital motionless. His condition cannot be confirmed at this time. Parents are being advised to pay close attention to children with small objects in their possession. The caution follows the death of 2-year-old Renaya Lewis, who choked and died after a chenet seed became lodged in her throat. News Centre 5 sought the views of a safety expert on the issue of choking. Firefighter Maurice Gobin, who is attached to the Ambulance Administration section, had this advice.
For any object, it could be fruit, it could be a toy, anything that is small enough to fit in a child's mouth, you try your best to keep this or these objects away from the child. Because once it could fit in the mouth, it could go and block the airway. So you try to keep all toys that is small enough to fit within a child's mouth away from them as much as you can to prevent any type of choking.
Renaya's uncle tried to save the child's life but was unsuccessful. Fire Officer Gobing, an aspiring medical doctor, offered this guidance for choking minors or adults.
To do the helmet maneuver, you stand behind the child or the adult with one leg forward between the victim's leg for a child, and you move down to the child's level, depending on the height of the child. For an adult, you could stand directly behind them. You reach around the abdomen, locate the person's navel with one finger. You're using the other hand. You're coming around, forming a fist, taking the thumb, putting it just above the navel, around with the other hand again, hold together, making the fist, and you're making an inward and upward thrust just above the navel. So this would help to dislodge whatever the person has that could be possibly blocking their respiratory tract.
Further, Officer Gobin noted if the situation worsened, then CPR could help.
Should for some reason the person go unconscious, then you start CPR. This is where you give 30 compressions. And with these compressions, you usually follow up with 2 breaths as well. And this will help in dislodging whatever object it may have blocking the passageway to come out. And this would be a simple and easy first aid treatment for an adult or a child that may be choking.
Relatives said Renaya celebrated her 2nd birthday last month and was due to begin preschool next year. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services visits the relatives of the mother and 2 sons who tragically perished in a fire which also destroyed their home in Sangre Grande. 2 days ago, the fire engulfed the wooden structure with all 3 members inside. Via a statement today, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services says the house was a rental property and the family only moved in a few months ago. Officers attached to both the National Family Services and the National Social Development Program reached out and offered condolences to the mother and relatives of Ms. Nanku, as well as counseling and psychosocial support. The ministry says this family was a client as both children have special needs and were receiving the Disability Assistance Grant for minors. The ministry understands that the fire and subsequent death of the family is now a police matter and it is being investigated at present. According to the ministry, it remains committed to providing all and any form of support required by the mother and relatives of Ms. Nanku at this time. Communications Minister Simon Dano Brega explains the difference between public relations for the People's National Movement as a party and government communications. On this morning's Barbershop program on I-95.5 FM, Minister Dano Brega admitted that yes, as a party, the PNM must do more with respect to public relations.
The government communications and the party's communications, I think we both accept the fact that we can do more and we can do better. Okay. We can be a lot more aggressive in the way that we inform the public and any spaces that we inform the public. The Ministry of Communications is actively working to improve the corporate communication structures in terms of training. Every month we have something called Communities of Practice to upskill the corp comms units in every ministry doing our part to do that. And again, that is also important. It's also important to recognize.
However, the minister explained there is a difference with regards to public relations for the party itself.
Very often, you will see, and it is unfortunate, but very often you will see a minister's social media page being a lot more active than the ministry's social media page. And that is something that we do recognize, that we are actively working. As I say, every month we have a session, but every day we are working with those ministries to upskill them, to ensure that they are doing as much as they can across platforms. But we know we can be better. We know we can do better, and we're constantly trying to get better at that.
Further, the minister noted the importance of social media.
I have been a huge advocate for getting press releases down to a page, because when you send out 3 and 4 and 5 page press releases, the first of all, the key message is lost. 2, quite frankly, very often it is not read all the way through, and as a result of that, it is so bulky that it is not carried. Yeah. So that's the first thing. But the other thing is that we also have to understand the power of the digital space and social media. So even from a government communications perspective, I have been driving us, one, to do things like our week in review, that while it goes in the papers, it is also on television, but it's also on social media, and to understand that you have to make content and the message engage.
Minister Simon Deno Borrego. The Ministry of Health is reminding the public that Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines are available at health centers. Via a statement, the ministry says only on July 6th, it received 5,760 doses of the vaccine through a donation from the government of Greece, facilitated through the COVAX facility. The ministry reminds the public this vaccine is suitable for individuals 18 years and over and acts as a primary and booster dose. It is also a booster dose for children, anyone under the age of 18. The ministry says while COVID-19 is no longer considered a global health emergency, it is best that the public, particularly the vulnerable and those who have not yet been vaccinated or boosted, visit the nearest health facility to access the vaccine. Regionally now, Dominican authorities are pursuing a criminal case against a plastics company based on evidence found during an investigation into a powerful explosion earlier this week, which killed 31 people. Police and the public ministry issued a joint statement saying the blast occurred at a business called Vidal Place rather than at a bakery, as authorities had initially said. The explosion occurred on Monday afternoon in a bustling commercial center in San Cristobal, a city just west of the capital of Santo Domingo. Via the statement, prosecutor Fudala La Rosa Rubio says the public ministry has evidence that compromises the criminal responsibility of those responsible who, with their actions, caused the death of dozens of people and caused millions in losses. The ministry says it was investigating several people but did not identify them. The owners of Vidal Plast are yet to comment on the issue. The company recycles, buys, and sells plastic materials. Thousands of Haitians have fled their homes in Port-au-Prince amid soaring gang violence, which has killed more than 2,400 people so far this year. The UN said 5,000 fled the districts of the capital this week after gang members took control. We have more in this Africa News report.
Haiti's most powerful gang leader warned Wednesday that he would fight any international armed force deployed to the Caribbean country if it committed any abuses. Jimmy Cherizier, best known as Barbecue, also urged Haitians to mobilize against the government. If they, foreign intervention forces, do like the UN peacekeeping to Haiti in 2004, if they start raping girls and boys like the troops from Uruguay, or if they bring cholera like the Nepalese soldiers that killed 20,000 Haitians, if they come to the community ghettos and start shooting and massacring, we Haitians will rise up and fight them to the last drop of blood. It will be a fight of the Haitian people to save our dignity and our country. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has been pushing for the deployment of a foreign armed force since October to help fight powerful gangs that are estimated to now control around 80% of the capital of Port-au-Prince.
The UN Secretary Council says it will decide soon whether to send a multinational force to help restore order in Haiti. Further afield, Denmark and the Netherlands have been given approval by the United States to transfer some of their old F-16 fighter jets to the Ukraine. Ukraine believes that these jets will help to protect its skies from Russian attacks. DW News' Frank Lidwich explains what it all means.
This is a question really of expectation management. It's not going to be a game changer. The Ukrainians may have a squadron in operational service, which is to say on the line, probably by March or so next year, and they'll build their force throughout 2024 if everything goes well. So it won't be a game changer. It's another weapon in their arsenal and an effective one, but it will make no significant change in the overall operational situation.
The exact number of planes to be transferred and when they will be put into action remains unknown. And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 12 o'clock. As a look at the headlines before we go, 5 overnight murders engaging the attention of police. The fire service offers life-saving advice for persons who are found choking. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services confirms the mother and 2 sons killed in a fire were clients. And the United States says yes to the transfer of some old F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. I'm Monica James. Stay with us. More news coming your way at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
News Center 5. Live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio.
Thank you very much for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Lots to cover, so let's get right to it. This big blob coming in. I know there's been a lot of attention elsewhere, but again, not taking my eye off the ball. Again, this is a concern to me for life-threatening flooding. There's the potential of that through the Eastern Caribbean. You see it yourself, and the potential that this does develop into a tropical storm over the next couple days. At the least, tropical storm conditions will be possible at times. Watching out for heavy rain, Barbados, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Grenada, Trinidad, and Tobago. This is going to work its way through the Caribbean. I want to cover that, and I want to cover what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico. Here's that other blob of rain and storms in the Bahamas. That'll cross over Florida, move into the Gulf. Forecast on that right on track. I want to get into that. Plus, we have Hillary out here, historic storm for parts of the southwest U.S. I'll cover that. The very latest models, the winds on all of these. I want to dive into the winds and the rain, plus what else is going on out there, a couple more strong tropical waves. So it is busy. We'll go step by step, and I'll take you through it. Again, here's the broader picture, areas of potential development, couple spots out here, those kind of on the back burner for now. This is a big concern to me. Everyone's been talking about everything else, but again, this right now, and you can see why. You may be having some heavy rain in spots, and I do expect further development out of this as it rolls through the Caribbean. That's going to bring heavier rain potentially to Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. So I want to get into that. And then, of course, what's going on in the Eastern Pacific. Here's that blob of rain that's going to work its way into the Gulf of Mexico. It could develop a little bit. I'll get into that in a second, watching Texas, Louisiana, Mexico. But look at this flare up. And this is what I've been talking about for a few days while everything else has been getting the attention. And again, you see that big area of some rain. Now, in the short term, the wind shear is way back here. Wind shear helps rip apart storms. We like wind shear this time of year, but it's this area here. There's not a ton of wind shear, and that's why it's getting a little bit better organized. So, and it is an area of investigation right now. They're running computer models on it. Behind the scenes, we're doing a lot of stuff to keep an eye on this, and I want to get into that further. My big concern is, again, the water temperatures. They are so warm. 30 degrees Celsius in spots. We're looking at upper 80s, low 90s Fahrenheit in some locations. So with low wind shear and very warm water, that's why this area has flared up, and it could develop even further. Now, models are a little bit split. This is no big deal, though. Overall, both the GFS, the American model, and the European model in the green here are both seeing some development out of this system as it works its way into the Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean, and then sliding across. Now, the American model brings up to the north a little bit more so. That would mean more rain, and the flood potential gets higher for Puerto Rico, for example. The European model, a little bit more to the west, and then drawing it back to the north, that would mean more rain for Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Either way, the system has yet to fully develop. So the models are going to have some slight differences, but this is not a big disagreement. Both are showing some signs of development, and I'm seeing that as well. So let me show you what we're seeing. Here's the American model. And again, I'll get into this in a moment. Here's what's going on. Again, that flood potential gets higher and higher today and tomorrow, watching Trinidad and Tobago up through Dominica for that highest chance of flooding. And you see it flaring up. Look at this. This is by tomorrow morning. There's your time frame to take you step by step. Look at all this rain, and where you see these brighter colors, the yellows and the oranges, that would be some heavier rain. In that, we're going to have some gusty winds. I'll get to the gusty winds in a moment. And then still by tomorrow evening, look at all this rain. Now, at this point, the models differ a little bit. American model will kind of want to bring the rain to the north. European model, a little bit more out into the Caribbean, trying to work its way into the central Caribbean. That's the difference. I'll keep an eye on that. But you see by Monday, by 5 o'clock, a flare-up of rainstorms. Even Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, over toward Saba, Statia, we could see some rain. U.S. and British Virgin Islands working its way into Puerto Rico. That flood threat will remain high. Now, the models have been, I don't just look at the models, they've been a little behind in this system overall. That's why I was giving you the heads up a couple days ago about this. So with that said, right now it's not showing it spinning up into a tropical storm. You see here by the time we get into 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but the models have been behind. Again, they've been playing catch up with this system. And I've been seeing it getting better organized. I've been seeing the environmental conditions getting more favorable, in the bad sense of the term, for development. So I am concerned it does become a tropical storm. American model, either way, brings a lot of rain. Regardless of if it becomes a named storm or not, we're going to see that high potential for flooding, potentially over toward Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. But again, it depends depends on how deep it gets into the Caribbean before it lifts to the north. And in Jamaica, if this were to continue to trek its way a little bit more off to the west, that could eventually bring some rain. But either way, a high rain event working its way into the Caribbean. As far as the winds are concerned, you see a little bit of white here. Occasionally, we could get some gusts around 80 kilometers an hour or 50 miles per hour. So anywhere from 56 to 80 kilometers an hour over the next couple of days, that would be 35 to 50 miles per hour. But as I mentioned, the models are a little bit behind. If this starts to wrap up sooner and tries to become a tropical depression or tropical storm, we could have some even gustier winds out of that. So we'll keep an eye on the wind outlook with that. But again, we could have some issues with power outages because of the rain. The rain itself, the flooding, impacts those power grids, and watching out for some of the gustier winds. So at least tropical storm like conditions moving into the Eastern Caribbean. Now, as far as the flood threat is concerned, this has really been popping out at me this morning. There is a ton of moisture with this tropical disturbance. So again, regardless of a name, just look at these brighter colors popping up over the next 3 days. Let me zoom down. As promised, I want to go island by island for you, and I'll get more specific over the next few videos, especially if this does develop. Now, Trinidad and Tobago, again, this is a computer model. Look at this white shading here, northern Venezuela right here. That would be 100 millimeters of rain or 4 inches of rain or higher. Now, again, this is a computer model, so it's not going to be exact. This rain could be a little bit more over here, could be up here, but either way, it is showing some the potential for some higher totals over 100 millimeters of rain. And we had a lot of rain a couple weeks ago in parts of Trinidad, and it's been kind of active. So we're going to watch out for that threat of flooding. Look at these bright colors. This is even off the chart. We've got this black shading showing up in spots in white. The black would be 150 millimeters of rain. The red would be even higher. So this is a big, big concern. Again, we haven't seen at least the potential of these totals yet this season. So over the next 3 days, not all at once, but over the next 3 days, we could have some spots in St. Lucia, St. Vincent the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados. Some of us could get near 150 millimeters of rain. That's half a foot of rain. That would lead to mudslides and, again, life-threatening flooding, especially at those river crossings. Now, this is going to be a wait and see. My friends in Puerto Rico, for example, I'll use us for example, Haiti, Dominican Republic. I need to see how this evolves because, again, some of the modeling takes this a little bit more to the west and then lifts it up toward Hispaniola. Others want to draw this moisture into Puerto Rico. So I'm giving you the early heads up. Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Please watch this system very carefully. Not that it's necessarily going to become a hurricane, but because there is a ton of rain with it. And wherever this ends up, we are going to see flooding. But again, I need a little more time just to see how this develops throughout the day to see kind of how this or where this does lift to the north. So life-threatening flooding is a high likelihood with this system. We're talking flash flooding, mudslides. Huge concern for me will be the river crossings. And with that, again, only 150 millimeters of water or half a foot of water can move a vehicle. So moving water that's about this tall, can actually wipe away a vehicle. So giving you that heads up, again, that is the power of water. And again, I was showing you those rain totals. They are the highest we've seen so far this season with a tropical system. And this is an unnamed system. Now, I'll get to this in a moment. Here's Hillary. Hillary, a very powerful system. Let me show you this as promised. This is that blob of rain near the Bahamas today. So my friends in the Bahamas, we'll have some street flooding around as we get toward northern and central Bahamas. Then some of this rain crosses over. Now, all on track with this. The track of this, the intensity with this as of now, it could develop a little bit. Now, tomorrow will be key. Tomorrow into early Monday. If this does develop, we would see signs of it on Monday. Clearly, it's going to be sitting over the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, my friends in Louisiana, we need to get some rain. Most of it looks like it's going to stay down to the south, what I was showing you yesterday and even the day before, and then kind of pivot its way back towards South Texas and then working its way into northeastern Mexico. Now, as far as the modeling goes, as far as the atmospheric conditions go, some development is possible. It would not be surprising for this to spin up into a tropical storm and then work its way inland into the South Texas coastline by the time we get into Tuesday. Either way, you can see some of the heavier rain that will be working in late Monday into Tuesday. And then whether or not it's a named storm, that rain continues to work in, misses a lot of my friends from Houston over toward Baton Rouge. Most of that rain will be staying down to the south. But water temperatures, you know how it is in the Gulf right now. very, very warm. So again, that could spin up into a tropical storm. But either way, as far as the track goes and the rain is concerned, again, working its way toward Texas and parts of Mexico. All right, here is the big blob right here. This is that will have the life-threatening flooding. This could become a tropical storm. That's why I led the video with this. Everyone's been kind of watching this, all this stuff out here. And of course, all eyes have been on Hillary. This is a big, big concern for me as it works its way into the Caribbean. Now, what's been happening overall with these waves out here? And again, I'll keep an eye on these. This one should stay out to sea. This one may develop a little bit, but what they've been doing is kind of parting the dry air. You can see the dry air in this orange shading up to the north or down to the south. So as these new tropical waves come off, there's not as much dry air, so it's more likely to develop. Development will be a higher possibility with the new tropical waves that will be coming off the coast. Now, the Atlantic side, the Atlantic Basin, the Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean has a separate set of lists than the Eastern Pacific. The next name on the list is Emily. I don't know which area will become Emily. I'm watching the Gulf of Mexico, as I just showed you. That area that's trying to develop, working into Barbados and St. Lucia now, down through Trinidad and Tobago. That could become Emily, or we'll just wait for something out there in the open waters of the Atlantic. But plenty of areas to watch. Now, here is Emily, a powerful hurricane at this point. Already, as I mentioned, you see that flare up right there and right there. I was mentioning this the last few days. It's a predecessor rain event. And I was cautioning with that. Again, the focus has been down here, but I kind of been looking at ahead of it, that there'd be a rain event at ahead of it. That's a problem because there's already rain working into parts of northern Mexico, swinging back toward the southwest U.S., while Hillary is way the heck down here. So we're already going to see flooding in spots before the heaviest batch of rain works in. Right now, as far as Hillary is concerned, you can see it again. It is a major hurricane. Winds right now at about 130 miles per hour. We've got the tropical storm warnings that are out for Southern California. For the first time on record, we have tropical storm warnings. Again, the Gulf of California is a mess. Again, staying off of the water, obviously, clearly. As we get into Sunday morning, that's when we'll have some of the heaviest weather working in to the northern Baja and then lifting up into California. So this will just progressively get worse, but especially tomorrow and tomorrow night. Southwest United States, some of the worst weather will work in as we get into tomorrow night. As far as the probability goes of sustained tropical storm force winds, there's at least a 50 to 60% chance in Southern California of sustained tropical storm force winds. That is rare to say the least. We've got a tropical storm that is going to work its way into California. While that is grabbing headlines, thinking of my friends in Mexico as well, mudslides will continue to be a potential. Very high seas over toward Cabo this morning. Models have been locked in. The American model has done the best job with this system. European model was trying to sweep this out into the Pacific just a few days ago. But again, the American model was insisting on this coming on shore, and that is going to be the case. So showing this to you, this is by later today. And as I mentioned, the rain at ahead of it, that is a major, major problem because the system, by the time we get into tomorrow morning, is still all the way down here. Again, tropical storm to hurricane conditions working their way into Baja California. And then this will lift up to the north and just spread the rain. Tijuana jumping over to San Diego, Los Angeles. Incredible amounts of rain. We're going to see life-threatening flash flooding, extreme flash flooding for parts of California, Nevada, and western sections of Arizona. This again by tomorrow morning, and then look what happens by the time we get into tomorrow evening. Heaviest weather works in. So the worst weather for extreme northwestern Mexico into California will be starting tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. That'll be the worst weather. A long duration event, though, as I mentioned, there's that rain that's already out ahead of it. That rain just continuing to work up the 5, and you see it here. These brighter colors showing that heavier rain by the time we get into tomorrow night, and that continues to filter in and lift to the north. Las Vegas, some heavier rain. And again, western sections of Arizona will see that rain lifting all the way up to the north. We could see a year or two worth of rain just over the next 3 days in this area. Look at these winds. This red shading here and that yellow shading, those are some of the strongest winds, really hurricane force winds right in there where you're looking at the red, 110 kilometers an hour, 70 miles per hour, 74 would make it, would be those hurricane force winds plus. And you see those winds, a little bit of green as well, 125 miles per hour. There will be weakening. We've got the land interaction and the cooler water, so it is going to weaken. And then the rain will be the big issue with the mudslides and landslides, life-threatening flash flooding Mexico, and then lifting as we work our way back into California. As far as the winds go, very strong winds again tomorrow morning in parts of Mexico, and then it lifts to the north. The wind field, as these systems weaken, the wind field, weakens some, but it actually spreads out. Look at this white shading working its way all the way into Arizona. That white shading are winds of 50 miles per hour. And you can see that working its way into Southern California and lifting to the north by the time we get into tomorrow night. Again, late tomorrow night, that's when we're going to have some of the worst weather. Winds will be coming in out of the south. So you have the flooding, you've got that rain event, the water event with this, and then you've got those winds that will be strong. And look at some of these rain totals again. Look at this black shading here into northwestern Mexico into California. That's 150 millimeters of rain or 6 inches of rain. We'll see upwards of about 200 millimeters of rain. That would be 8 inches of rain plus. We're going to see a few spots around a foot of rain. In Southern California, even into Nevada, we could get some spots that get a foot of rain. Again, a couple years worth of rain could happen in just one event. And the name on the list we're looking at now is Hillary. The next name on the list after that is Irwin. But again, all eyes on Hillary as we work our way out there. So let me get you to some of the forecast. Again, Barbados, high concern for flooding today and tomorrow as this system is trying to develop in the Eastern Caribbean. St. Lucia, same thing. Prepare for some flooding nearby. Heavy rain. Keep me posted in the comments. Trinidad and Tobago, an 80% chance today, a 70% chance for tomorrow. Working our way into Grenada. Again, leading with these locations. These locations have the highest threat of flooding as we go over the next 2 to 3 days with this new tropical system moving in. Again, an unnamed system for now, but this is going to cause the flooding. There's no doubt about that. Today and tomorrow, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that high chance of rain working in. Jamaica, 50 to 60% chance as we go throughout the weekend. As we get back toward the Bahamas, again, we have some of the rain now. That's the rain that is going to shift to Florida and then into the Gulf and then eventually over to Texas. Belize isolated this weekend, a 30% chance, a 50% chance on Monday. Cayman Islands, about a 50% chance of scattered showers and storms, and a 40 to 50% chance over the next 3 days. Turks and Caicos, most of the rain is up to the north over by the northern Bahamas as that system works its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Guadeloupe, again, we're going to be on the edge of things over toward Guadeloupe with a lot of heavy rain just to the south, but I'll keep an eye on how close it gets. Dominica, so Guadeloupe, Dominica, Martinique, we're on the northern end of this big blob of rain that is moving in. So I'll keep a very close eye on you. See Martinique, that rain chance gets even higher tonight and tomorrow. Looking at for that flood threat as well tonight. Now, Puerto Rico, down the road, I need to see when this system curls up to the north to know exactly how much rain we're going to get in Puerto Rico, in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Rain chance should increase on Monday either way. But again, I need a little more time to see how this system develops. Same thing in Haiti, in the Dominican Republic. If this stays in the Caribbean a little bit longer, it may shift over toward Haiti and the Dominican Republic and bring intense amounts of rain starting late tomorrow into early next week. St. Kitts and Nevis over toward Montserrat, rain chance at about 50%, 30 to 40% chance. Antigua and Barbuda the next couple days, 30 to 40% chance. My friends in Anguilla, and again, that rain chance could be even higher. Anguilla, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Martin, Saint Eustatia. It really hinges on how this system develops today. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, again, most of that rain stays away. Limited 20% chance. We have a high chance of rain today, tomorrow, and Monday as we work our way into Costa Rica and Panama. In northern Venezuela, 30 to 40% chance of rain. 50% chance today in Guyana, 40% chance tomorrow, 30% chance today in Suriname, 20% chance for tomorrow. So again, what's going on in the Caribbean has great attention of mine. This Caribbean system is trying to develop regardless major areas of flooding. I showed you those rain totals. We'll get some gusty winds as well. Watching out for mudslides. Please leave your location and what you're seeing out there over the next couple days in the comments as we build this weather community. That's what this channel is for. And then again, watching many more areas, Gulf of Mexico, watching Hillary, watching those waves out there in the tropical Atlantic. The next name on the list in the Atlantic side, that is Emily. So again, lots of rain. I'm watching it 24/7 for you. Got you covered with this system and other systems out there. Please be safe. Use caution at those river crossings. I will keep you posted. Thank you for subscribing. Have a good rest of your day.
See me,
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me, woman say they want feel me, promoter say they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman say they want feel me, promoter say they need me. To mash up the place, rip up the place, so come music and steal. The power reveal me. Some woman say they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, so long you not, so long you not, so long you not see me. So long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. I miss every grenade yard and all.
So it is to you, sensible and sober people, turn the defense force, the police service, law enforcement in a civilized society. You all are the ones who are trained, do not even need a license to carry a firearm. By virtue of the nature of your work, you are allowed to have them without license. You understand what the legal requirements are. You understand the terms of our Constitution, and you are best able to protect us from criminality. So, having interfaced with the IATF and an appreciation for what you do, having interfaced with the Police Transit Unit and understanding the critical role that they play as well, every police officer will tell us, quite obviously, that the roads are a very important component of the scenario, and they are necessary for people to move from one place to the next, especially, and of course, if they are moving with illegal items to get from one place to the next. Management and control of the roads, very, very important. And the police transit unit, the transit unit, they are responsible for some of the public thoroughfares and the transit hubs around Trinidad and Tobago. And that didn't come by chance. That came as a result of an upsurge in attacks on passengers using that main thoroughfare that we call the bus route from Port of Spain to Arima. There was a time, it still happens, but not as frequently, when you would hear almost daily, they stick up a maxi, fellas jump on a maxi one place when they're coming off, they rob everybody in the maxi, they're gone. They assault maxi driver. make the taxi driver go somewhere off route at the barrel of a gun, at the transit hubs where thousands of people gather, thousands of people pass. In this world of terrorism, you need to keep a watch on the places that are used in those circumstances. The transit unit, therefore, plays a very critical role and provides great support. As I told elements of the transit unit recently, I think it was a couple of days ago, I was with them, that when the transit unit operates and operates effectively and efficiently, the Commissioner of Police can know that that estate is well managed, well taken care of, and I really don't have to expend particular resources necessarily to deal with it. Critical. And therefore, the transit unit came into the operation. As a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I take a look at the television from time to time, and in particular, I pay some attention to the program carried on by Mr. Alexander and others of a media house. Beyond the tape, and I would see on at least 3 occasions officers of your Port of Spain Division task force in operation on the road. And as a whole police, recognizing good police work, I took note of a particular officer among them who carried out his duty in a way that suggested to me as a lawyer, wearing my lawyer's hat, that this was a man who understood what was required in the judge's rules and in police regulations and standing orders. And I would hear him going through the paces with members of the public in a most dignified, professional, but firm manner. Everything about him suggested that he was in control of himself, of his troops, and this situation. And I could not help but admire that. As a consequence, Madam Commissioner, I inquired about that particular officer of the Port of Spain Division Task Force, and having observed a couple incidents where he was, by virtue of his professionalism, able to detect serious offenses and to prosecute them, we, having looked at this, felt sufficiently inspired, impressed, confident of the future to have asked his then senior superintendent, Mr. Alexander, to present some facts around him. And he too is one of the awardees here today. Then I would learn, much to the CDS's pride and joy, that the man of whom I speak had a background in the institution of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. So the CDS is now equally proud.
This commendee comes out of the Police Service Port of Spain Division. Corporal Alester Williams continues to be an asset to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. His approach to the job, his firm, clear, and courteous disposition to the members of the public and his team, as well as his ability to cope with the demands of the profession in a consistently professional manner, epitomizes a model police officer. His conduct and activities have displayed a personality which can be described as uniquely sound. He can be easily accredited to being a serious-minded, focused individual who demonstrates positive sense of self-awareness and diligence. On April 9th, 2013, Corporal Williams of the Port of Spain Divisional Task Force supervised the team to an exercise entitled Operation Easter Strike. Several warrants were executed and homes searched for narcotics, as well as firearms and ammunitions, which resulted in 35 rounds of assorted ammunition being discovered. Corporal Williams. Corporal Kwesi Ned. You were recently elevated to the rank of police corporal having served as a transit police constable from 2015 to 2022. You have consistently displayed exceptional leadership skills, which have contributed to the successful apprehension and conviction of several individuals involved in criminal activities. Your ability to complete delegated tasks ahead of schedule and above the required standard has been instrumental in achieving positive outcomes in crime prevention and law enforcement efforts. Corporal Ned. Next, PC Joseph Gill. In recognition of your excellent performance in 2022, you have shown exceptional commitment to upholding the law and ensuring public safety. Your ability to collaborate effectively with other law enforcement agencies, as well as your meticulous attention to detail, have been instrumental in achieving successful outcomes in challenging investigations. Your efforts have not only resulted in arrests and convictions, but also have contributed to a safer environment for all. Mr. Gill. WPC Kizzy Muddy. Am I pronouncing that right, ma'am? Moody, okay. You have made exceptional contributions in the field of crime fighting. Your dedication and perseverance have assisted in the successful arrests and convictions of several individuals involved in criminal activities during your short but eventful career in the Transit Police Unit. Your tireless efforts have resulted in a significant blow to criminal activities and have ensured the safety of the communities you serve. For excellent performance in 2022, WPC Kissy Moody. Staff Sergeant Kevon Jones has been nominated for his leadership and dedication to duty. As the senior non-commissioned officer in charge of the IATF Engineer Detachment, it is noted that when called upon, Staff Sergeant Jones has always responded in a timely basis and execute the given task efficiently and effectively. Additionally, Staff Sergeant Jones provides valuable feedback as is a motivation for his peers and subordinates, which contributes to the successful completion of his tasks. This senior non-commissioned officer performs to the highest standard at every IATF installation where he has been placed for duty. His dedication to duty greatly contributes to the operational effectiveness of the IATF. Staff Sergeant Kevon Jones. Assistant Superintendent of Police Danraj Ramasa has been attached to the Interagency Task Force for just over 3 years. He has been a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for the past 33 years, with most of his policing career being spent at MOPS, the counter-terrorism arm of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. During his time at the IATF, ASP Ramasa has coordinated numerous exercises which resulted in the arrest of many criminal offenders, including gang leaders, and the seizure of several firearms and rounds of ammunition. He was responsible for the conceptualizing and execution of several training workshops in an effort to educate junior officers on recent amendments to various laws and criminal procedures. He continues to be a very great motivator and a role model of his colleagues, commended for dedication to duty. in appreciation of his leadership, dedication, and commitment to the IATF, and by extension, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Mr. Ramasa. Acting Assistant Commissioner of Police, Oswin Subero. Congratulations, sir. Continues to exemplify strong leadership and dedication as he serves as the head of both the Interagency Task Force and National Operation Task Force. His enthusiasm and commitment to community service has resulted in the conceptualization and successful execution of several community initiatives within the Port of Spain and Laventille areas. He continues to be a great motivator within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. His steadfast commitment to duty serves as an exemplary model throughout the communities he continues to be in service of and on a national level. Commended for dedication to duty, in appreciation of his leadership, dedication, and commitment to the IATF, and by extension the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, my friend, Oswin Subero.
See me, Ew. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, woman say they want feel me, promoter say they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear. So long you don't see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, at the forefront of sustainable energy.
I always say my mission is to spread the waste management gospel like warm peanut butter. Just to have it everywhere so all the people can see. Everything I do comes from a simple mission to see my country clean. Understand that you have the power within you to make a small step to change. In 1992, I was 10 years old, and my father took us to the beach in Sagarama. And as soon as I dove into the water, a loaded diaper struck me in my face. One, I couldn't understand why people were so nasty. I knew that I wanted to do something about it. I didn't know what it would materialize into now, but it really spurred my love of waste and the environment. SIAL Environmental is a social enterprise that specializes in waste management education and training. Our mission is to transform the way you think and act towards waste. First is our waste education and literacy program for children and youth. Our second bucket are waste management courses and training. And finally, we do consultancy and staff engagement with commercial entities, with individuals, because we really want to help them set up the right waste system. I really believe in the kind of work that I'm doing as a social entrepreneur. So we just are about to launch our food waste efficiency program to really allow businesses to understand the importance, as I say, the 3 M's, to measure, monitor, and manage their food waste. And we're just about to launch our social and green entrepreneurship toolkit. So if you have a green idea and you really want help in fleshing it out, that toolkit is perfect for you. In addition to all of that, we've launched our flagship book. It's called Kai's Magical Adventures, Where the Garbage Goes, a beautifully illustrated picture book answering the question, what happens to the things after I throw them away? What else can I do with it? Right now, the book is sold out in all bookstores. Woohoo! But you can still get copies directly from me. It's also available on Amazon. I think it's important for the future generation to understand the importance of protecting the environment. I remember giving a lecture about littering, and a 6-year-old said, Miss, littering is bad because it could affect global warming. I was like, how you even know about global warming? You're 6! But it's important that they understand that the future belongs to them, that their part is valuable, their voice is valuable. So in May of this year, of 2023, Sahel Environmental was invited to be a part of the Change Now Summit in Paris, France. The Change Now Summit is referred to as the largest gathering of solutions for the planet. I have never been a part of any conference, summit activity that was just focused on the environment. This year we were the only Caribbean country represented, but it's the first time that an organization from Trinidad and Tobago was selected. I feel like a bite of chili. The last day was the pitch event. So I was in front of a jury of my peers, of investors, of media, of interested parties, just sharing about what Sahel does. I always say my mission is to spread the waste management gospel like warm peanut butter. Just to have it everywhere so all the people can see. Everything I do comes from a simple mission to see my country clean. So one of the things I firstly encourage people to do in taking their small step is to educate yourself and empower yourself, embolden yourself to continue to do your part. And you may find that you're already making a small step to change.
This is a production of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, at the forefront of sustainable energy. This is a production of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, at the forefront of sustainable energy.
My work today, that I am coming here to set a seedling or to plant a seedling in the ground, is channel in the course of tomorrow, in the next few weeks when this is harvested, it's coming into your home and it's going to add towards the nutritional status of your stethoscope in life. So the importance of growing your food is number one, you would be able to sustain yourself and create what we call self-sustainability for you and your family. You guys can rise up in the fight of creating sustainability, not just for yourself, not just for your family, not just for your community, but also for your country. I would have got involved in farming in secondary school. So everything the teacher would have taught in the classroom, I would have gone home, practiced, try, and it would have been very successful. At the hospital, I'm a nutrition and dietetic aide, and we have a very special project that I am a part of. It's my work also, where we try to sustain ourselves by planting our very own food, and nothing goes external. Everything comes right back to the hospital. So I believe in the next few years to come, we could look out for something very, very great coming out of the RHA. And it's something that we are spearheading. It's something that is going to change the course of sustainability at our regional health authorities level. And you guys should really be holding on to your chairs in high anticipation for what's to come. So A&J's Fresh Produce contributes to the environment in a few and a number of ways. We are actually involved in agriculture. So it's not to say that we are an organization that only buys produce. We are actively involved in planting our produce. And we don't just plant short crops alone. You know, we are actively involved in expanding our project in the next year, year and a half. You know, as being one of the students enrolled in the YAP program, successful completion warrants 2 acres of land. And I intend to do a lot of long-term crops, mainly like avocados and stuff. My workshops and motivational speaking is geared at utilizing my personal life experiences and how it transcends into the real world. So I would utilize the form of my NGO, which is Reach Them Before We Lose Them, to tie that in with the reality of what I face on a day-to-day basis, you know. So my work today, that I am coming here to set a seedling or to plant a seedling in the ground, is channeling the course of tomorrow, because in the next few weeks when this is harvested, it's coming into your home. It's going to make you more healthy. It's going to benefit you. It's going to give you the right nutritional value that you need as a person. So my work today has a goal. My work today has an objective to bring you the highest quality of vegetation as possible. So a general message to all my Trinbagonian people, you guys can rise up in the fight of creating sustainability, not just for yourself, not just for your family, not just for your community, but also for your country. Don't always think about planting today and harvesting tomorrow. Think long term, think futuristic, think sustainability. Sustainability means being around for generations. How nice it would be that you could plant a mango tree now and your grandchildren or your children to come could pick the fruits of it in the next 10 years. So think about long-term benefits and join the fight in creating a more sustainable Trinidad and Tobago and a better preserved natural environment for both you and I to enjoy. Make one small step to change.
This is a production of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, at the forefront of sustainable energy.
With a smile on your face, when you're moving from place to place.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, woman say they want feel me, promoter say they need me, to mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my friends together at one location. I swear.
When you're moving from place to place. Good morning, good morning, morning. Good morning, morning.
Welcome back to the morning show on Tobago Updates. I am Adana Kundi, and we're in studio this morning with Mr. John Prokop, and he is an environmental activist, and we're talking about his swim, his continued swim from Tobago to Trinidad to be continued. Good morning and welcome to our show this morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am very well, thanks.
Right. So we're talking about your swim. You know, your swim from Tobago to Trinidad to be continued. What does this mean? Give us a little recap of what has happened and why we're swimming from Tobago to Trinidad and stuff like that.
Well, I came on the program and talked about doing the swim. All the preparations went well, and we were very, very lucky to get a break in the weather window just one day after the swim was actually planned for. So we went out and tested the strength of the current and found that we had a period that was fairly gentle in comparison to the days that were to come. And so we took advantage of it. And I have to say that everything went really, really well. I'm really pleased with how the swim went. We didn't make it all the way to Trinidad, unfortunately, because we met the North Guyana equatorial current, and that stopped me in my tracks. However, we started off from Granby Point at about 3:30 in the morning, and everything went great for 23 miles. We even saw dolphins. So it was a really, really fun experience. And I had 3 support boats and 16 people supporting me out on the sea from the night into the day. And everyone had a great time, and we all got back safe and sound. So I consider it to be a success.
Right, but 3 a.m.
Yes.
in the waters, what was it like?
Ooh, it's a good thing that I had Johnny Walker with me, my very good friend. He's a free diver, among many other things. He's what you would call a marine specialist. And he was in the water with me every stroke of the way while it was dark. So I didn't have to worry about anything, and I could keep my mind focused on swimming properly, my swim technique. And I had a line with glow sticks attached to it so that I could see, you know, exactly where I was going. But yeah.
Right,
really
so
good.
remind our viewers, for the viewers who didn't look at the first part of the interview, remind us what is the purpose and the intention behind this swim? What drove you to take on this swim?
Oh gosh, it's been a dream for a long time. I've been swimming for a while. So it first came about when I heard the legend of the slave who escaped his captors from a plantation in Tobago and made it across the channel to Trinidad. And that, of course, happened because slavery was abolished in Trinidad before it was abolished in Tobago. Other than that, I've been training for this swim for a long time, and I wanted to increase awareness of the devastating effects of climate change and pollution and overfishing on our oceans and our marine environment, which is so important to a small island state like Trinidad and Tobago in particular. And I also wanted to highlight the need for the corporations and the government of Trinidad and Tobago to support learn to swim programs nationwide, as well as supporting our athletes when they are representing our country in sporting endeavors such as the swim and triathlons, etc.
Right, there are 2 things you mentioned that I want to talk a little bit more about. You said the importance of overfishing.
Yes.
Right? Tell us a little bit more about that, because some people will argue that, well, fishing is a means of providing food for us and also income. But you're saying that there must be some type of balance, is what you're saying?
Absolutely. I operate a sustainable seafood business, and I am also involved in the Tobago lionfish eradication project. So fishing that we do in Tobago is not what you would call overfishing. Overfishing is industrial fishing. Those very large long line of boats that come and fish in our waters, those are the vessels that we're sort of referring to when we're talking about overfishing. The subsistence fishing that takes place from small fisher folk from Tobago is not what we would consider overfishing.
So are we running a steady ship in terms of our fishing here?
We are, although we do need to tighten up our standards and procedures. We have all of the rules and regulations, and they're not necessarily adhered to and followed. But there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think that the marine industry, the fishing industry, needs to be rehabilitated so that we will have fish for generations to come. And the reason that I'm involved in lionfish eradication is because these are an invasive alien species. And so I encourage everybody to go out and eat as much lionfish as possible.
Right. Also, you mentioned about pollution, right? That is something that we really need to pay a lot of attention to, because I know it has been an issue for a very long time and it continues to be an issue. But I've seen where there have been initiatives where there's some cleanup, where sensitization is done. So, of course, we need to continue with the sensitization of pollution.
Yes. And of course, recycling is very important. And I have to say that I'm very glad to see that we are doing recycling initiatives in Tobago.
That's
This
right.
is very important because there's so much plastic in the ocean, and eventually we get the plastic back in the fish that we eat. So it's a cycle, and we really need to be aware of how connected we all are, you know.
Right. Yes, and also I want to talk about, you said that the government needs to provide more training, and that people need to be as simple as I am. I don't think I'm a professional swimmer. I don't even think I'm a basic standard swimmer. So that is also a good investment to make for people, especially people who are living on an island that is surrounded by water.
Absolutely. I mean, your ability to swim saves lives, and also allows you to enjoy the marine environment and make the connection that you need to make in order to appreciate it and to protect it and conserve it for generations to come.
And also to embark on initiatives like you did, you know, because if you don't have the skills to go swimming, there's no way you would attempt that type of feat, you know. And I'm really happy to hear that you attempted it and that you were inspired in the way that you were inspired to take on this swim, and that you had all the support. So tell us a little bit more about the actual support system that you had, because you did mention one of your friends being there, who's a diver. And of course, I'm sure that your support network would have been a little bit bigger as well to provide all the necessary, you know, support you need to make that trek from Trinidad to as far as you could, considering all things in terms of the current and stuff like that.
Well, the success of the swim was depending completely on my support team, who came together like a family. 16 people who were out there with me through the night and into the day. And
there you are.
There I am. Yeah. And, you know, there were 3 boats. And one of the boats is called Survival. And they're from Barbados Bay at Studley Park. We began at Granby Point. So we began on their home grounds. Another boat was Predator. And another boat was On the Mark. And, you know, it took a massive effort. And I'm so grateful to all of the people who stayed with me, supported me for those hours that we were out there on the ocean. And I tell you, I could not have done it without them. And this is really a credit to that team of people who pulled together with one objective to make sure that they had my back. All I had to do, I had the easy part. I just had to go left stroke, right stroke, and just keep swimming and never give up.
Right. And 23 miles you swam for.
Yes, 23 miles. It was a huge swim. And I felt very good when I completed it. And I think that
this is you here training. So guys, we want to reiterate that John is a professional swimmer. He's been swimming off camera. He told me he started diving at the age of 11. So he is seasoned, right?
I have to say, I'm a professional scuba diver, but I am a competitive swimmer.
So
I'm very proud to say that I represent the Tobago Aqua Warriors swim team, who are based at the YMCA pool in Black Rock, Tobago. And it is in very large part due to the tutelage and the caring of coaches Rochelle Pear and Mosey Denoon that I have been able to pull off a swim like this. And I have to also thank all of our dedicated sponsors, of course. And without them, this also would not be possible.
Right. This is really exciting stuff. And again, I want to reiterate that a lot of training, a lot of thought and strategy and planning went into this. So this is not something you just jump into the water and decide, okay, I'm going to swim from Tobago to Trinidad or Trinidad to Tobago. There's planning. You have to look at the weather conditions. You have to study the currents and all these things had to be put into place. And this is why you had to have this team, right?
Absolutely.
To work together with you to ensure the safest possible environment for this to take place.
Absolutely.
Right. And, I too want to say thank you for the sponsors for us to have this experience with you.
Yes.
It's not just your thing. We're happy that we were part of this, that we could see the footage and the distance that you covered there. And I'm really happy to hear about your story and what has inspired you and the community that you've built around yourself to ensure this swim would happen. John, thank you so much for being on the program with us this morning and sharing your experience. And we thank you so much to your sponsors and your partners and the persons who teamed up with you to make this happen.
Yeah.
And we wish you all the best in the future on your future endeavors.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure being on board the show. And I had a wonderful time in the interview. So great.
Happy to hear it.
I'm looking forward to many other swims in the future. I'm not exactly sure what will be next, but I'll keep you guys informed.
Thank you. We look forward to it. We look forward to it. Guys, we've been speaking to John Prokop. And of course, we're going to take a break before we continue with our program today. I am Adana Kambi, and I'm asking you to share the live, share the live, share the live. We'll be back.
Greetings and welcome to In Depth. I'm DK Roster.
Everybody may say I'm mad, but one day Africa will be living under one flag. The more Africans they come down, it's the more Africans we come. The more warriors that they kill, it's the more they see coming. They kill Kulu, they kill Mali, they kill Ashanti, they kill Benin, they kill Asando, they kill Togo. The more Africans that they come down. Yes, them have the gun, them have the bomb. Yes, they're making all the nuclear weapons. And if it's one thing I know that I could bet, Africans never invent no bombers yet. But then cows come with all the bad. When they reach Africa, the weapon become a scrapyard. Like they won't believe the words of the old witch doctor when he said that Africa shall never be conquered. The more Africans they come down, it's the more Africans we come. The more warriors that they kill, it's the more they see coming. They kill Zulu, they kill Zulu, they kill Ashanti, they kill Wasili, they kill Yoruba, they kill Tonga, they kill Wasili, they kill Zulu, they kill Ashanti.
Radio Trinidad and Tobago at the forefront of sustainable energy.
Diving is a lot more than just going under and seeing fishes. You can make an actual change and difference.
The environment is our only home, so we should preserve it so that we can use it and other future generations can enjoy it as well. We take small steps to create a larger impact.
When you bite off more than you can chew, it can seem like a lot and you just would want to abandon the whole thing. The small steps will add up and become big outcomes.
I am one of the first members of the Scuba Diving Club, started in Form 3, 2016. The club does environmental work and conservation work, one by lion fishing, beach cleanups, and general awareness. Our club reached out to our community and even students, neighboring schools. We invite them over sometimes for seminars based on plastics or turtles or reefs or basic general information about of the environment and the marine ecosystem, and the importance of removing plastics and keeping it clean is so important to us. Joining the club with the idea of just diving in mind, I learned a lot more that diving is a lot more than just going under and seeing fishes. You can make an actual change and difference by if it's doing cleanups under the water. So we have a unique I would say ability to clean up where most people can't. Our jackets, they come fitted with pockets. So you could slip something in your pocket, and when you dive over, we empty it out and recycle it.
Being a part of the club is so amazing, it's fantastic. You get to go to Tobago, travel, you go to the beach, whatnot. And then you also learn about reefs, the environment, conservation part. You become more aware of your actions and the effects they have on the environment, as well as other people. So you start to educate yourself and, by extension, your family and society on what their actions does to the environment. With the recycling program, each classroom has a recycling bin for plastic bottles for each student, and then they're all gathered and placed into the final collection bin in the school for a larger impact.
Due to climate change, it's been said that it encourages a lot of invasive species to move in. So the lionfish is one of them. So they eat juvenile fishes on the reef. The reef is like a daycare for baby fish. So before they can go out into the water and be grown, they have to stay within the reef so they can hide. But the lionfish now stay within the reef and eat them before they get a chance. So they're very invasive and they multiply quickly. So we try to make it a practice when the boys are certified enough and well experienced to take on hunting trips where we catch and cook lionfish. It tastes a lot like chicken. Currently, the club is over 100 members, and I think it's really amazing that a club with this size and different age group of boys could come together for one common cause, which is change and conservation.
We take small steps to create a larger impact. For example, the scuba diving part of the club, we start off with open water certification, then move on to the advanced level, and those give you the skill to be able to participate in the lionfish hunting derbies and so on.
I think the importance of taking that small step is to keep that step small and attainable, because when you bite off more than you can chew, it can seem like a lot and you just would want to abandon the whole thing. The small steps will add up and become big outcomes.
The work we are doing today impacts tomorrow by being the change and enforcing the change and leaving room for others to follow and make it even better.
This is a production of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, at the forefront of sustainable energy.
Greetings and welcome to In Depth. I'm DK Roster. We are speaking about more than birds and bees with biodiversity specialist Dr. Lena Dempelwolf. It is time to talk about pollinators and their importance. Welcome, Dr. Dempelwolf. Thank you so much for joining us. I started off a bit cheekily, but at the same time, let's begin with a definition of pollinators. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. Pollinators, in a very simple way, are animals that go back and forth between flowers and carry pollen from the male parts of the flower to the female parts of the flower. That can happen between flowers on the same plant or flowers on a different plant. And that is necessary to facilitate the production of fruit and so on, so that the plant can reproduce.
And is this a matter of having specific pollinators for specific flowers, or some like one type of flower more than others? Because I can imagine if one pollinator tries to visit everybody, it makes a little less sense in terms of for that specific plant or flower to become pollinated.
Yes, so it depends. Some pollinators are generalists, so they visit a whole wide range of flowers. So for instance, the honeybees that we know and love and get the honey from, and propolis and wax and so on, they are called super generalists because they visit almost every flower. But there's some that are also highly specific. So for example, orchid bees go and visit orchids, but mostly the males because they collect the scents to impress the females. So different types of pollinators are good for different types of plants. For example, avocado trees are largely pollinated by a type of stingless bee and so on. So it depends. Some, there's a very narrow niche and definition of what a pollinator is for that plant, and in some it can be visited by a lot of different organisms.
So how do you go around finding out, okay, well, this one is good for this is a super generalist, or is it that people do the work and people build upon the studies that have gone before? And I also want to ask, why should we care if we want to be a little crass about it?
Okay, so let me go with the why should we care first. That's the easier one. the vast majority of our food production, not just in terms of quantity of food, but also quality of food, depends on pollinators. While there are a lot of foods out there that are wind pollinated, what has happened over time is that we are now propagating more and more plants that require insect pollination or animal pollination, I should say, on a whole, because birds and bats and so on also pollinate. But the quality is also affected. The quality of the fruits are considerably higher once they're pollinated by animals than in any other way, shape, or form. So if pollinators were to disappear, we wouldn't only face a shortage of food, but also a shortage of nutrition. For example, lots of crops that are producing vitamin A are animal pollinated. And if they were to disappear, then there would be a nutrition shortage in that area as well. So we should care. But also, aside from the food, pollinators also really pollinate native plants, native trees. So anything that you benefit from in terms of going to the beach, for instance, or going on a hike, or just looking out of your window into your garden, all of that is there because of the pollinators supporting that. How do we know if something is a specific pollinator for something? That's a little more tricky. So it's easy to observe something visiting a flower, but whether it's actually a pollinator or not depends on a lot of different things. The pollinator has to be able to carry sufficient amounts of pollen grains, and the pollen grains have to be in the right spots. If the pollen grains are manipulated in some way or shape or form, so for example, bees that are social, like honeybees, they chew the pollen and stick them to their legs, that then is no longer good for pollination. So the manipulation matters, how far the pollinator is able to fly matters, the density of the plant matters. So there are a lot of different factors that go into that. And yes, it is research building on research and building on research. So that's a very technical thing. The way that people can contribute to this, though, is simply by starting with observations. So in Trinidad and Tobago, we have very little data on the pollinators that we have here. Part of the NGCTT project that we're currently running was involved and working together with Jeff SGP and with the Trinidad and Tobago Field Naturalist Club to do a bee survey and identify bees. So we're starting to kind of get a bit of a better idea of what we have, but it's really just a baseline survey in very limited areas. What we encourage people to do is take pictures. If you see anything sitting on a flower, take a picture of it. There's an app called iNaturalist. Upload the picture. An expert will tell you what it is, and you can join our project, and that will then add to the general data that we have on flower visitation and pollinators so far.
And you have me going down a trippy rabbit hole, Dr. Damper Wolf, in the sense that I still want to come back and ask you to expand a little more on pollinators improving the quality of our food. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So even though in some places, because there have been pollinator shortages, so in some countries, hand pollination has been employed. So people's jobs is actually to go around with a paintbrush and take pollen off of one flower and brush it onto another flower. That produces fruit, but the quality of the fruit is not nearly as high as if the animals that originally co-evolved with the plants are doing the pollination. So even though humans can do some of the pollination, the quality of the fruit is not as high. And that has been proven over and over again. So the watermelon isn't as sweet and as nutritious, for example. That's one aspect. But also, if the pollinators are not there for certain types of crops that produce certain types of vitamins or minerals and whatnot, then we're just not going to get those fruits and vegetables, and that's going to result in us just not having these things and making it more difficult for us to access the food.
I like the fact that you talk about that coevolution. It makes me want to ask, is it a matter of having the plant first or the pollinator first? Or let me ask it differently. If I grow so like you're talking about avocados. So if I grow 3 or 4 avocado trees around wherever I am, do I expect to see more stingless bees?
Right. So, I mean, evolution in its nature, it's a long process and takes a long time. The first known pollinators were thought to be beetles. And they may have been feeding on the pollen, and over time that relationship just developed and was so beneficial to the plant by the beetles carrying the pollen around that that relationship has become more established, and different types of organisms started feeding on the plants because the plants started producing more and more of the type of pollen that the animals would find nutritious and are attracted to. So that's that. But yes, if you're planting more plants that attract pollinators, you will see more of them in your area. The stingless bees, for instance, that's a group of bees that produces honey, and in much smaller quantities though, but it's also used for medicinal purposes. And that's also something we're trying to encourage. It's something that has been traditionally done in Trinidad and Tobago, but has sort of declined in popularity over time. So we're trying to encourage people to keep more stingless bees, especially because they're very good for our local plant species and some agricultural ones. So for instance, avocados. We've been told of bumper crops of avocados once you have a certain type of stingless bee, the Frisiumilita around. So if you do plant certain plants, you will attract the pollinators, but what they need besides the food is also the habitat. So things like leaving logs around, leaving some leaf litter on some areas, not cutting your grasses frequently, or maybe having some areas in your yard that you can keep wild, not the whole thing, or planting some specific plants that they like. All of those things help attract pollinators and help support. You wouldn't believe how useful it is to have a small pollinator garden in your yard for these animals, especially if you have, it doesn't matter what scale it's at. It could be small, it could be large. You can adjust it to what suits your needs and what suits your yard, but it makes an incredible difference for pollination on a whole, because the pollinators that you have there are not only pollinating your flowers, they will also go to the neighbors and to the agricultural fields nearby and just contribute to food production and maintaining biodiversity on a whole.
And I'm appreciating you on this conversation, Dr. Dempowolf. I'm imagining it's not an excuse the next time somebody tell me, hey, that grass look like it's time to cut. I said, no, man, I'm encouraging pollinators. But we actually take a short break. Yeah. We will return with more. We are speaking with biodiversity specialist, Dr. Lena Dempowolf. Stay with us. We'll return with more. Welcome back. We are speaking with biodiversity specialist, Dr. Lena Dempowolf, and we went through the first half of the conversation. Yes, you alluded to it, but we didn't get an overview of BestNet-TT, so we do that now. Thank you.
Sure. So currently, the Ministry of Planning and Development, in conjunction with UNDP, is executing the BestNet-TT project. We were fortunate enough to receive funding from BestNet, which is a global organization, to conduct a project on pollinators. So it started in 2021, and we are wrapping up this year, at the end of the year. And our focus is improving the science, policy, and practice surrounding pollinators and their management. So we are doing several research activities. So as I mentioned before, we are doing a bee survey. We are supporting seagrass pollination research. There has been some work done on bat pollination. We're creating a pollinator catalog. Those are just some of the activities. And under the policy component, we have a theory of change workshop coming up, and we will be doing more things in that area. And we've had lots of outreach activities going on, a workshop series teaching people about stingless beekeeping and other aspects. And we are also creating materials for primary and secondary school use that can fit into the syllabus. So there's lots of stuff going on in those areas.
But when you talk about getting some of that information, and it carries me back to the iNaturalist app. When you send that picture in, is it logged somewhere that the project can avail itself of the information also? Or does that just go out and the person gets the information and the dots don't connect?
Yes, so on iNaturalist, it's a website and it's an app. And on iNaturalist, you create a user profile, and you can then join certain projects. So we have a project on there called Pollinators and Pests of Trinidad and Tobago, which you can join. And once you join the project and then you upload your picture and your observation, it's a very simple process. There's a tab on the website that explains it very well on how to do it. Once you do that, you can then add your observation to our project. And all of these observations are then accumulated in one place. Anybody that wants to use the data can. There's a download button. You can download all the observations from the project. You can do whatever you want with it. So it's a way of people sharing their knowledge as well. And we really encourage people to use this app because it helps us tremendously, because not only does it give us information and show us pictures of the potential pollinators, but it also gives us more information on the association. So we are now seeing that this particular animal is landing on this flower. So that's very useful. But anybody can use it, anybody can contribute, and there are tons of experts on there that assist in identifying species. So yes, it's a live version of Pokemon Go, if you will.
Gotta catch them all to But with regard to the stingless beekeeping, is that something that is encouraged for domestic use? I know you spoke about smaller quantities of honey, but what are the applications if we're looking at it domestically?
So the stingless bee honey is different from the apis, from the honeybee honey. The properties are different, and because we have so many different species now, initially there were about 10 or 12 recorded, but through our bee survey, we are actually discovering quite a few more species that have not previously been recorded here. Each species produces different honey, and the properties are different. So traditionally, the honey has been used for things like wound healing, cataract, and so on. Now I can't confirm as to the use and so on, because it's sort of a traditional use. But the honey itself has a bit of a different taste as well. There's less produced, but again has a very high value because of the medicinal properties that it carries. We do encourage people to, even if they want to keep them, anything from keeping them as pets to keeping them as something that you can earn a little money on the side. It probably will not make you enough to have it as a full-time occupation, but because they're stingless, they can be kept in your house and you can face them out through breeze blocks. They're not going to sting. There are only one or two species that can possibly nip you a little bit, but most of them do not bite, and they're very easy to handle and manage. And we have a ton of resources on stingless bee management. All of our workshops and so on are recorded and available on our YouTube channel. So if you look for BestNet TT, you will find all of the resources there. We have webinars, we have everything else. Everything is available for the public to use. And if you would like us to help you with anything, you can always contact us and we can assist.
Thank you so much. And in the last minute and a half we have, in terms of issues, threats, actions to mitigate, what are some of the biggest things on the agenda, even though you said the project is wrapping up at the end of this year, but what are you working feverishly to finish?
Well, we're feverishly trying to finish up our, guidelines for assessing pollinators. We're trying to wrap up little things here and there, but the things that I think that deserve attention in the future would really be the threats. So habitat destruction is a major thing, and pesticide use is another one that is a big problem. So those are sort of the key things that I would flag, especially for a small island developing state like ours, where we just don't have the land mass to have more. So we really need to manage our resources wisely to be able to maintain the pollinators that we have.
And with that, we want to thank you very much, Biodiversity Specialist, Dr. Lena Demper-Wolf. And on behalf of the entire TTT News team, this has been In Depth with me. Thank you so much for joining us.
See me,
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place. So can music don't steal me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place. So come music and steal me. The power reveal me. Some woman said they dream me. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me,
So long you not see me. So long. I miss every Grenadian and all Vincentian and all them Belgian and all Jamaican and all St. Lucian and all the islands. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, rip up the place. So come me what they feel me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claims they claim now. When you see me, I take it away. I'll take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear. See me.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place. So can music don't steal me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see Promoter say they need me to mash up the place, to rip up the place, so come music and steal me. The power reveal me. Some woman say they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you know, so long you know, so long you know, see me. So long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. I miss every Grenadian and all Vincentian and all them Belgian and all Jamaican and all St. Lucian and all the islands. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. They mash up the place, rip up the place, so come me what they feel me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claims they claim now. When you see me, when you see me, when you see me, I take it away. I'll take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all celebration and all my fears together at one location. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. See me, see me. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so come music and steal me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my friends together at one location. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. You not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so come music and steal me. The power reveal me. Some woman said they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, so long you not, so long you not, so long you not see me. So long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. I miss every Grenadian and all Vincentian and all them Belgian and all Jamaican and all St. Lucian and all the islands. I swear, I swear, I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me. Promoter said they need me.
Well, I go let the rest of them tell you to whine. But right about now, well, the story. I know this big woman ever since I was small, but she never ever age at all. And when the moon full and the nighttime fall, you better hope it's not your name she call. People in the village used to tell me a tale about a woman in a broad brim hat and a veil, cause she eyes like fire and she skin like scales. And if she ever hold you, you go worse than jail. And yes, I don't see she in the night when I pass. One foot in the road, one foot in the grass, just to get a chance, men go spend all the last. So the smell of perfume mixed with the lavas in a long flowing dress. She's a sweet, sweet seductress and does pray prey on man when they drunk and they worthless. To suck out your soul, well to she that is success. And every night you could find she says she name Laja Blaze, Laja Blaze. She does need enough man to the rest. Laja Blaze, Laja Blaze. You better care for what under she dress. Laja Blaze, Laja Blaze. Every night she up in the zest. Laja Blaze, Laja Blaze. You better care for where under the dress. She do a deal with the devil. She have a debt to settle. Collect souls of men like a trophy and medal. For eternal beauty, she also she pedal. From this girl heart, she can melt all your metal. She deal with the devil. She have a debt to settle. Out for revenge on only men and is a rebel. That leave home, they wife looking for young girl to heckle. You better be careful, she go shrink a vegetable. Now I say that I'll never be one to succumb, but you know I's a man that's big rum. One night in the dance when my head get turned, she pulled me in the corner, said don't you dare run. We wine and we jam then in a sweet tone. She whisper in my ear, come boy walk me home. It is in the bush so she can't go alone. And if I oblige, she have a pot on the stove. Well if you see the shot quite down a dirt track, the sky was pitch black. I start to back. She pulled me inside when I start to refuse. She said come on I go blow more than you.
Greetings in the name of the Most High Jah, Rastafari, the John Sister Jenny, and if you want to get started, another edition of Every Talk Detail. Starting a little late today because I had to hustle. I had some stuff to do. So we just started right. Hi Kenneth, hi Erica. Thank you for logging on. I know I may have thrown some people the 5 o'clock, but I hope that Pete's still, give me a lot of vibes now. We does this a love thing. So the pledge. Hi Yvette, hi Patricia. 1, 8. I'll take that call now. I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of my God and my country. I will honor my parents, my teachers, my leaders, my elders, and those in authority. I will be clean and honest in all my thoughts, my words, and my deeds. And I will strive in everything I do to work together with my fellow men of every creed and race for the greater happiness of all and the honor and glory of my country. Hi, Monica, Doris, Sharon, Hollis. We started with some good news. Today is Friday, people. That too is good news for a lot of people. So I see last night, was it last night? It wasn't last night. Yeah, I think it was last night, There was a whole program for youths of the Savannah coming under the Ministry of Youth Development National Services. I looked in at the thing. If you see children, if you see young people, that ministry continues to do a lot of good work under Minister Foster Cummins, and that is one of a shining star within the People's National Movement, because the first time in history we have a youth ministry. We usually just have a youth department, but this time we actually have a full ministry devoted for young people, and that is an achievement under Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley and his vision. And a lot of work is coming out from under that ministry. If you go on the Facebook page, Ministry of Youth Development National Services, or even go on Minister Foster Cummins' page, the amount of things you're seeing and programs for young persons, it is amazing. So some good news. I saw that this is coming from under the Ministry now of Sports and Community Development. That's Minister Shampo Kojo. I'm saying that, yes, I wonder if it's the right story I could. Okay, so it's not this one I want to read as yet. I am seeing where the Trinidad and Tobago swim coaches were the recipients of the, what was it? What was right? Trinidad and Tobago swim coaches benefits from Youth Sport Development Program. It was in the Loop News 21 hours ago. Vidya Ramphal is the writer, and it says a total of 65 participants from Trinidad and Tobago are part of a Sport for Youth Development Program facilitated by 10 staff members of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. The program, which runs until August 30th, includes 65 persons drawn from the National Association of Athletics Administrations of Trinidad and Tobago, the University of the West Indies, and the Ministry of Education. The program is set to train coaches, sports practitioners within the education system at the early childhood, primary, and secondary school levels. In a release from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Minister Shamfa Kojo urged the participants to actively share their newfound knowledge following the training period. Minister Kojo stated that the training program is the first phase in an enduring collaboration and long-standing partnership aimed at nurturing sporting excellence. The Minister of Sport said this would be done by facilitating the exchange of knowledge amongst the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. The GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, which is located in Spanish Town, Jamaica, is a world-class training institution producing excellent teachers, sports, and recreation professionals. Minister Kojo and Education Minister Dr. Nyan Gaspi-Dali were in Jamaica in March 2023 for the ISSA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Champs athletic events. Minister Kojo also led a study tour to Jamaica in January 2023, which focused on sports development and athletics. The study tour included a visit to the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports, the Ministry of Education and Youth, and the Jamaica Athletic Administrative Association, JAAA. And I think that is a good thing, because Jamaica does produce world-class athletes. They have a serious sporting program. Not that we don't also produce world-class athletes, but the place to go to learn a thing or two, in my opinion, is Jamaica. And I think the minister and the government would have done something good And we expect good things to come out of this. I'm already seeing this also in the loop news again 21 hours ago, Trinidad and Tobago swimmers in Jamaica for Goodwill Championships. And it says here Trinidad and Tobago's 40 strong team have arrived in Jamaica for the 27th Goodwill Swimming Championships in Kingston, Jamaica. The Aquatic Sports Association of Trinidad and Tobago has released photos of the team in training after arriving in Jamaica for the event. The championship will be staged at the National Aquatic Center in Kingston with competition running from the 18th of August to the 20th. Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, the Bahamas, St. Lucia, Grenada, Guyana, Suriname, and host Jamaica will compete in the championship. The Turks and Caicos Islands will compete as a guest team in the competition. Competition is in 5 categories in the meet, including 8 and under, 9 to 10, 11 to 12, 13 to 14, and 15 to 17. So good news is happening with sports in this country. We just had the youth championship. I want to hear the youth championship sports. Casey Crawford Stadium that was recently refurbished to have it, and also in Tobago. Coming before that, we had all those swimmers winning gold and different stuff. I think Dylan and then we had our runners, 100, 400, 4x100 and all that. So we have been really excelling recently in at a large extent. A number of them, our sportsmen and women, have been excelling. We also have Kishon Walcott have been illusion within goal again. So we're doing good. Something is right. Something is happening good for our young people in this country. And the pools that the government would have built in Lavantil and other areas, I'm sure we put to very good use, seeing that we have a 40-member team of swimmers going to Jamaica to take part. So swimming is very much relevant. And we have the pools now, so we intend to see young swimmers coming out from that. Yeah, and from the areas they like to call depressed. I'm also seeing that, well, you know, again, the election, local government election just finished. And UNC was predicting with Gary Griffith and Jack Warner a total annihilation of the People's National Movement. With the conversation and talk they wanted to hold young people with about light up the matic, because Kamala said she does listen to Trinidad music, and light up the matic and stand your ground in response to our crime situation and home invasions. That was her solution. And she being a lawyer should know we already have home invasion laws in this country. And that stand your ground laws in America, where it is prevalent, is causing so much problems there that they are trying their best to see how they could remodel it, reform it, amend it, or whatever, because the persons who are more affected by that law is persons of African descent. And as I keep saying, if you have an Indian pundit in this country saying that urban youth and east-west corridor, we know street talking, when you say urban youth, east-west corridor, you're talking about African youth. We know that's how to interpret to us. He's saying that without any evidence or data that African urban youths have been targeting Indians in around West. And when you hear about stand your ground, and everybody should have a gun, make it easier to have guns, as if there's no process where she's going to get rid of the process, making people believe that this local government means that if UNC would have gotten the corporation, it means the city government would have changed and she would have been prime minister. That was the kind of impression she was giving people. So trying to tell people what stand your ground laws, a local government election is not where you speak about any laws or enacting any laws, because that central government and general election is where those conversations ought to be. But she was fooling people with that and getting people riled up because of the fear and speaking about standing ground. But apparently, who would have stood the ground is the People's National Movement, because they retained the 7 corporation. A little sputtering here and there that UNC would have gotten one councillor in by 1 vote, and they so celebrating 1 vote. It reminds me, as I was telling Dominic last night, a boxer in a ring, he get a royal elixir, the next boxer royal beating him. But every time he go to the corner, the cut man and the coach will say, yes, you're winning. They have him on the rope. But the man I bleeding and swell up, his lips swell up, his teeth missing, and they say, yes, you're beating him. And the next man, good as gold. And he go back and he stand up for the 12 rounds, but on the before the last bell ring, the 12 rounds, the next boxer knock him out. And you know it's a consolation? That's nothing, but you know what happened? You stay almost to the end of the 12 rounds, you know. That's how you behave. When you get one vote extra, that make you a winner, and like only win so much inroads you make with one vote. But you're not watching the inroads that the PNM would have made in a constituency that PNM never, ever had a chance of getting a seat in Princestown. And right now, I don't know if the recount has stopped, but they had a recount again because it had shown that the PNM candidate would have won. That is inroads. And some other areas too would have made inroads. But that's how the UNC does do it. But look at inroad for your camera, Pasabi says, remember, fish. This story here is in the Daily Express. It says, fish savors a Rima victory. And this is how the story goes. I'm a man of the people for the people. So said PNM, People's National Movement candidate for Rima Central Shandon Fish Garcia after he was victorious in Monday's local government election. I'm very excited, overjoyed. There is shared jubilation in the Rima Central camp, stated 54-year-old Garcia, a former bus driver for school children. Hailing from Malabar, Garcia got 875 votes to 575 for United National Congress UNC candidate Nigel Moses. Garcia, who had jumped ship from the UNC last May, said he was keen to serve his burgesses and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So I will go further. So that is inroad. He jumped out of UNC last year, May, jumped in the PNM, and was able still to beat the UNC by over 200 and something votes. That is inroads, because you would think that he coming out of the UNC and come back in PNM might not vote, whatever it is, but watch me, they vote, and I'm sure it are UNC people who he would have served as a good councillor would have voted for him too. Those are inroads coming up with services. So I'm reading the rest of that. All the remainder, it's all the boxer, bloody and bleeding, and how the boxer feeling he winning when he ain't winning nothing. That's what they have Kamala feeling. She winning when she ain't really winning nothing. So I saw some history about a village called Straker Village. Some interesting history. I know you all know I love history, right? And it says here, it's from Grove Governor. Somebody's following the page of a lady by the name Sandra Watson, and she posted it. So it says here, Nathaniel Straker, the man who built Straker Village. Mr. Nathaniel Straker was born on the island of St. Vincent in 1907 and migrated to Trinidad, where he lived for most of his adult life. A village west of Point Picton on the hills of Laventille. Is named after him because of the contribution that he made to building the village. The Eastern Quarry and Jeremy Quarry are situated on Picton Hill to the east and west of Fort Picton, respectively. In the 1930s and 1940s, these quarries were very active and employed a large number of people. Nathaniel Straker was employed at one of those quarries during the height of the operation, but he subsequently left this job and was later employed with a maintenance crew at Whitehall. Many of his friends also migrated from St. Vincent and worked at these quarries. Employees of these quarries naturally attempted to find accommodation close to their work, and many of them lived in the hills surrounding the quarries. Nathaniel Straker often used a footpath that led from Jeremy Quarry to visit his friends who lived higher up the hill. He noticed some land bordering Jeremy Quarry to the east that was covered with bushes. He thought it was a nice place to build a house. He eventually built a small house on this spot and brought his wife from St. Vincent to live with him. Christiana Robinson, a friend of Nathaniel Straker, was also born in St. Vincent and migrated to Trinidad. In 1953, she was facing eviction from an apartment and explained her situation to Mr. Straker, who eventually invited her to build a house on the hill next to him. She agreed, and Mr. Straker sourced material and began erecting the structure. The land on which Mr. Straker built his house belonged to the state, but other people were also claiming ownership of the land. When they observed that he was building another house on the land for his friend, a heated confrontation took place and Mr. Straker was chopped about the body several times. The state authorities were also informed about the new house and that was being built, and a demolition crew was sent to the site to destroy the partially built structure. At this point, Miss Robinson was still in need of a home. She observed that the demolition crew worked mainly during the week from Monday to Friday, so she decided to start rebuilding her house with the help of Mr. Straker on a Friday evening. By Sunday evening, she moved into the house using sheets to cover the door and windows opening, as there was not enough time to attach completed doors and windows. The demolition crew appeared the next week with sledgehammers to break down the house once again. But this time, Miss Robinson was already occupying the house, and she explained to them that she had nowhere to go. In addition, the demolition crew observed that she was in the middle of her pregnancy, so good sense prevailed. The crew left. However, a few hours later, the crew came back to the house, and Miss Robinson thought this time she would not be spared. She went outside and noticed that the crew had pieces of galvanized and wood, and they proceeded to help her build doors and windows for her new home. That afternoon, after Mr. Straker came home from work, Miss Robinson explained what had happened during the day. They were both very relieved. From this beginning, Mrs. Robinson worked and replaced this first structure with a more comfortable house. The history has remained in her heart, and a tremendous bond remained between her family and the Straker family. Subsequently, other families began building houses close to Mr. Straker, and the community expanded. Mr. Straker was always willing to help his new neighbors construct their homes while he continued to improve and expand his own, transforming it from its original humble beginning. Mr. Straker also had knowledge of herbal medicine and would freely share his with his neighbors. He took great pride in upkeeping his surroundings and is best remembered for this. He would regularly clean around his house, the houses of his neighbors, and the road leading to these houses. His favorite tool were a cutlass, a shovel, and a broom. In his later years, he got a job to clean the surroundings of his school in East Port of Spain, and many more people were impressed with his work ethics and natural ability. Mr. Straker remained active in the community throughout his years and participated in a successful petition to the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams, to have title deeds conferred to members of the community. As the community grew, he and other members decided to build a community center. They pooled money and initiated other fundraising ventures. The community center was eventually constructed on a plot of land opposite his home. Because of his prominence in the community, his house became a landmark and a reference point when giving direction. Using Mr. Straker as a reference to navigate the area continued for many years until the whole community surrounding Mr. Straker house was formerly called Straker Village. After many years of building the community, Nathaniel Straker died in the year 2000. Mr. Reynold Murphy, a resident of Straker Village, said he is proud to have known Mr. Straker and claims he is continuing the legacy by personally ensuring that the surroundings of the village is kept clean. Approximately 50 years from the time Mr. Straker settled on land, Straker Village is very different, with houses constructed where there were once only bush. Ms. Robinson, one of the earliest Straker residents, laments the lack of historical link from the past to the present. Newcomers have little or no knowledge of the history of the community. Nathaniel Straker's contribution took place despite the many immigration laws and passport restrictions that impede the free movement of ordinary Caribbean people amongst the island. These immigration laws contributed to false ideas of superiority and inferiority. People living in the richer islands assume that they are better than those from lesser developed islands. Ordinary people from the Caribbean islands who are attempted to settle in Trinidad are faced with some hostilities. There are many ordinary Caribbean people who have migrated to Trinidad and made valuable contributions to building this country. These contributions are not often highlighted, and many obstacles still remain with respect to the movement of Caribbean nationals amongst the islands. So that is the history of Straker village in Laventille, and you see that the people of Laventille and the descendants have always been hard workers, always striving, and there were 2 quarries up there. So this notion that Laventille people are so poor and depressed is a fabrication that has been allowed to fester by some. And people who like to ball us that Dr. Eric Williams brought Grenadians and Vincentians here. By the time Dr. Eric Williams became the Prime Minister, it already had Vincentians and Grenadians here who were coming here braving the immigration laws. So that's our next story for next day. So I just wanted to read that. So let me continue. So there, after the night of the elections, Yuvashri Rupnarayan Tawari Rupnarayan would have said something to Dr. Rowley, and she asked him, basically everybody was shocked and they laughed, because this is what she said to Dr. Rowley. Give me a minute. It was just reading me and then right. She said, okay, Leon Charles, I'll learn to read, yeah? Give me money and I'll go to Alta and I'll learn to read.
To the PNM that in a corporation like Tobago Martin, the NTA would have amassed some over 30,000 homes.
Really? 30,000 votes? Where you got that from? Where you got that from?
That was how it
the NTA got 30,000 votes?
Votes in Tobago Martin.
These dollars.
Right, so that was Yuvashri there talking and saying Gary Griffith Party get 30,000 votes in the Tobago. I mean, and Tobago Martin and Dr. Luis Conwell, well, really? 30,000 go take from the Guyanese, right? Apparently, Papa, Barra Jack, they'll jump out the whole self. He have problems with that. So this is what he see. Well, you think it easy? To me, like he always have problems with Dr. Rowley. Just say there's a Jack deal.
Corporation like Tobago Martin, the NTA would have amassed some over 30,000 votes.
Really? 30,000 votes? Where you got that from? Where you got that from?
That was how it
the NTA got 30,000 votes?
Votes in Tobago Martin.
These dollars.
I hate this thing when people try to run down our country. Two, I don't want to get into any controversy with Mr. Rowley, because one time I said about we determined to ensure that we don't utilize oil and gas resources the same way that they did, and it got into a big heated controversy in right, thank you. So it got into a controversy there, but every time, sometimes they always use Guyana as an example, and so I saw that it was sent to me, and it was speaking about local government elections, and then Mr. Rowley said something about, oh, that's like the Guyana dollars, and laugh. Like meaning basically our currency is weak. Japan was the 3rd largest economy in the world. The yen to dollar is over 100 to 1. Doesn't mean Japan's economy is weak. They are over 100 to 1.
I want to stop this because, but I want to say this too, and you're damn fast. If you're the Vice President of Guyana, you're blasted fast as Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley owned it. I want to tell you, Vice President, I think is the Vice President of Guyana, why you're very disingenuous. Dr. Rowley wasn't diminishing nothing and bringing down nothing. Ovashri said, you had to learn context. Ovashri said that NTA get 30,000 votes in Tobago Martin. Dr. Rowley's response was basically, you had to basically mean you're counting that in Ghanaian dollars or what? Because all you know what is a Ghanaian dollar here? One Ghanaian dollar is 3 cents, $30. So what Jack Dio talking about and getting offended about the money? One Guyanese dollars and Trinidad is 3 cents, 3 Trinidad cents, and we don't even use cents again. We don't even use 1 cent again. So what is Jack Dio problem? But he have a problem because remember he already said this. You remember he did say this. All them just feel I hear to a one with a Barbados accent calling on radio today and making poem, but we suffering and we hungry and we this and we starving and all that. I had was to call and say, Moody give we a good credit rating. Standard & Poor's give we a good credit rating. Since me and Mawnin, who all we love coming to the Prime Minister of Barbados, all they have been before the IMF. All the structural adjustment program is called BERT, Barbados Economic Recovery Transformation or something. So all they paying back the IMF since Muir came into office. So when Muir came into office, I had a lot of public officers who had to go home. So what I'm going to be talking about? COVID happened in this country, not a public officer went home. Yeah, the whole country that shut down, the whole world that shut down. Sally was still in the man called public officers, all security officers, whether prisons, fire, wherever it is. So we're not be talking and Jack, you know, talking like the Prime Minister make fun in something way. He was talking about the counting because you have to be counting in Guyanese or something to come up with that because one Guyanese dollar tell us 3 cents TT. And we don't even use cents again. But Jack Dew is a man like he have it hard for Dr. Christopher Rowley because he can't even say doctor. He called him Mr. Rowley. Right to tell him, but he's the one who would have said this about Trinidad and Tobago. Watch all of them, you know. They're ganging up, you know. They're ganging up, you know. You hear the surname? I-N, staring, no talk. You hear the surname? You hear the surname? Barra Jack Dio. He was in Trinidad. He come here to tell we. This was in the Daily Express, March the 31st, 2022. Statements last week by Vice President of Guyana, Barra Jack Dio, about Trinidad and Tobago economy falling apart because of the lack of jobs and sustained periods of negative growth has proven to be very controversial. So he liked to be controversial. And since he talked all that tata, Modi this year said, we credit rating good, Standard & Poor's we credit rating good. Go in them car company, only cars selling hot off the press with plastic on it. Massy. How much stores Massy open? Massy even buy 7 chains stores in Miami or 6 IGA food chain. Starbucks and so much other places opening here and all kind of thing happening here. But we country falling apart and because we talk about the Guyanese dollar, which is 3 cents we money, we don't even use cents. You have a problem like Dr. Rowley bringing down your money. It's reality. But you so want to jump out to say something. You have to say something because you have to support your own kind in Trinidad. I seen it as it is because you know Guyana full of racism, right? Isn't he the same one? Barra Jack Dio. You don't have enough issues and problems in Guyana? This was in Kaito News online. 1 year later, Vice President Jack Dio went yet to be investigated for corruption allegation in hydro deal oil sector. More than a year had passed since Vice President Barra Jack Dio was accused by his friend Sushi or Shisai or Zizai or Zai, wrong because it's Chinese, so the pronunciation may be totally off, is in an exclusive Vice News documentary of accepting bribes in the oil sector and for the planned Allyuh hydro project. But to date, the independent investigation is yet to be conducted. Documentary released by Vice News, a New York-based undercover reporting agency that exposes corruption by political leaders. Jack Dio was recorded in his home having a conversation with 2 Chinese. One was his friend Sue, and the other undercover reporter Chan, posing as an investor. In the recording, Jack Dio was heard saying, "You will get the support. Sue, my friend, he gets all the support. Sue deals with all the agreements. I don't. The thing is that my thing is that I am in government, so I can assist from government side. That is Jack Dio who want to tell me about Mr. Rowley and oh, we always making fun. It's them so. Does want to come and talk to we who will be trying to do the right thing. All who in corruption and on charges, all that. Jack Dio rocks so boy and have some kind of respect. You don't have respect for my prime minister to say, Dr. Rowley, I calling you Jack Dio boy. All they never have nothing good to say about this country. Because what? Because all they join up with the Indians in this country and in Suriname to form an Indian community. I'm asking a question. Is that why the Federation fall apart? Asking a question. Is that why Dr. Eric William was to say recalcitrant minority? Asking a question. Because we know they went up to Marlborough House to stop independence. And if they had the way, we'd still be under colonial rule. But I just want to talk and tell you about slave master. Who more? I love the slave master. Look, Joseph Charles Butler, his name wasn't Joseph Charles. His name was Mawnin. I can't remember the whole name proper. He had an Indian name. He proud ancestral Indian name. And he know to get in the business. He wasn't getting through the Indian proud ancestral name. He changed it to the slave master name, Joseph Charles, and became a millionaire in this country. Don't tell all of that. And why when he made the money, why didn't change back his name? All his grandchildren and sons and them, why didn't change back the name to the original proud ancestral Indian name of Mawnin or whatever it was? And to sell his Charles, what we to change we on? Hey. So Jack, you're rock so boy. This is what Glenn Lal is. Glenn Lal, you have to worry about. Don't study about Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Study about Glenn Lal because Glenn Lal talking about all over the place.
Trinidad Prime Minister recently said, while contracts bind us to terms and conditions, when circumstances change, contracts must change. None is cast in stone. Listen to him.
That there's a willingness not to treat contracts as cast in stone. But while contracts bind us to terms and conditions, if the conditions have changed so dramatically and so detrimentally, then the reopening and renegotiation of contracts is a reasonable demand of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we anticipate that our partners in this business will see our claim as a fair and just one. And we anticipate that there will be some reopening of contracts so that at the end of the day, we can all sustainably benefit from the God-given riches of Trinidad and Tobago.
If the conditions change so dramatically and so detrimentally, then the reopening and renegotiation of contracts is a reasonable demand of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And he anticipates that the partners in this business will see Trinidad's claim as a fair and just one. So at the end of the day, they can all sustainably benefit from the God-given riches of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad, who got little or nothing left in the oil and gas industry, is currently receiving 67% total take, and they demanded the reopening and renegotiating of contracts. 3 weeks later, Trinidad and Tobago was able to smile because he got more for his people. Guyana, getting 14.5% after 75% cost oil. The worst oil deal on earth. And our leaders, all of them, government and opposition, is talking about how Exxon contract bind us, that they can do nothing. Matter of fact, when you talk about renegotiation of that contract, it's like you're interfering with their most prized asset. The 2% contract was signed when there was only 3 billion barrels. Today, not only circumstances change, but the barrels change to 11 billion barrel, which I believe, yes, is more than 100 billion. Neither the PNC, the AFC, or the PPP is talking about reopening or renegotiation of contracts. Guyana, Exxon contract must be set in a stone we never hear or know about. Have a nice day. A hellhole awaits all of you. Continue being silent. A message from Glenn Lal. Please share.
Guys who Jack, they are supposed to worry about those study Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And all those study and chores and them who come in, there's something called projection. So Alvin and Uda. Alvin, I know you're projecting, darling. Probably use the one that have the grease up where you say Dr. Rowley just put the grease. And the next one who says that Kakol is a projection. How all they feel about all they sell, guys, all they just talk to people. That's why I just sell all they, I give all the love because I don't have them kind of negative vibe with me. So all the negative things all they put in there on my life, I can't read, I done so it's all their own self all they're talking about. But just, you know, they have so much insecurity that all they're watching somebody who all they feel in a better position and all they vex and jealous that and just projecting. So all they continue now, all they build my life. So as I say, Jack Dior is Glenn Lara, you have to study because with the MBX all whatever the hell the company is, them giving all that run for them money, all they getting nothing. They're running rings on all you. So let me continue. Ravi Balgobin, all you know who is that, right? Ravi Balgobin is the fella from the UNC that all he does do, every time you see him, is running with some case or the other up the steps for some interpretation of this, judicial review of this. He said he wasn't a UNC, but the lawyers and them coming from Freedom Chambers, you know, Anna Ramlogan in charge of Freedom Chambers. So he had the best lawyers, he say, and they say them are the best lawyers, he always. So he had to sing for his supper, in my opinion. This is what he had to say. Kamla is responsible for UNC local government election victory, says Ravi Balgobin Maharaj. No, these people really drinking a juice I don't want none from, you know. 7-7, I don't see how there's a victory for Kamla Prasad Bisesa. In fact, I see a defeat for her. Because of the two quote-unquote heavy hitters, the old dog and the older dog, ain't do nothing to enhance the UNC's fortunes at the polls. They ain't get 9 seats or anything. They retain the same 7, so they could have go by themselves. Because Jack and the next one ain't do nothing really. So what victory? Anyways, this is what he writes because he has to praise the drunken goddess. Following the local election, government election, there has been an outpouring of condemnation and support. Let me read it over. Following the local government election, there has been an outpouring of commendations and support heaped upon me by persons who were finally able to express their democratic duty some 5 months after the election was officially due. Because remember, he take the whole thing to court, right? While I'm appreciative of the support that I have been receiving, there are some people conflating my victory in the courts with the victory of the UNC in the polls. And I want to be lucidly clear that the two are not in no way related. While it was my absolute pleasure ensuring that the democratic processes of this nation was kept intact, I played absolutely no role whatsoever in the results of the elections and the handed defeat that the PNM received by the UNC. These people delusional. This victory belongs entirely to Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa and her team, who have been steadfastly growing the UNC and its support over the past 5 years, and who have worked extremely hard in securing a majority of local government burgesses in this election. I just read in one more paragraph, Papa. One Long ass paragraph. And this is what I want to discuss after the preliminary report of the EDC was published this week. As there have been many declarations and insinuations as to who and what caused the results that were produced, starting with the many alliances and accommodations that were announced during the course of the campaign, while the attention of these stories remained focused on the UNC and the NT and Jack Warner coalition. Many might have forgotten that it was the PNM first announcing the individuals approach from other parties. And again, the drinking juice. Nobody approached nobody. People come across willingly. It's not like UNC. PNM don't pay nobody. They don't have to pay nobody. They come with their hand empty, and if they don't like what they see, they can leave with their hand empty too. Yeah, nobody has to pay nobody. But this is a delusional state that the drunk master supporters has been. While much fanfare have been placed on the caliber of the persons who were jumping ship to join the People's National Movement Party prior to the election, the result shows that all but one of them was able to actually retain their seat in the final tally. But more than that, in fact, the decline in both voters and burgesses for the PNM after these alliances was made means that their supporters were neither interested in the core group nor the new crop of candidates that they had to offer. Boy, and all who joined at UNC, they lost the deposit. So what's your point? What's your point? And those who would have closely followed the to the PNM and come across, all of them part of the local government election. PNM didn't lose any borough corporations. In fact, when you look at the vote, because you're talking about the popular vote is not power and authority in this country, nor do you get a seat. But while you would have gotten, back in the last local government election, 200,000 votes, in this one, you all got 173,000 votes, a decline by about 20-something or 29 to 30,000. So it's really all they would have lost. If all we want to talk about winner and loser, it's UNC lost because Jack Warner did nothing. He lost the deposit, and all whoever they did put up for, he lost the deposit. Gary Griffith, the same damn thing. And all the UNC end up with is back with the 7. And on top of that, you had a good fight in Princestown. And that seat with the Macamilla fella, whatever it is, I'm sure it is all for the good looks and he's a singer and all that, nothing of relevance. But you know the UNC, that's how they vote, right? It's all about race and just they're going to vote for Kamala. We don't know, we like she. I be Prime Minister. Yeah, that's what it's about it then. So, Ravi Balboa. Boy, all the drinking some serious something. But not only that. There's another questioning of people's degree. Why it is only in the UNC, there's always a problem with people and these degrees that they have. We know heard a situation of Dr. Shane Mohammed, who is saying that went to some university in Hawaii that was not accredited nowhere in the United States, so it's a false degree. He get a doctorate. Now we hear Neil Gosine, the treasurer of the UNC, also I think went to that same university and guess they get doctorate. Why it is in the UNC, all these people, if they're so bright, because Sat say while all is studying in the night we playing pan, and Kamala say all he done see a train is the PNM done see a train. Then why it is you all always caught up in false documentation? Why can't you all go and do a doctorate like Dr. Rowley did it with hard works and intelligence and brain grinding the midnight oil? Why all can't do that? Why are they going to universities that are accredited? Or they going and sit down online and talk online and ain't going no class, nothing, and say all they buy, get a paper and say all they get a degree? Come now, man. That's all us has so much problem with Dr. Rowley because all they know he brighter than all they, because all they know the man has what? First class, and he has 2 bachelors, he has a master, and he has a doctorate. It had to be an all homegrown. He ain't going on online course and no university that is not accredited. Good old University of the West Indies. Now we have problems. So now we have Dr. Shane. I drop in that doctor because that's only iffy. Shane Mohammed and all them want to be analysts. Now we had Neil Gosine. Then we had Wade Mark. Then we had our Mark down a list And then with the name, Dr. Suraj Rambachan, I think he named it calling that too. What's wrong with the UNC? Everything is fake. If it's not fake, it's drunk. I just asked him. This one always calling to give a comment on whatever it is. Winfred James, you are not a political scientist. You are not a political analyst. You are a political commentator. Your masters and your degrees and whatever you have is in language. So you're some type of linguist. So they could call you to write over a speech for Kamala because she seems clearly not to have her speeches done properly. So you could probably do her speeches and that kind of thing. You're a commentator. I don't know why them in the OCA group and the CEO of the OCM group, why bringing these kind of people here who have no credibility and who are totally biased to say they're giving an independent view. Look now, it's a concerted effort, but let me tell you something, the best laid plans. The best laid plans. It doesn't go good enough. So let's go down. All of it, go down, join up, jam up, jag up, all kind of things on Dr. Keep Chris around because you know I will let jealous. All they're jealous is intelligence, all they're jealous is honesty, all they're jealous is morals and his ethics, because it seems that some on the UNC side have none. But then again, our next Guyanese. While Jack Dio, we have problem with here, that's Dr. Vishnu Bisram, he's Guyanese, and he would have said, Jack Dio, boy, the failure of the Indians in politics because they have economic power. But why do they hold on to politics, political power? It's because when they get into office, it's not about good governance or good laws or legislation or policies to the people. It's all about kickbacks, giving contracts to friends and family, cocktail parties, eating and drinking the best, nepotism, cronyism, everything like never see come see. Jack the boy. We're not going to and deal with Vishnu Bisram, Dr. Vishnu Bisram, we said about earlier. And that is how they never hold on, because all they never about nothing good for all the people of the country. It's always about the money. You hear your name calling Jack Dior in alleged corruption. They get you on some paper allegedly talking to your Chinese friend for corruption. Not me say so. Alleged corruption, Jack Dior. You ever hear Dr. Rory in that? Comment and I'll jump to Tobago because the same thing in Tobago. All I remember, the videotape, the video gate, and subsequently it was reported, police are across there doing the work. Well, Papa Yor, this is what happened. So Risha Hackett, the one who was dressed like if she walked out of Massa house yesterday, dressed up in Massa clothes. With the hats twist one, the hats one, big and all that, that one. The one who say that the dream that the PDP, when all them was PDP, had for Tobago is the dream that the ancestors had when they was coming here. The enslaved ancestors coming here to the Caribbean. As I keep saying, I know my ancestors was coming from royalty in Africa, at J-Salan, wanted to jump off the ship if they could get a chance and get back to Africa. So I don't know what dream, but clearly you see the dream they have. They want to keep Tobago in bondage and then want to be the new day, modern day house Negroes over the field Negroes, apparently. They want to be the new slave masters. Okay, so here what happened in Tobago. So Risha Hackett arrested. She's the Secretary of Education. She and the next one, the Boris, they're fresh. They must not start a pistancy for the fresh behavior they'll be talking in the THA. That I never see come. See. So this is in, which news is this? The Secretary Hackett and THA employee charged an audio case, August the 18th, Daily Express. Tobago House of Assembly THA Education Secretary Jorisa Hackett and employee Kevin McKenna have been charged with failing to obey a court order to disclose any information about an audio recording being investigated by the police. Hackett and McKenna did not appear before the court yesterday, but were instead represented by the attorneys in the latest development in the ongoing Audiogate issue. Hackett was represented by attorney Crystalline Moore, who said put vice in the water so he could kill you when he come up to Tobago. While McKenna was represented by Wayne Surge and Mario Barrett. Wayne Surge is the one who opened long pants with the jockey shorts have the Superman and the big ass belly. What characters? Hackett and McKenna were charged in relation to an audio recording being investigated by police, which featured THS Chief Secretary Fadi Augustine. McKenna is a former deputy chairman of the Tobago Forwards. The charges were confirmed to the Express yesterday by Acting Deputy Commissioner of Police Intelligence, Kurt Simmons. He said Hackett's lawyer last Saturday obtained a stay in her criminal matter in the civil court, with the matter to be heard again at the Tobago Magistrate Court. McKenna, who was also charged with failure to disclose pertinent information to police, had his matter adjourned to today when he is expected to appear before Justice Margaret Mohammed. Both Hackett and McKenna were charged by members of the White Collar Crime Unit. All they say, all they wanted to see white collar crime dealt with, it being dealt with. But all they will say that this is what caused all the drama, that the one who was dressed at her like the madam come out of the slave master house, Ms. Jorisha Hackett. This what caused the bacchanal.
Responding to the public on negative commentary. The truth is, I have been shying away from doing a lot of press. In fact, I have not been doing a lot of press engagements. So outside of what happened around the time of the budget, which was June, my next press arrangement was literally late last week into this week, and we'll continue tomorrow. So literally almost like once per month. And there may be a need for me to do that some more. But the reason why I haven't done it more frequently is because I was hoping I could get more secretaries and assistant secretaries to be confident enough to go before the media. Because I don't want a situation where every single thing that happens, it requires my face and voice to respond to the thing in order for it to settle. It shouldn't have to be that way. But I feel that some of the secretaries and secretaries are still gun shy. I'm not sure why. We just come from a campaign where everybody had their spell, talking on platforms, having meeting on the roadside with a truck. So there's no need to be gun shy, they just need to be prepared. Just right we have to say, go and say it, and stick to your speaking notes as much as possible, as a way of ensuring that we could manage the PR. And there are some things, I'm happy the PR group reformulating itself, because there are some things I really like said or done that really and truly shouldn't come from me. There are leaks I would like to have put out there. If I'm out on Facebook daily, leak, people will think I know what to do. And eventually it will lose some its thing. But if there are leaks mysteriously popping up that shows our opponents in bad light, then that works in our favor. It doesn't matter where the leaks come from. So we need to identify a clear channel, and this is not just PR, we're talking propaganda now, a little bit different from just PR, which is about shaping the narrative. Propaganda, see, propaganda machinery, that we need. We need a solid propaganda machinery. The PR will deal with the nice stuff, the press release, the press conference, they call the media here, they write a letter, write to the media, they will call in, do an interview, that kind of thing. But we need some propagandists sooner rather than later. Some people who promiscuity, I don't want to call it that, but that really appreciate of the narrative. Because here's the thing, even with what the political leader is doing in Trinidad, what is required is a shaping of the narrative, one way or the other. And in many instances, we should get ahead of whatever is out there. Public conversations. So you see Liz post a story. One of the tricks we figured out during the election campaign was if you go to Liz's story and you comment first, it influences all the other, well, most of the other comments that follows.
That's what it's all understood.
So we
That's
have
trying to
this as soon as you post a story, go to comment first. And it starts to color, and influence who comments thereafter. Because one of the two things that happen. Either all supporters will jump on and repeat it, or the conversation moves from what the story is about to debating what the propagandist puts on the list post. But the point is we have to have some people dedicated to do that work. Find some people. You have to be a last.
And that is why the PR team is very interchangeable. That is why the PR team propose and we sit and we work out these different elements and then come back and find out they can incorporate. Then in a system where they actually can remunerate and submit to for it. If now is not time to just the tanks and wherever again, because they will be dedicated.
No, I agree.
Find a way to.
I agree. Even if it is find the plan, create a plan, the strategy, whatever. Bring it here once you get approval. When it is the activity people now, you might just need 5 or 7 to do strict PR. You could use some propaganda. Whether they could use fake profiles, whether they could use their own profiles, whatever they do. And what you will have to consider is finding a way to employ people on the THA side. Could be menial tasks.
We don't have to pay. Yeah, most of them kind of got a way to Chanel and we found out.
And most of them kind of get employed already. So
that's the other who not employed to bring them in because they are happy to do the thing on the side voluntarily. Once we employ them, they support in a lucrative.
So they are income.
Yes, that's what we know. So we will organize
and that will help.
Right.
Even with,
I just said, and the Chanel they're talking about a suspect with Chanel who they take him to court because he owed she $40,000 and she was working on. That's why I suspect Jerusha Hackett and this next McKenna ever get arrested. So I'm sure there are more arrests to come. But they were trying to put a narrative out there, like they usually do, like the government, Dr. Rowley, and the police all in collusion. Because when this time comes to get Tobago people riled up, believing the propaganda that they're paying out there. So them are not paying out their own propaganda for the Tobago people, and Tobago people are apparently some of them buying it. But this man, who they says a pastor, I say he's a demon. On that Juke when he was the PDP, although you know Juke before they called for rape, 1 count of rape, 4 count of sexual assault, misappropriation of front of the PSA, all the things do at the PSA. This is what he's saying, but he's still a pastor. I say he's a demon. Because them know the book, them know the Bible too, you know. In fact, they know it better than people who know the Bible and who know church. Them close to church and far from God. My opinion. Let me find it here. But remember when he just said this?
Must defend Watson Solomon Duke every step of the way. I'm not looking for friends. I'm looking for money. I'm not looking for friends. I'm looking for money. We must defend him. There's some dirty, stinking girls. These are dirty, stinking girls. I find you all in and sign me now. Say we must defend him.
Their pension plan is not registered with the central bank. For another country, he would have been making a jail by now.
We must defend him. I'm asking all niggas, all black people. You can see the way they catch monkeys is that they give them something to hold. We must defend Watson Solomon Duke every step of the way. I think you felt up candle at you like in a liga burn. I see the liga burn from a candle. You felt it. We must defend him.
Mr. Duke has been in office since 2009, and we have not seen a change at all to his Idi Amin dictatorship.
We must defend him.
As a politician, I have an expectation that is extremely high for myself, for my colleagues,
This looks totally. But we must defend Watson Solomon Duke every step of the way.
Mr. Duke was officially charged on Sunday with 1 count of rape and 4 counts of sexual assault. All charges were laid indictably, so he was not called upon to plead.
I find you all an answer in me now. Say we must defend him.
Yeah? That is the man who just says Pastor Ben. He was saying defend. You hear only people talk out against Watson Solomon Duke, they arrested this but you're saying we must defend you. Come up us out this saying Trinidad, what we saying? Fally and them is just a part of the UNC, but the African part of UNC in Tobago, because the same language she using in Trinidad, same language Fally using in Tobago. Remember this? Just now, I forgot was to download it. Let me see if I find. Remember she light up the matic? Let me see if I could find it here. Let me see if I can find it quick. That is how them wanted this country to be run. They don't care about we. It's all about money. It's all about living the nice life. It's all about friends, traveling the world. Yeah, I know the whistleblower who Fally bring out and say, the man say how Dr. Rowley, I think something about Dr. Rowley pay he and wherever and try to implicate Dr. Rowley. He come to say no. They force he to say that he don't know Dr. Rowley. You remember Fally was there and all that. Eh? These are the things that Kamala Prasad's sister was saying in Trinidad. So I see somebody put up there what we saying about the security guard that got killed. I want to say condolences to his family. We have a situation with crime in this country, and the things that Kamala Prasad's sister was saying on the platform, instead of educating the people of this country about our invasion law, we have the Trespass Act. Instead of talking about things like let us get Crime Stoppers to come speak to us how to make our communities stronger, to safeguard our communities more and all that. She wasn't saying that. She was saying to light up the matic. She said, crack it, pull it back. That's what she was saying. So every death in this country, we put in it and Kamala Prasad's chest, light up the matic. Because the security officer didn't have a chance. The matic got light up. The matic was light up. Here one of she young supporters.
We're going to load up the matic. We're going to put it back. And we're going to vote for you again.
Yeah. That was she put all them talking about light up the matic. All I want to ask we, what we doing about crime? You know what we doing about crime? There's laws there. Let we deal with the laws. If it has to strengthen or whatever, that's what she's supposed to be doing. She said she's a lawyer. Let me look at what it can strengthen communities all over the world. Let's do them thing. Communities will lockdown. When I say lockdown, everybody have this one, they know what time this one coming, whatever. So they know if something happen when the neighbor come, they know if a light on here, wherever it is, so that the community building back again so we can protect ourselves also. We have to do something too. No, Kamala ain't say that. Kamala said like the matter, pull it back and all they laugh. All they laugh and everybody saying it after. So we're asking me about what we saying about the officer the security officer who got killed. Of course we had go to the family, we sorry, nobody ain't happy for that. Who the hell gonna be happy for them thing? But ask Kamala how she feel. Ask Kamala what she think about it. Then she come back and tell all again like the matic. So she's saying that. I'm looking for that, I can't find it. And everybody watching that scene when she say that, and every talk now is like the matic and it's like a joke. Young people making all kind of live, all kind of things, talk about like the matic, like if that is a joke. Yeah? Okay. I want to know if the security officer had a matic. Yeah? I wonder if when you go and get the gun you want to give everybody, if it's matic, everybody get it? Yeah, she. Yeah, it.
You have to load up the matic. You have to load up this matic. You have to pull it back. You have to knock it on them. And then knock it again. Knock it again.
walking through your door.
Yeah, that's what she tell me. Huh? Instead of being a responsible opposition leader in this country, say what you think you feel young people want to hear and feel that will win your votes instead of saying things that they could live. But you know, you're talking that talk is only the urban youths. You're talking that talk to, you ain't going across the Caroni Bridge and telling the youths across there in the rural areas, light up no matter though, or let's say when we playing panda studying in the night. So here, this one, the demon, I say, demon beings. I say so because you never could be talking God talk and going and singing God's song and this and that, and you behaving like that. You was just supporting a man who before the court and everybody saying what this man doing, them or whatever it is, they say we must support him. Hear what you're saying now with your next leader now. Hear you.
I ordered a house on AliExpress and it just arrived.
We have a leader that ain't afraid nobody. I said we have a leader that ain't afraid no Rowley. We have a leader that ain't afraid no cabinet. We have a leader that ain't afraid no PNM. We have a countryman that running tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make some noise. We are saying to the Chief Secretary. What we are saying, yes, what we are saying to the Chief Secretary, that when it comes to the podium must be rapid fire. We want him to empty the clip tonight. Come, Chief Secretary, make some noise for the honorable Kali Chavez
That is being responsible. Adamun Sami, you get your script, so you come across, you get your script, darling, to come to tell you who said jump, whatever it is. You could never be trying to make a comparison with nothing. It's context with everything. But all they will continue with that because, as I was saying in the earlies, all they come like the boxer who, the next boxer beating him bad, all the eye bloody, mouth running, thing, blood running, teeth missing. And when he go in the corner, well, they saying, yes, you're doing good here. You have him on the ropes. You have him. And the man going back for licks again and come back. And then on the last, before the 12th round of just the last minute, the next man knock him out. And all they say, you know what? He hold up for the 12 rounds, boy. That's how all let us do with Kamla Pasabi says. So, you know, Kamla Pasabi says, saying, neighbor, by all our countries are drunk, by all our countries vomit and pee. She says, not we saying these things. All you know the woman can stand up is not we saying that. All you know the woman can walk is not we saying them things. All you know these things, Anna Munsami, who all they have to, why all they get somebody else to lead the UNC and see if UNC could come back to something. Kamla Pasabi says, I can't carry all you know what she didn't win anything. Since she became the opposition leader, she lost about 15 elections, and Dr. Rowley win all. So what winner she is so because she's a woman, an Indian woman, a light-skinned Indian woman, and a Munsami? Come now, man. Across here is not the waterfront crew, you know. I don't know why you're here. I don't know. Actually, be like, shit, that be Prime Minister. If you had that on my life, you know, darling, that people who doesn't listen and understand and try to ask a proper question. So, Munsami or Ramsami, whatever it is, please, darling, try your best. You hear? Either you come in to learn or go wrong and Roberts and all they take the kind of stupid talk and all they like that. All they know, look at who all the leader have wrong all you. Anil Roberts. A man who was in allegation with the live sport, a program that could have done so much good. It could have been the shining star for the PP government UNC. Could have done so much good. Excuse me. For young people. Look what it turned out to be. People that kill all kind of thing in that. People run for their life still hiding all now. Look at Anna Munsami. Look at that. Look at the man. Just carnivally drunk. I show you pants was the pistol when they call his name, he came to wrong or whatever it is. That is whatever's a senator, Anna. Come now, man. A man who he wife or whatever in some blues or some man and come now, man. Come now, Anna, let me be real. David Naked. But the kind of conversation they're going to be talking again. One who they say it's alleged, not me say Dr. Davamara said that alleged human trafficking. Is them who she had wrong, she? Who posed naked all over and up to down, never says not she? Or them who in corporation, thieving money, corruption, thinging, the one saying on next to $300 million bail. That is David Lee. Come now, man, Anna Moon Sammy or Ram Sammy, whatever your name, please. Oh God, man, whatever conscience now. It's only about race at all, yeah? Because you have nobody on camera to pull this woman and say it's time to ride out. Nobody. Who she going to take over? Who will have to take over the UNC? Tell me, Anna Moon Sammy, you? Who they have? Who Sarah Mosain? That? Barry Paradat? That? Come now, woman. All this rhetoric talk right through, but that woman that say jump over the fence and grab. Oh God, please. We gone past that talk. Listen to the whole thing proper. It's just the same when all they're talking about Desmond Curtis, all of we thief. All they ever read the whole thing with the man say no, but all they don't do them thing. Munsami could come in to tell me anything. Your rocks and go and talk to your leader boy. And she say, oh, I'll be matic and whatever. Go and let the security officer who can let the family go by here. If she tell them to load up the matic, and he had no matic, so who loaded the matic? Instead of being a responsible opposition leader. Everything for all is just race. All let's talk about we. Munsami, all the racial bad. All you know, let me tell you something. I just talk real talk who don't like it. That's quite okay. All I want to talk about racism, and African people racist against all you. And as all they tell everything and we say something, all they become the victim. All you know very well in some of their homes. When an African person come out, they don't call them African, all they say nigga. And all they get them in a pot and a pan, a plate and a cup to eat. And when all they go, all they wash it and leave it outside, all they throw it away. All they know some other family doing that Anna Moon Sammy or Ram Sammy, where your name is. Tell me a lie. That's happening right now in this country. I ain't saying all. Come now, man. All they just use the fancy word Creole. When all they really mean nigga. Come now, and let me talk the thing now. All they want to talk about racial. Eh? How much time some of the children fall in love with African youth? Whether girl or boy, man or woman, and all they pressure them, some of them take their life because they want to be love. All they doesn't know love is love then. All they doesn't know love is love then. When it's African and Indian, all they doesn't know is love then. Eh? How much all the children, Munsami, how much all the children, Munsami take their life? Because all they don't want them in relationship with the African boy or girl they fall in love with. Tell me the thing now. All they want to talk about racism. All they welcome in we home anytime. We don't accept these children. When they come crying and so their parents do them whatever. I know somebody right now, the little girl getting so much harass home, a little Indian girl, bright little Indian girl, that was put up she had to go all kind of thing on nigga, all kind of thing. She just have to come and rush her head somewhere else to take away from that because she don't want to be in them kind of talk. Let me talk this thing now, Anna. Eh? I show you watching me right now and that way saying thing in mind because that will have someone in all their mind. Let me talk the thing. Or I want to keep forcing coming up beside business on this nation, woman. They have to come to tell me foolishness. Eh? Let all you go and talk to come up beside business and she said light up the matic. Instead of being responsible, yes, we have a crime problem. Nobody say no. They could never deny we have a crime problem. But everything is not lost. There are much things in this country and all they know that, but all is so wicked. Because all of it is clan failure. That I tell it, Dr. Vishnu say, it's not about the people, it's not about policies, it's just about all their own. So what you see back there for this a clique and all this suffering. Don't feel all that be getting nothing. All they don't let it tie all up, you know. Them Indians and them in rural communities don't get nothing from UNC, you know. All they do is vote and race because we like she and they get nothing. But they will suffer behind the closed door. They will drink rum, they will beat the wife, they will do all kind of things, but they'll never come out. And so we should just do them. Let me talk the thing now. So Moon Sammy, you don't care about your Indian brothers and sisters and them. We more care for your Indian brothers and sisters and them because we consider them we Indian brothers and sisters and them. That's why we don't want to come up beside this yesterday because we know that she, all of we go suffer, them go suffer too. It's only a few that's get. Let me talk the thing, Anna Moon Sammy. Don't come here to a blanche chopping us and so what we did today is Friday. We don't do it like that. This is love here, we talking the truth here. So don't feel, or let's use Negroes confidently here like that. Saying, say, we push it. Get them someone, chubby or something and some water, and dice it. And some of us fall for that because we don't know we what. So come now, the Africans only having the UNC, they can't further, they just put it to something. They know no real thing, or they don't really want them, they come talk the thing, Anna. Or they want a new, vibrant, new thinking person in leadership in the UNC, not coming up as a predecessor. And all that racism, because she's still in 2020. And she man, when I say she man, she the social media person, some Karen something, wherever he was, PRO, wherever. He would have admitted we seen the post saying it's them as the one doing all them racial posts and them. Them was in charge of all them things, so it had to be all them racial posts you are saying. Where did again African banana to eat and we on the ground eating grass and all that. That racism and she did nothing about it. She called Dr. Rolia Oreo. Come now, she called me Wawan. She said, don't see a train is only PNM train, and you know they say PNM is African party. So what she saying? So Anna Moon Sam, you come in here, you're too blasted racist. You're a racist. Change your thinking. We country going forward. We want that stupidness to done. We want to live in harmony with all of it, but what happened? Why don't they run back India and want to live so you know they can't go there and live so? You know we can go Ghana, right? All you know we can go Ghana. And we don't start going Ghana, right? Although we can go Africa. Yes, we can. We choose to live here. And we want to live in peace at all. But all they don't want peace because they want to force down a woman who talking about low-dematic. Or they want to force down a woman who all they're saying is just drink and drunk. All they're saying so that me Jack wanna ask he. Ask for a St. Rose and ask all the others. But you come in here to tell me about somebody said Trump wall and all that. The person who said that, was she a politician? Was she a member of parliament? Was she the opposition leader? Was she ever the prime minister of this country? Come now, man. Don't we talk the thing? Yes, whoever said if it's me throwing that for understand. That is quite a business. A lot of people who listen understand what I say. So in Tobago is in a mess. And all the things I would have said here, these people already knew what Farley gave. But again, they just talk it and they do nothing because they want power.
The most phone calls I have gotten in Tobago since December 25th is I'm trying to get Farley. I can't get Farley. I'm calling Ian Pollard. I can't get Ian Pollard. I'm calling these elected reps. I can't get them. Vanos, one man met me. Today is Tuesday. One man met me Sunday. He said, I have a message for you to give your government that you encourage me to vote for. Tell them they have to answer their phone. Now the only reason...
Yeah? Guys are Australians. They knew. They was complaining, but because they eye on the THA and autonomy, they were willing to keep it down. Nothing. This boy, that little boy, Farley, that pissing tail little boy, he get out of hand now. And here in Tobago right now, people ain't able no more. Don't study them and they rent a crowd, in my opinion, where they're jumping up and a pastor I say he's a demon, talking about light it up too. Imagine he carry that talk there. Here, next one.
That to me is a matter of urgency. Yes, I agree with that. But we need a conversation between the THA and the people of Tobago. There are two critical conversations. Right now, there is no conversation between everybody screaming they can't find Farley. They can't get Farley. Business people.
Yeah,
got to have that conversation.
Two real serious business people who real past you here, but I don't really like them to see this thing. There's one.
Yeah? They knew. All of them knew. Now Farley out of hand. Farley like he have Hubris syndrome. Farley going clear. They don't know what to do right now. And I want to tell them back in the early 1900s, if I'm not mistaken, Tobago was bankrupt, you know. Tobago went bankrupt because Tobago was really a thriving society before ours. We are the late starters in sugarcane and development. Because they went through several hands, they went through the Dutch, the English. Dutch and English always fighting. And finally, the English would have taken over. So they had a booming economy and all that. They had Moscato, sugar, I think it was, and tobacco and all that. But when it was coming down, especially after the ending of enslavement, and then, as I would have said, that England went into the industrialized era where they developed steam. So they were doing things differently. They didn't have to depend on sugar from Trinidad, from Tobago and the Caribbean, because the process here was so long and they had to deal with the hurricanes and sometimes the crop income and diseases. And then when they finally get it into sugar, to get it now to England, they used to have to hire other boat ships now to protect that, because they had the Dutch and them who was nefarious pirates. Used to be robbing them all the time. So it was costly. But when they became industrialized and they get steam, and then they started to use they got honey. They found honey. Right? Whatever means they would have gotten that, they started using that to sugar the tea because they became aristocrats and all that. And they started to make sugar from beet. So those things, the prices of those things dropped down here because there was no need for it. So if your economy is based on that, it comes just like the oil and gas situation. It will collapse if you have nothing else, and that is what happened in Tobago. The economy collapsed. They became bankrupt. The colonials were selling land free to get back mostly to England or probably to other Caribbean islands. So land was selling free, and I'm sure the African enslaved persons who are free was working all the time with the bought lands and that kind of thing. And plenty of people without work. It was a real mess. And that is how Tobago became a ward of Trinidad, because by that time Trinidad had developed itself and was really the one now that making the money and all that. And because the English would have captured Tobago, and because Trinidad was also captured by the British, they became a ward. They're talking about autonomy. The behaviors of Farley doesn't engender anybody to want to meet with him to talk anything about autonomy. He does not have the acumen, he does not have the skill. And as one political scientist, I think, would have said, I'm paraphrasing, he wants to go up against Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Nothing is wrong with that, but you're looking at somebody who is a political warrior. He has been in politics for 30-something years, so he understands the game. Farley's a newcomer, he don't know anything really. And you want to have this adversarial relationship, and you as a leader of Tobago looking for autonomy. How are you going to sit down to talk? You can't go and talk to England to get autonomy from Trinidad. You can't talk to America. It's Trinidad you have to talk to, because Trinidad and Tobago, the unitary state. If you have this adversarial behavior, you don't know how to talk, you're not civil, you're just saying anything, you're just setting back Tobago. So whatever plans the Troy and Charles and this one and that one had for it dwindling away. Not only that, you're talking about the minerals we have in the minerals and things that the gas and oil and that, whatever, we share it and all the waters, and it's all their own, and if all they had it, all they get money, blah, 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 whatever. Okay, great. You think it's just only go just get address, only just say, okay, we part from Trinidad, so now you see this right here, so this is we water. Trinidad ship can't come here. Hello? Those things have to be arbitrated in court. That is money. That will take years. When you finish all that process now, you have to get people to come and build rig to get it out. Who in Tobago know to get all that from inside all the rocks and them there? Or let to get people to come in, to invest, to come in? Or let us sign contract, make contract. Who have the capabilities to do that in Tobago? I'm not saying only not bribe, but that's why I'm saying human capacity. So far, he's not thinking straight. And he's carrying on Tobago on a wrong road, and because people are blinded by the hate for Dr. Rowley, And Trinidadians, they're just allowing this foolishness. So people, if in Tobago, they want to sit back and allow Fali to drag them down, what we could say, I live in across here. I don't have to go there. If I want a passport or something, I have to travel there. I could stay right here. So all they're doing mean nothing. And I doubt all they're doing people in Trinidad anything. Because about 100 and something thousand Tobagonians are living in Trinidad, very happy, made families, everything. I don't think them going back to Tobago. So what are they gonna do? So keep Fali there and talk about light it up and follow demon beings like they follow in drunken Kamla and wanted to follow she in Trinidad and see how far they go reach. And again, as I said, it had no winner, it had no loser in this election because of the 7-7. But if you want to go nitty-gritty, the UNC would have lost more than the People's National Movement because they lose about 30-something thousand voters this time around. PNM would have made inroads, just how they say they make inroads by 1 vote. PNM make inroads too. But what I know PNM did, PNM stood the ground. And people went to the polls. And the only light they light up is putting the X by the values and then dipping their hand in the ink. That's the only light up. The only thing that light up is the finger with the red ink. Because PNM is about constructive thing, and not none of them kind of strippiness that all they want to bring to this country that Anna Munsami or Ramsami. They should get Anna R. Munsami. When the argument is not, Anna, again, that projection, Anna, you have a psychologist, I will tell you something. Do not project what you feel about yourself on me. I don't have a weak argument, my darling. The facts are there to support what I'm saying. You don't have an argument. That's why you'll come on the slide and just put up one-liners because you can't have a conversation with me. You are not at my level, sister. You have to come up to my level, sister, and I'm willing to bring you up. But I'm not bringing you up with that kind of ignorance and behavior. And my argument is very, very strong. I have my data to support what I'm saying, my sister. I don't come with rhetoric, darling. With all the laugh and skin and going whatever it is, I don't talk things just now, sweetie. Yeah? So, wrong person, my honey. Yeah, darling? Wrong person. So, people, today's Friday. Thank you all for staying tuned in, locked in. And all the haters are Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. All they hate all themselves instead. Stop projecting all they feel about all themselves on people. Start to love all yourself now. And some of my own brothers and sisters have to also learn to love the damn self too, man. I don't let people play all the fast food. Yeah, we have work to do, plenty work to do. But it will be done, and we'll work with our brothers and sisters of all races to build a society. We have done it before, even when we had recalcitrant minorities. Even when we had them going up to England. Anna, hear this piece of history, darling. In 1962, yeah, I think it was 62, there was a special branch report because there were military meetings, and there was an Indian association that was formed. Some of the persons were Simbonat, the Kapildeers, we had Lala, you had H.P. Singh, Hari Prasad Singh, the biggest racist in this country, and others. They formed an association. And when Dr. Eric Eustace Williams was taking our draft constitution up to Marlborough House in England for our proposed independence, they down here decided they're going to send up a four-man team to go up to England to tell them in England, no, don't get us black man and them black people can't rule themselves, please. You all stay and keep ruling us now, yeah? And they had said if that failed, if they failed to stop Dr. Williams from, if Dr. Williams was successful in getting our independence, that when they get the news down here, what they were down here training Indian men, and they were going to perpetuate violence against the niggers in the communities. Well, they call we Negroes, of course. And all they know, Anna is not Negroes, right? And they will mash up bridges, sabotage police stations, so espionage and terrorism. That's what they were planning down here, Anna, darling. Do you know anything about that? However, so Ellis Clark was up there, part of the contingent of Dr. Eric Williams. He was sitting between Capeldio and Dr. Eric Williams. And he said the kind of nasty, racist thing that Capeldio was saying. he did with Dr. Eric Williams heard him. However, everything was breaking down into confusion, and the English have a way when thing and about for tea and all that. So during the tea time, Dr. Eric Williams talked to Capalby and said, you know, he's the smartest man here and thing work out something. Whatever was worked out, that's how we end up getting our independence. Anna, do you know anything about that, Anna? You all are always adverse. Some of you all are always adverse to peace and harmony in this country, Anna, darling. That is why it was said recalcitrant minority. Recalcitrant just simply means stubborn and obstinate. So that is piece of history, Anna. I'll give it a go and look at it. So I have a very strong, and I don't have an argument, darling. Better you say a case. I don't have no time to argue with all you. I have no time for that. So, darlings, all who are here, thank you all for logging in, tuning in. All I've seen is Gloria Roberts and Marine Bonus. I don't know why, but everybody who is here, thank you all for staying here. And allow the trolls and then they need to come across, they need to hear what is happening here because they know they're getting the real talk. We don't talk foolishness. So sometimes do answer them. Sometimes I go answer them for you, right? So here we're going on, people. See all the money goes here. Be safe, be blessed. Pan is out here. Pan is out here. You know, we have Pan World Day now celebrated in all those countries in United Nations. All that was works done behind the scene also with Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. The next thing we want to get is it proclaimed as our national instrument because Calabash predecessor, when one named Ban Ki-moon or whatever his name was here, wanted to say it's them invented the pan, nobody didn't say nothing. But that's how it has gone up. So people want to let us feel the power, love and togetherness that we have in the PNM, and everybody is welcome. Anna, darling, and you are all welcome. You hate my go, where they feel the love. So people even that's all you love, all you see all the money go spend and come with something for something new. This is the girl Ginger and sister Jenny, Auntie Jenny. If you want to get formal, listen for Frederick. Forget the haters. The haters hate because they really hate themselves and they're watching you and they're jealous you. And they just want to be like you, so show them love. That's how we give it them. And I just want for you. Feel the power. Feel the power. Hey, touch and bring it.
Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch.
Let me start. I want to wheel it and bring it back. While your leader, Anna, while your leader, drunken master, talking about light it up and cock the back, well, cock it up and matic and hear what my leader said. My leader talking to the Lord because they know we need prayers too. We need love and we need to work together because prayers without, when I say prayers without works is dead. And he prayed and we walking. Yeah? This is what my leader said. Well, your leader drunken and singing, thank you. When your leader doing them thing and falling down drunk all over, them say so and talking about light it up and she listen to Trinidad. Hear what my leader doing. After Jah.
Power, feel the power.
Touch it, bring it, baby. Touch it, bring it, baby.
Hey, somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. While I was praying, somebody touch my soul. Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again. So as long as you call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper. I love this sponsor. Oh, and as long as I'm man of life, then I will dance up. But I feel no anger, I smile with me hands up. Yeah. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Yeah. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. While I was praying, Jesus, somebody touch my soul. Hey, 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 hey.
Woo! Love all you.
And now for
See
something
you all Monday,
completely
God
different.
stay safe. Bye.
And now for something completely different. And now for something completely different.
Here is a Muppet News Flash. Here is a Muppet News Flash.
Trinidad Prime Minister recently said, while contracts bind us to terms and conditions, when circumstances change, contracts must change. None is cast in stone.
Really? 30,000 votes. Where you got that from? Where you got that from? The NGA got 30,000 votes? That is Guyanese dollars. No, my lady.
You said that, Gary?
Your information is wrong, and you are not to take information from that source again. Really? That is Guyanese dollars. No, really? No, my lady. Really? No, my lady. Really?
Run the rhythm, let the whole world know. Yeah. Run the rhythm, let the whole world know. Run the rhythm, let the whole world know. Let the whole world know. Run the rhythm, let the whole world know. So good to be alive. Run the rhythm, let the whole world know.
Shield, lots to cover, so let's get right to it. This big blob coming in. I know there's been a lot of attention elsewhere, but again, not taking my eye off the ball. Again, this is a concern to me for life-threatening flooding. There's a potential of that through the Eastern Caribbean. You see it yourself, and the potential that this does develop into a tropical storm over the next couple of days. At the least, tropical storm conditions will be possible at times. Watching out for heavy rain, Barbados, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Grenada, Trinidad, and Tobago. This is going to work its way through the Caribbean. I want to cover that, and I want to cover what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico. Here's that other blob of rain and storms in the Bahamas. That'll cross over Florida, move into the Gulf. Forecast on that right on track. I want to get into that. Plus, we have Hillary out here, historic storm for parts of the southwest U.S. I'll cover that. The very latest models, the winds on all of these. I want to dive into the winds and the rain, plus what else is going on out there, a couple more strong tropical waves. So it is busy. We'll go step by step and I'll take you through it. Again, here's the broader picture, areas of potential development, couple spots out here, those kind of on the back burner for now. This is a big concern to me. Everyone's been talking about everything else, but again, this right now, and you could see why. You may be having some heavy rain in spots, and I do expect further development out of this as it rolls through the Caribbean. That's going to bring heavier rain potentially to Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. So I want to get into that. And then, of course, what's going on in the Eastern Pacific. Here's that blob of rain that's going to work its way into the Gulf of Mexico. It could develop a little bit. I'll get into that in a second, watching Texas, Louisiana, Mexico. But look at this flare up. And this is what I've been talking about for a few days while everything else has been getting the attention. And again, you see that big area of some rain. Now, in the short term, the wind shear is way back here. Wind shear helps rip apart storms. We like wind shear this time of year, but it's this area here. There's not a ton of wind shear, and that's why it's getting a little bit better organized. So, and it is an area of investigation right now. They're running computer models on it. Behind the scenes, we're doing a lot of stuff to keep an eye on this, and I want to get into that further. My big concern is, again, the water temperatures. They are so warm. 30 degrees Celsius in spots. We're looking at upper 80s, low 90s Fahrenheit in some locations. So with low wind shear and very warm water, that's why this area has flared up and it could develop even further. Now, models are a little bit split. This is no big deal though. Overall, both the GFS, the American model, and the European model in the green here are both seeing some development out of this system as it works its way into the Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean, and then sliding across. Now, the American model brings up to the north a little bit more so. That would mean more rain and the flood potential gets higher for Puerto Rico, for example. The European model, a little bit more to the west and then drawing it back to the north. That would mean more rain for Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Either way, the system has yet to fully develop. So the models are going to have some slight differences, but this is not a big disagreement. Both are showing some signs of development, and I'm seeing that as well. So let me show you what we're seeing. Here's the American model. And again, I'll get into this in a moment. Here's what's going on. Again, that flood potential gets higher and higher today and tomorrow, watching Trinidad and Tobago up through Dominica for that highest chance of flooding. And you see it flaring up. Look at this. This is by tomorrow morning. There's your time frame to take you step by step. Look at all this rain, and where you see these brighter colors, the yellows and the oranges, that would be some heavier rain. In that, we're going to have some gusty winds. I'll get to the gusty winds in a moment. And then still by tomorrow evening, look at all this rain. Now, at this point, the models differ a little bit. American model will kind of want to bring the rain to the north. European model, a little bit more out into the Caribbean, trying to work its way into the central Caribbean. That's the difference. I'll keep an eye on that. But you see by Monday, by 5 o'clock, a flare-up of rainstorms. Even Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, over toward Ceiba, Statia, we could see some rain. U.S. and British Virgin Islands working its way into Puerto Rico. That flood threat will remain high. Now, the models have been, I don't just look at the models, they've been a little behind in this system overall. That's why I was giving you the heads up a couple days ago about this. So with that said, right now it's not showing it spinning up into a tropical storm. You see here, by the time we get into 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but the models have been behind. Again, they've been playing catch up with this system. And I've been seeing it getting better organized. I've been seeing the environmental conditions getting more favorable, in the bad sense of the term, for development. So I am concerned it does become a tropical storm. American model either way brings a lot of rain. Regardless of if it becomes a named storm or not, we're going to see that high potential for flooding, potentially over toward Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. But again, it depends on how deep it gets into the Caribbean before it lifts to the north. And in Jamaica, if this were to continue to trek its way a little bit more off to the west, that could eventually bring some rain. But either way, a high rain event working its way into the Caribbean. As far as the winds are concerned, you see a little bit of white here. Occasionally, we could get some gusts around 80 kilometers an hour or 50 miles per hour. So anywhere from 56 to 80 kilometers an hour over the next couple of days, that would be 35 to 50 miles per hour. But as I mentioned, the models are a little bit behind. If this starts to wrap up sooner and tries to become a tropical depression or tropical storm, we could have some even gustier winds out of that. So I'll keep an eye on the wind outlook with that. But again, we could have some issues with power outages because of the rain. The rain itself, the flooding, impacts those power grids, and watching out for some of the gustier winds. So at least tropical storm like conditions moving into the Eastern Caribbean. Now, as far as the flood threat is concerned, this has really been popping out at me this morning. There is a ton of moisture with this tropical disturbance. So again, regardless of a name, just look at these brighter colors popping up over the next 3 days. Let me zoom down. As promised, I want to go island by island for you, and I'll get more specific over the next few videos, especially if this does develop. Now, Trinidad and Tobago, again, this is a computer model. Look at this white shading here, northern Venezuela right here. That would be 100 millimeters of rain or 4 inches of rain or higher. Now, again, this is a computer model, so it's not going to be exact. This rain could be a little bit more over here, could be up here, but either way, it is showing some the potential for some higher totals over 100 millimeters of rain. And we had a lot of rain a couple weeks ago in parts of Trinidad, and it's been kind of active. So we're going to watch out for that threat of flooding. Look at these bright colors. This is even off the chart. We've got this black shading showing up in spots in white. The black would be 150 millimeters of rain. The red would be even higher. So this is a big, big concern. Again, we haven't seen at least the potential of these totals yet this season. So over the next 3 days, not all at once, but over the next 3 days, we could have some spots in St. Lucia, St. Vincent the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados. Some of us could get near 150 millimeters of rain. That's half a foot of rain. That would lead to mudslides and, again, life-threatening flooding, especially at those river crossings. Now, this is going to be a wait and see. My friends in Puerto Rico, for example, I'll use us, for example, Haiti, Dominican Republic. I need to see how this evolves because, again, some of the modeling takes us a little bit more to the west and then lifts it up toward Hispaniola. Others want to draw this moisture into Puerto Rico. So I'm giving you the early heads up. Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Please watch this system very carefully. Not that it's necessarily going to become a hurricane, but because there is a ton of rain with it. And wherever this ends up, we are going to see flooding. But again, I need a little more time just to see how this develops throughout the day to see kind of how this or where this does lift to the north. So life-threatening flooding is a high likelihood with this system. We're talking flash flooding, mudslides. Huge concern for me will be the river crossings. And with that, again, only 150 millimeters of water or half a foot of water can move a vehicle. So moving water that's about this tall, can actually wipe away a vehicle. So giving you that heads up, again, that is the power of water. And again, I was showing you those rain totals. They are the highest we've seen so far this season with a tropical system. And this is an unnamed system. Now, I'll get to this in a moment. Here's Hillary. Hillary, a very powerful system. Let me show you this as promised. This is that blob of rain near the Bahamas today. So my friends in the Bahamas, we'll have some street flooding around as we get toward northern and central Bahamas. Then some of this rain crosses over. Now, all on track with this. The track of this, the intensity with this as of now, it could develop a little bit. Now, tomorrow will be key. Tomorrow into early Monday. If this does develop, we would see signs of it on Monday. Clearly, it's going to be sitting over the central portions of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, my friends in Louisiana, we need to get some rain. Most of it looks like it's going to stay down to the south, what I was showing you yesterday and even the day before, and then kind of pivot its way back towards South Texas and then working its way into northeastern Mexico. Now, again, working its way toward Texas and video with this. Everyone's been kind of watching this, all this stuff out here, and of course, all eyes have been on Hillary. This is a big in parts of Mexico. All right, here is the big blob right. Again, working its way toward Texas and parts of Mexico. All right, here is the big blob right here. This is that will have the life-threatening flooding. This could become a tropical storm. That's why I led the video with this. Everyone's been kind of watching this, all this stuff out here. And of course, all eyes have been on Hillary. This is a big, big concern for me as it works its way into the Caribbean. Now, what's been happening overall with these waves out here? And again, I'll keep an eye on these. This one should stay out to sea. This one may develop a little bit, but what they've been doing is kind of parting the dry air. You can see the dry air in this orange shading up to the north or down to the south. So as these new tropical waves come off, there's not as much dry air. So it's more likely to develop. Development will be a higher possibility with the new tropical waves that will be coming off the coast. Now, the Atlantic side, the Atlantic Basin, the Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean has a separate set of lists than the Eastern Pacific. The next name on the list is Emily. I don't know which area will become Emily. I'm watching the Gulf of Mexico, as I just showed you. That area that's trying to develop, working into Barbados and St. Lucia now, down through Trinidad and Tobago. That could become Emily, or we'll just wait for something out there in the open waters of the Atlantic, but plenty of areas to watch. Now, here is Emily, a powerful hurricane at this point. Already, as I mentioned, you see that flare up right there and right there. I was mentioning this the last few days. It's a predecessor rain event. And I was cautioning with that. Again, the focus has been down here, but I kind of been looking at ahead of it, that there'd be a rain event at ahead of it. That's a problem because there's already rain working into parts of northern Mexico, swinging back toward the southwest U.S., while Hillary is way the heck down here. So we're already going to see flooding in spots before the heaviest batch of rain works in. Right now, as far as Hillary is concerned, you can see it again. It is a major hurricane. Winds right now at about 130 miles per hour. We've got the tropical storm warnings that are out for Southern California. For the first time on record, we have tropical storm warnings. Again, the Gulf of California is a mess. Again, staying off of the water, obviously, clearly. As we get into Sunday morning, that's when we'll have some of the heaviest weather working in to the northern Baja and then lifting up into California. So this will just progressively get worse, but especially tomorrow and tomorrow night. Southwest United States, some of the worst weather will work in as we get into tomorrow night. As far as the probability goes of sustained tropical storm force winds, there's at least a 50 to 60% chance in Southern California of sustained tropical storm force winds. That is rare, to say the least. We've got a tropical storm that is going to work its way into California. Spread the rain to Arizona. This again lifting all the way up to the north. We in there where you're looking at the red in landslide all the way into a northwestern could happen in just one event. And the name on the list we're looking at now is Hillary, the next Eastern Caribbean. Again, Hillary, the next name on the list after that is California, even into Nevada. We could get some spots that get a
tell them some stuff, but other stuff, they prompted me to say those things. Like the things that were actually not true. I never met with the Prime Minister. They prompted me to say those things with Ula, and that when I was there, I was surprised that they wanted me to say those things. Yeah, they prompted me to even say those things. However, I did tell them that I met with Chadban, and they prompted me to say, well, okay, if you met with him, can you say, well, you get a large sum of money, then they suggested, the 270 or something $1,000, and so on, so on, and so on, and so on. Some guys caught me, and they boxed me up in my face. Right, that was one. Another time, they ran me off the road, picked me up from out of the drain that I, dashed myself into, and told me to comply when they asked me to do a couple of things. They outlined a couple of things, and I just was released, and they went away. So they reached out to me and prohibited me from reaching out to the police. I was threatened twice, verbally. Then it was the physical thing. So when I went down at Trinidad, they did ask me if my life was threatened, and I did give the police that information. So they knew that I was threatened, right? And they did offer to put me in witness protection. And the way how they described witness protection to me, it was not favorable. They send someone to check on my phone. Yeah, they send someone to check on my phone. So whenever the person come, I had to give them a phone for them to go through to see if I would contact and sales or anybody, I know what they're capable of. They will want to see my phone, and I will have to get up because when they started beat up on me, but it was foolish of me. I couldn't understand why they would want me to say these things. It's only now I understand.
When I was more than sure they were not ready, Pastor Philip said, tell them that
I did tell them some stuff, but other stuff they prompted me.
Desmond Haynes.
His mama named him Tommy. The folks just stood one single time to prove the county wrong.
So the off spinner goes around the wicket to Bo Haynes. Here he comes. And Haynes is hit on the pads. Loud appeal. He's given out. Leg before wicket, Haynes played down the wrong line.
His mama named him Tommy. The folks didn't call me. The folks just called him Yellow, Yellow, Yellow.
Super Farms leading the way. Get good discounts every Tuesday, like 10% off when you pay. On Seniors Day every Tuesday. Over 60 is a plus. At Super Farm, come shop with us. Get 10% off with no fuss. On Seniors Day every Tuesday.
Enjoy Seniors Day at Super Farm. Customers 60 years and over. Shop and get 10% off store-wide. Sign up in store and save every Tuesday at Super Farm. Your prescription of trust.
Every Sunday morning, your custom
I-95.5 FM gives you the opportunity to do that from the comfort of your home and or car. Yes, every Sunday morning from 8:30 to 9:30 a.m., we bring you live in conjunction with the Holy Mass right here on I-95.5 FM, the most influential name in radio.
When the talk takes a break, the music takes over. I-95 Music.
I say good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome once again to Steel Band Times on the I-95.5 FM. My name is Keith Diaz. It's good night to you yet another beautiful Saturday in Trinidad and Tobago, coming up to independence. Good afternoon, Tom.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
Well, excited, and this history thing had me going and do some research and so on. And I have a good friend of mine, Melville Brand. We're speaking to him in just a little bit to verify a few things in the pan world, sometimes if I go off a little bit, I am not too big to say I'm wrong. I just want to clear a few things is that before we go into the history today of the pan, it has so much things that I spent probably about 6 hours last night, early this morning, doing my little research on music and into the pan and the history of pan. Because, quite a number of people have been calling me. A guy, I walking in the road and a guy telling me, he said, boy, is Johannesburg fascinated with fight with Highlanders? I said, well, I mentioned it. Do you remember that? He said, well, all right, I go argue with you. And it keep going on. But I was listening to some music by Alwyn Roberts, Lord Kitchener. So before I give you the program and start the program, those people who like pan, they say yes. And who like pan say no. But there's a lady, there's a police sergeant in Malabar. But she's a pan hater. I ain't calling her name. But I will always talk about that. She ain't like pan at all. She working in Malabar, she's a sergeant. And I'm saying that because not all police ain't like pan. She doesn't like pan, the police sergeant in Malabar. So I want to play this song and I want you to hear me because it's a Kitchener song. And hear what Kitchener say. If you like the culture, you say yes. And if you don't like it, say no. Isn't it? Something happened to it. All right.
It is really confusing by the stranger you are. Darling, you give me the impression I am under probation, and you know it's a fact. You never prove you love me ready. You always seem to be afraid of me. You say yes, and you say no. I'm honest. Listen, that's what happens. You're not a stupid monkey. Don't get me like a little baby. You say yes, and you say no. I'm honest.
Yes, if you love my culture, say yes. And if you don't like my culture, like the sergeant in Malabar, say no. But I know she like it, so I always go function. I ain't telling her name, but a lot of people know her. She bad. She ain't like pan at all. All right, so people who don't like pan, this is a national musical instrument. Yes, folks. If you like culture, see, yes, that is all the Roberts, our the great Lord Kitchener. But I want you to listen to this one. As we celebrate the 11th of um, August, a fellow named Gittins many years ago said he wanted to have, he didn't like me too much, something, but I nothing. But he is the one who came up with the idea of having this, what do you call it, this day for World Steel Band Day and things. So, Mr. Gittins, good afternoon to you. But as everything else, the reigning president is a president who has the authority to do what they have to do to bring the pan that to fruition. So I want to play this one. Kitchener never sang this one in public. He recorded it. And I want to play this from a good friend of mine named Mr. Howell in Belmont. Mr. Howell, a retired police officer, but he liked pan bad. Listen to this one, Mr. Howell.
Every corner you go, this will draw. What the skylark are flying in. Everyone seems to know when I'm born. Natural pathway over thing. Mondays and three, as I recall to mind. 15 February, Carnival 39. So now I'm calling on every single day to celebrate people there of mine. Bring out the sun, ready to play. I'm with your all over town, in every street. Jump around, celebrate, everybody put yourself in. Jump. Come along before it takes too late. Come let me have a birthday life. Alive. We get to do it, see that time. Raising to sing. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. It was raining that carnival day. That historic day when it all began. People jumping and whining away. The rhythm really had them in command. That's when the public for the first time heard the pan. Rushed to the music Alexander Ragtime Band. A wonderful occasion that's stick in my memory. That was the day I remember history. Bring us your side, ready to play. Now with your mind, all over town, in every street. We jump around, down in the beat. Celebrate, everybody wants to celebrate. Jump. Come along before it gets too late. I know. Come let me have a birthday life. Alive. We got to go and see that time. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Well, folks, we talk about when pan was born. Now, I want to give you a few facts that I mentioned sometime last week. Why we choose, I was speaking to our first president, Sidney Gollop, and the great Oscar Pyle from Casablanca. So I just want to give you a rundown where the first executive met in April and decided to have a meeting in St. Paul Street. That is where the executive of the first steel band movement was held in 1950. Now, the person who was selected president was Sidney Gollop. He was from Crusaders. The vice president was Nathaniel Picho from Cinco. You had Claude Sonny Hayward. He was his secretary. He was from Crusaders. You had George Goddard from Invaders. He was the assistant secretary. They had Claude Sonny Hayward, and Claude Sonny Hayward was the secretary. George Goddard was the assistant secretary. Mr. Carlton Badai, an Indian fellow, was treasurer. He was from Rising Sun. And also you had George Moores from the Youth Council and Mr. Carly Kerr, also from Lennox Pier. All of them was there to open. Lennox Pier was a lawyer. That was the first executive in 1950. But it didn't happen. It started in 1949 and in 1950 it got into going, right? So I also want to give you some history now, where the 6th of July in 1951, the first steel band to leave Trinidad was in 1940. I want to correct that. It was 1949 when they went to Guyana, British Guyana at the time. And the second steel band to leave before Taspo was Invaders, and they went to Aruba in 1950. The third steel band was the National Steel Band, which was Trinidad Old Steel Percussion Orchestra, which went to England in 1951. They left on the 6th of July with a vessel called SS, a French vessel, SS Mateo, and they went to Martinique, and from Martinique to Bordeaux, France. And from France, they took train to London. And in August, they reached London. It takes about 3 weeks before they reached London. And the men who was on that trip was Orman Patsy Hayes. Patsy was his sobriquet. He was from Casablanca. Sterling Betancourt from Crossfire. Belgrave Bonaparte from Southern Symphony. Sonny Roach, well, he got sick. No, he got sick when he reached Martinique and he came back to Trinidad. Granville Silly, well, they banned him. Joe Creek banned him for 99 years, so he couldn't go on the trip, but he was chosen. And you had Lieutenant Griffith, and you also had Winston Spree Simon from Tokyo, Andrew Pandilabasi from Hill 60, Ellie Manet from Invaders, Anthony Moffman Williams from North Stars, Fillmore Boots Davidson from Cinco, Theo Stevens from Southern All Stars, and Dudley Smith from Belmont Rising Sun. Those were the men who went to England to carry pan. The only man who didn't come back to Trinidad in 1951 was a fellow called Sterling Betancourt, and he's still living in England. He's 90 years old at present and still alive. The only one remain alive. So again, there's a little piece of history that you have to know about the steel band. Why August month? We said that the Steel Band Association, August month. We have PAN, 11th of August month. PAN being made in national instrument, August month. You see how important August is to the development of the steel band movement. Right. Now, I had begun sometime week before to tell you about where PAN start and so on. This is my opinion, because after what I read and discussed with Mr. George Goddard. So I have online Mr. Melville Bryan, a former president of PAN Trinbago. Mr. Bryan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Keith.
And how are you?
So far, so good, thank you.
Well, what was the year you served as Steel Band Association?
1977-78.
1977-1978. All right. Now, I was looking up a little history about when PAN born, because I played PAN birthday from Kitchener. And
now hear this.
mhm.
Kitchener was perfectly right, but I want to go back before Kitchener.
All right.
How task force came into being.
Mhm.
Now, it was advertised in the newspaper that Hellgate from Antigua was going to England for the Festival of Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And Sidney Gallup was the president of the association at the time, was hailed by Albert Gums.
That's the premier.
He wasn't premier, I think he was a member of the Legislative Council.
Okay. That's what they had
But
in them days.
I think he was a lover of the steel band. I think he was a defender of steel band.
Yeah.
And he called out Sidney Gallup and told him that he should call a meeting and organize a national steel band to represent Trinidad and Tobago. So it started with Albert Gums. You know, sometimes we don't remember these people.
I know it is. Talk to me. I can tell
Albert
you.
Gums was the man who suggested to Sidney Gallup, the then president of the Steel Band Association, that he should organize a committee. And you said it once that Sidney Gallup rode through the rain all down south
Yes.
to advertise this thing and to hold little concerts and so on to raise money. I think they got $600 from the government. Anyhow, the band went and did the country proud.
Well, I just want to put in this part. The cost for all the men to go to England at that time was 7,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars.
Yeah.
7,000.
Right, correct, yeah, that's right.
$7,000. And the Steel Band Association, Sidney Gallup said they will raise that money. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I wasn't there, but I read where the band left on the ship called SS Golfito.
Well, it's SS Mateo.
I heard this is San Mateo.
Yes, San Mateo.
Okay, we not argue that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in history sometimes, you know, and if I wasn't there, I don't know, but I will tell you, while I was president, this fellow, Toti Wilson, Victor,
Yeah.
I got a call, and I'm trying to remember this fellow. He used to be a newspaperman from Arima. He was tall and dark. He was just summer slightly. But he's the one who came and told me that Toti Wilson wanted to speak to me. And I wasn't able to go to him that day, but he went and we got him on phone. And he was telling me about how he started this with the convex fan, where you knocked out the fan, and then you put them. He had imposed about 3 notes on that. He said.
Well, what he told me, I spoke to him too. Not 3, 4, and he take it after the QRC bell. Bang, bang, ting, tang. The QRC
Right.
bell, right? So it's after the QRC
But
bell.
coming into Port of Spain now with everybody were not using the pan, you know.
No.
But he, his brother, and another person, he said, and the others will continue to use the iron and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And so they came into Port of Spain, Alexander Ragtime Band.
Yeah.
You could remember Fisheye, not so?
Without Fisher Oliveri.
Well, when Fisheye was sick, well, both of us went to see him and Diego Martin.
That's right.
Right. Fish Eye was the one who ran up to All Stars to tell them, you got caught on me, I know.
Well, what I want to bring joy into this one, you see, Muscle Rat, when he take up the empty the dustbin, he didn't put no notes on it. He didn't put no notes on it. All he just put rhythm. The man who put notes in the pan is quite rightly is Victor Totti Wilson.
Totti Wilson.
Right.
But,
That's the man.
But hear this. Do you know that Neverson in Point Fortin, it was claimed that he was seen beating a 45-gallon drum on the beach.
No, well,
Captain Hill down there. Now,
everybody wanted to get the claim. All right. I want to bring you back to what we used to have in the Panyard not in the back of the headquarters, on Edward Street.
Yeah.
When Ziggly, Andrew Pani Lava Steve, Jules, all of them, Oscar Pyle and all of them came.
Right.
We had a discussion, and I asked the man the question, how this 45-gallon drum came. And Chupan said, there used to be this TM&R pan, which was 17 inches in diameter from the CGA company. And there was a competition in Tunapuna. Right. And this fella, serial guy named Snatcher, come with a pan and start a play. After that, everybody dropped the TM&R pan and go. So that
was the same 45-gallon tub.
Right. And that is what I know, because you can have all these elders, they're going to know, but they had mentioned that to us in a little in a meeting that we had. And it was no one player. Jules said it, yes. Andrew Pan said yes. Oscar Pyle said yes. And most of the elders who were there said yes. That is how it happened.
No, here this is. Now we spoke of Totti Wilson, right?
Right.
You know that people still saying, and I keep hearing that sometimes on the radio, that Spree Simon invented pan, right?
But Kitchener was making a
still keep saying that. But I know for a fact that I interviewed Spree Simon. He was not well.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in one of those decanting buildings at the back of John there.
Yeah.
And he told me that, people keep saying I invent pan. I never invent no pan. What I could say is I was the first fella
to play a pan,
a
tune
melody
on
a tune on a pan, right?
And that was, and I verified that too, because I also spoke to Spree, and he said he went by the bandstand where the Basel police station is there. The bandstand is still there,
right.
And he played the pan, right? And he had Mary had a little lamb, and he played I Am a Warrior.
And he told me Rivervine Cavalli.
Rivervine Cavalli, that's another song he played. But he's the first man play a recognized song on a pan. But you know what Andrew Pan said? When Andrew Pan came to Trinidad, he was living in California, and he spoke to me. We used to write all about and talk and so on. Sonny Roach is the man who took Andrew Pan, you know. And Andrew Pan said he didn't used to play with two hands, he used to play with one hand. He used to play and very fast. And when Spree heard the pan, he wanted it and he sold it for 24 cents to Spree. And this is facts, because the man who made that pan was Sonny Roach. So how Spree could invent pan when Sonny Roach made the pan? You see, Kitchener make the calypso and sell it.
Sonny Roach was involved with North Stars too.
Yeah, you were some up in Kandahar, the Kandahar area. Yeah. So let me continue the discussion, because I know I'll take a little piece of it, and so that the people must understand what thing. And then you had the first priest I know get involved in pan was Canon Fakwa.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You know, today I hear some people some preachers say that pan ain't good and pan. Canon Fakwa was the first priest that I know in the pan movement, or I heard about in the pan movement, that got involved with the steel band in the early years, and that was when violence was taking place, you know.
He was one of the defenders who
Of pan.
used to even write in the newspapers
Mm-hmm.
and so on, and in defense of the steel bandsmen. But yeah, man, I heard you say that something earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The election wasn't held in St. Paul Street.
No, I didn't say election. No, they had a discussion.
It was, yes, but it was held in Cocorit Youth Center.
Mm-hmm. I said the discussion. I make a mistake in saying the election, but the discussion, they had a meeting in St. Paul Street.
That was the meeting where Andrew Pan said that he stay on the outside.
Yeah, because everybody, the man come armed to the teeth, you know.
Yeah, because everybody was
looking at one another.
Everybody was a heavyweight there, so.
And they decided there that they mustn't fight. They must have an association.
Mm-hmm. And the election was held in Cocorit Youth Center after that meeting.
Right. So, so we're giving them a little bit of history about this steel band man. Now, Mr. Brian, you were there with me, and I remember when we started the steel band man thing. That
was your suggestion in any case.
Yeah, well, I had discussion with Sidney Gullop, and that was our first president, and Oscar Pyle. Oscar Pyle used to buffet up plenty, you know. So,
yeah, man. Why are they saying that? Anybody in the Steel Band Association now remember a fellow called Sidney Gullop?
Well, I don't know, so. I know I remember him. And I want to tell the people how I remember him because his son met me sometime last week. And he said that the Prime Minister, Mr. From South.
No,
the one from San Fernando. The late Prime Minister.
Yeah, Patrick
Manning.
You have a right to remember that name.
Oh, right. And both of us went to see Mr. Manning at his office.
That's your business. Anyhow, let me go ahead.
And when we went there, his son said, "Is Mr. Manning give him a house to live?" Because he didn't have a way to stay. He was working in misery. And at that time, we don't remember our heroes in Trinidad and Tobago. We don't remember them. And anything they're facing, we don't have time with that, especially with our history now. Now everybody talking about big things about panels, World Steel Band Day and all kind of thing, you know. But I remember to get certain things done in this steel band world, it wasn't easy. Up to now, it is still easy. But I want to go to the part where when we were looking for money, it was under Mr. Owen Serrett that we decided to have the steel band month. And he said, go ahead. So you and I went to, I wrote to this man, this big man from Clico, what do you call him? Dupre. When we wrote Dupre, I got the answer. And he said I should talk to a fellow named Kenny John Silla.
Yeah.
And when we went and spoke to John Silla, Clico is the first corporate company gave us $100,000.
Yeah.
A fella they called Kenny John Silla gave us $100,000 for Steel Band Month. $100,000. I would never forget that in life.
Yeah. So true.
You hear?
So
and
true.
People talking today, well, Steel Band Month, and they don't know how the history come about. Because I am very happy that you are here and present in life, that you were there with me as an elder, as a former president, to really help steer the case to have the Steel Band Month. Look how many years after 30 years gone now, and look how many things happen.
I want to blow my own trumpet a little bit.
All right.
When I was president, we were having meetings with them. In those days, Steel Band was under the Ministry of Education. And we were having meetings, and I realized that we were having a problem getting money from the government as a union, because I was having that fight with my executive and so on. Because George Goddard always talk about union and so on. Anyhow, to get away from that, I wrote a letter requesting that the Auditor General of the country send someone to audit our books. People might believe this, but the Auditor General Department eventually sent somebody to audit our books. Gave us a clean bill of health, asked them to send the original to the minister. We had the copy in the office. Now, that was the beginning. That cleared us to get a subvention from government. Right?
Yeah.
The second move was to have Pan Trinidad incorporated by an act of parliament.
Yeah.
I was ridiculed like France for that. But after I left office, 1 year later, within a year, all who criticized me and laughed and spoke about it eventually had to do that. So, when you look back at the time, there's so much that today Pan Trinidad is incorporated by an act of parliament, getting government subvention, etc., etc. You know?
Yeah.
So this is where it started since 1977, 78, when the organization had the very first audit, and it was done by government.
But yeah, go ahead. I just want to clear something up, because when I came into the executive, the time was way back in the 80s with Adam Smith. And Adam said that we must audit the books. From that time, I was a trustee, and Kendall Lewis was the other trustee, and myself were two trustees in Pan Trinidad. And then I went on to be external relation officer and so on. But I remember in the history of the steel band movement that for us to get a subvention from government, we had to audit the books and submit it. That was a fellow living in Bata. He's an accountant. Every time he see me, he tell me that. I say, I'll carry the books so it might show me, where we audit the books. Right? People try to discard me.
But,
I'm telling you.
Yes. Pan Trinidad had, I was shocked the other day to hear, and I know people keep talking like Pan Trinidad never used to audit their books. But Panel Foster of international repute audited Pan Trinidad's books.
For years.
For years. I mean, that was and everybody came to the AG, the AGM, but I don't understand hearing that books were audited for the first time
and all this kind of thing. Well, Mr. Brian, here what's happening. It have some people, they have the modus operandi, how I put it, their agenda. And if they want to lick up somebody, the first thing they say was steel band people. I remember if you're leading a steel band, you put your hand in your pocket, you're buying shoes, pants, shirt, and everything for the players. And then they say, oh, he's a cook, But this time, neither the band had to service his members. Right? Sometimes, I know a fella, I'll call Henry, he take your wife money from paying the light bill and help his steel band people.
That's what they used to do long ago.
They take the wife money and go and help steel band people, and they accuse them of all kind of things.
I know, I for one, when I was president, I used to have to put my hand in my pocket to travel to San Fernando.
Well, it's good to hear the steel band history.
I didn't have any money when it says salary and all this kind of thing. I didn't have that. So whenever I had to go and find man business, I put man in my pocket and travel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, I just want to clarify a few things here before we think, because I'm thankful for the clarification of the steel band history, because you know.
What I want to do is point out and I hope that people recognize this. How many presidents you have living right now?
Well, from Sydney Gallop is 16. I was 16. Now the lady
How
here
many you have living right now?
Oh, we have. Oh, I know here. It is you, myself, and the current president.
Roy Augustus.
And Roy Augustus. I forget Roy. Right.
So, yeah, plenty of people forget Roy.
Yeah, well, he's a quiet fella, you know. He say quiet.
Too sometimes.
But they forget me long time, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a reason for asking that question. There are certain things that keep happening in this steel band world. And I could remember, and we did it up to, when I say recent times, Oscar Pyle, Sidney Gallop, and I'm trying to remember that man's name. He was the PRO of Amoco in my time. Those three I had as an advisory committee. We worked well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and even in Adam Smith time, Adam Smith had advisors, which you were one.
Yeah.
In this, after Adam Smith was Owen Surratt, you, Oscar Pyle, and Sidney Gallop advised Owen Surratt. Patrick Canal came, was same tree. Melville Brand, Oscar Pyle, and Sidney Gallop. When I came, well, that time Sidney left us and gone to the Great Beyond, and Oscar left and gone to the Great Beyond. I had Melville Brand. Well, I don't know who today advising the present president, you know, because one of the things that we have to be very careful in what we see, until, like I was making mention, that the first steel band to leave Trinidad was Red Army in 48 2 weeks ago, but it's right in 1949. And the second steel band that left Trinidad was Invaders with Aruba in 1950. I went on research in 1950.
You sure it was 1949?
Yes, I get it. Yeah, I have it correct. I went and checked it.
Wasn't earlier than that?
Well, they said, Blue said 48, but Sidney Gallop, not Sidney Gallop, George Goddard said 1949. So, right, so...
it wasn't earlier than that.
Right, but Blues, I had known Blues, he used to work in the office, and he used to have great discussion in terms of things. I know how they play. They were playing a cinema, and Blues was the man certified. So people, this steel band thing, and again, we have to understand what it means from yesteryear to today. We don't know, we have to know where we come from to know where we're going. So that the younger ones who come in, I asked a guy in the yard, he said, boy, don't ask me nothing, I born 2001. And I was trying to explain him a few things about the steel band world. Right? It was a vicious time in the steel band world. And we moved from that because of the vision of Sidney Gallop and Oscar Pyle and the first executive. With Nathaniel Christian was a union leader. Lennox Pierre was a lawyer. Mose, these people were prominent
Before I close, I listened to somebody bad talking Eric Williams yesterday on the radio.
Oh gosh.
But I want people to know that Eric Williams was the man who visited every steel band in this country.
Yes, I know that.
Good. And he's a man who ensured that every steel band in a community was sponsored. Some had a sponsorship for 3 years, some still have it. But the fact of the matter is that Eric Williams made sure that these grassroots people who were steel bandsmen of the time, because steel bands were not only grassroots, they were middle class people,
Yeah.
grassroots people, everybody mixed up. They were Africans, Indians, everybody mixed up.
Yeah, because
The
already.
fact of the matter is this man, when I hear people saying how we do for black
Man.
people and all kind of nonsense, I mean, let us be truthful, you know? The fellow saying something about if he liked it, so why the Black Power movement in Trinidad at that time? That was politics in any case. Yeah.
But in Savannah, I want to just play something here. There was a steel band thing they call Steel Band Bacchanal. That's before Panorama. It used to be held at the Princess Building. And, when they came up with the name, because this fella from East always say he's the man who come up with the name and give Ronnie Williams and so on with Panorama and so on.
Now between me and you.
All right. I just wanted to
I know for a fact that Ronnie Williams and Melville Bryan, I was there with George Goddard, and Ronnie Williams suggested that the competition be now named Steel Band Panorama. George Goddard readily agreed to that. Whether somebody tell Ronnie Williams that, he never say anybody told him that.
Yeah. Well, you see.
So, if I have to tell anybody who suggested that name, I will say Ronnie Williams.
All right.
Now, you told me about somebody else who claimed it.
Well, that is after I was doing research, because at the time I was trying to do research.
There's another name that I know who claimed that he tell Ronnie Williams.
Yeah, I know the name.
Oh,
I know the name.
So I mean, everybody claiming this thing.
Well, if Mr. Bryan, when we go,
Ronnie Williams gone. So
yeah,
we can ask him.
We have Panorama now. How many years of Panorama? 51 years or something like that, right? And we see Panorama happening in England, in Canada, in the United States, among states, in schools, same Panorama, Steel Band Panorama, they call it, in Miami, and it's going on and on in different countries around the world. We start from Trinidad, and we in Trinidad don't understand what that means. You know, we have the oldest steel band or cultural organization in the entire Caribbean. Not even Jamaica have that. We in the pan world. The oldest, it has nobody, no organization in nowhere in the Caribbean as old as the Steel Band Association.
Right.
You understand?
It's interesting, you know. It's interesting.
Well, I mentioned this because we could talk for the whole day and talk different. A lot of people listen. The people up in the university who make sure these guys and them, the professors who give award, they don't talk to us. We have, I'll tell you the next thing that we organize in the steel band world. Outside there, they're listening to me because they was calling Tings in the pan movement. They was calling steel band mallets. And what they call it, we call it sticks. And calling all different names. I went into Chicago and a fella make to push back the note. We use wood instead of steel. He make a bent piece of steel and say you push back the note. But if you use it, so we went up with Sullivan. It had this buyer, photo, myself, and Henry, a whole team. And we came up with the glossary of terms for the Bureau of Standards, which sent out to the world. That's what we did. In the Seaban world, you hear nothing else after that. That is quiet. Or you who like to go and I have a fellow who is called and listen to books and so they must go by the Bureau standards and see where Trinbago sat with the Bureau standards to get the names of the tools we use for tuning the pan instrument. All the names, all the pans, all the things. A fella come from Sweden and he called it a tripod pan. But the man who made thing is Lincoln Noel. He had everything is the augmenting scale. He had a 3/2, and he put one pan on top and two below.
And you remember the Stephen Southern Symphony?
Yes, with Belgrade Bonaparte and them fellas.
All right.
3 sticks, man.
You know many tuners it had in that band?
Well, it had Alan Jouvet. I remember Alan Jouvet. But you call it
Lincoln Noel.
Lincoln Delgado, right? Lincoln was from there too.
Bonaparte himself.
Well, yeah. You know where Bonaparte lived before he passed away was in the Bahamas, you know.
Yeah.
Right. So we did, folks who listen to the show, we're giving you a history of the Seaban movement. So you will understand many things that you're hearing on the ground and you don't know about. Right? That we talk about. I gave a little history lesson to some fellas who was in UTT. I didn't go with no book. I went it's from my head. And when I finished also 2 hours, I also lectured with Don Batson in Miami. I also lectured in London when he college in London. I also lectured at the University of Northern Illinois. So people in Trinidad, they never called me to do nothing in University of University of West Indies. They never did. I ain't asking them for nothing, you know. But I am not a professor. I am an ordinary fella. But the things I did and learned from Oscar Wilde, Goddard, George Goddard gave me to get in contact with fellas in the Bahamas. Stanley Warner, don't I know, Dum Dum. He's the first man who used to use the hammer before Rudolph Charles. He used to lick down man from Corregidors when you're living up Malik Hill. With
but Stanley Warner started a band.
So the early beginnings of Pan really goes all the way back to the enslaved Africans who were brought to the islands in the 1700s by the French planters. And they brought with them their carnival tradition, and these slaves were using their drums to make music. After emancipation in 1834, the celebration of the freed slaves became noisier and louder. Now, the drums they used were what they called talking drums. And the British government at the time was afraid that they would use the talking drums to communicate to each other over distances.
The colonial masters felt that our ancestors were sending messages. They were afraid of our spirituality, and as such, they had to find a way to suppress the grassroots people.
They then banned the use of the drums, right? And that led to what we know as the Candomblé riots, where, because of the fact they were told they can't do their processions, they can't have their carnival traditions.
Because through the drums, we are a very expressive people. And so even from those days, what did they do? They found the bamboos.
Banning the drums really fueled the freed slaves to continue with their cultural tradition, that is music.
They found the bamboos, and there is where the rhythm of a people, the soul of a people, came forward.
And created what we call the tambour bamboo bands. Bamboo tubes, different sizes, different lengths, varying pitch. When they hit it on the ground, it made a thumping sound, similar to the sounds that were made when they used the hand drums and communicated to each other through the drum language.
So the Tambu Bamboo bands came on, became important, they became part of the history.
But then, again, the colonial masters, they were still afraid, and they banned the bamboo. But we had to find a way. Our people had to find a way. The ancestors found a way.
Because they couldn't use the bamboo tubes, we have the rise of what is called the metal pan bands. Now, metal pan bands would be anything that they found, the greater the dustbin covers and whatever, and they use that to continue making their music. And this, the metal pan bands, really is what led to the precursor to the steel pan today.
And so the story is told of those resilient people who started to beat on old bins, old pans.
By beating and hitting the metal, the raised parts of the metal had a different pitch to the flat parts of the metal. Right? So we have the metal pan bands, which we will find all the metallic containers they could find, plus your kitchen utensils, your bottle and spoon, and they would hit these with either their hands, their fists, or with pieces of stick. So they continue to create music because the culture, the tradition of being able to talk to each other through music.
And then one day, on an old drum, where the sound changed after the surface was sunken in, and then it was another rhythm, and accidentally the steel pan was bounced upon.
Spree Simon played what is called the first melody pan, which consisted of 14 notes. It was called a 14-note tenor pan, and it carried about 8 pitches. And it was the first pan that we were able to play an entire melody on one pan. And this occurred on March 5th in 1946. Right, and this is why Spree Simon is given that honor today of having created the first steel pan where a melody was played. The innovations now continued, and more with the establishment of the United States base in Trinidad, really gave rise to allowing the experimentation and innovation to continue, because they had a lot of used drums of all different sizes, all different shapes. So our pioneers would now be able to take those drums from the dump, which was located on the foreshore, and use them now to do their experiments with creating a bigger pan, the different types of pan, like the dudup and the grandig and these things. So we had the American Army base being a way that really fueled now the continued innovation to the steel band movement. The first steel bands really appeared on the road in 1945. Carnival did not occur during the years of the war, but in celebration of VE Day, which is Victory in Europe, 1945, and then VJ Day, which is Victory in Japan, August 14th, 1945, steel bands came out on the road to celebrate the end of the World Wars. And that showcased the advances that occurred in the instrument during the time when there was no activity, no carnival because of the war. And then the 1950s, 1951, TASPO, Trinidad All Percussion Steel Orchestra, went to the Festival of Britain and performed. Now, when they got there, remember they traveled by sea. These are steel pans. They weren't really, like today, chromed. So they got there and the pans were kind of rusty looking. So when they came out to perform, everybody wondered, what's going on here? Some old drum they come with and whatever. But imagine when they started to perform and hearing the kind of music coming out of these old, dirty-looking rubbish bins, rubbish pans, as some people would say. Really, that was the first introduction of the steel pan to the world.
My name is James Ronald Jack, better known as Papa Jack, right? I was born at the corner of Lodge Place and St. Paul Street. From behind the bridge, St. Paul Street. I am going to be 69 years of age, right? And I could remember in those days, a pan player used to get $7 and $8 after Carnival. After playing for the whole season, you get $7 and $8. And in them days, I used to be pushing the pan. And pushing pan in them days was a big thing, because it had no float for the pan players to go on. On foot, the pan men had to walk to play the steel pan. You had the pan round your neck, the dodo round your neck, everything round your neck, right? Because in them days was pan round neck. I couldn't remember seeing no woman playing pan in the early days. It's only men. The steel band movements, right, was managed to achieve sponsorship. And the sponsorship came from, in the early days, in the Raya days, as a youth man, I could remember Dr. Eric William went to the companies and them so that they can eliminate the violence among the steel bands. The government demand that some of the companies sponsor the bands, because he's a man that love culture too. He love culture. He was a spiritual man. Steel band used to play a very important role Christmas Eve night, Christmas Day. You see, you come out in your best. They used to call it your Sunday best then. And sometimes when the steel band passing, you had to look after your arm, because when the band passed, the arm gone in.
In the 1960s, further innovations and experiments continued. The double tenor was introduced. The panorama competition, which is now showcased every year, 1963. Local orchestras started doing overseas performances. We had the creation of what is called the National Steel Orchestra, and they visited the United States in 1964 and the Commonwealth Arts Festival in 1965, and then Expo 67 in Canada, in Montreal. And then in that 60s, we also saw the debut of steel bands in Japan. Right? So you see now the innovations, the development, but now we are giving our gift to the world. In the 1970s, we could say that pan reached the global stage. The expansion of the movement, now we had bands in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in North America. So we saw this huge increase in participation outside. And our bands performing at the major music concert halls, Royal Albert Hall in London, Carnegie Hall, Apollo and Lincoln Theaters, Madison Square Garden, United Nations Building in New York, the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. And we saw our bands traveling all over the world.
It has now reached the global stage where even the United Nations has accepted a resolution where now we have global recognition.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Randall Mitchell, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, to introduce Draft Resolution A/77/L.84.
I have the distinct honor to introduce to this august assembly Draft Resolution A/77/L80 entitled World Steel Pan Day.
I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to the delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/77/L80. Argentina, Armenia, Austria, Bangladesh, Bolivia, Bulgaria, Cabo Verde, China, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Estonia, Georgia, Germany, Grenada, Guatemala, Haiti, Iceland, India, Ireland, Jamaica, Japan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lebanon, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malaysia, Montenegro, Morocco, Myanmar, Namibia, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Nicaragua, Oman, Pakistan, Paraguay, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Serbia, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Thailand, Turkey, Tuvalu, United Arab Emirates, Zambia, Indonesia, Maldives, Algeria, Djibouti, Mexico, Mali, and Cameroon. Thank you, Mr. President.
May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/77/L80. It is so decided.
11th of August would be observed as World Steel Pan Day.
Today it was officially proclaimed and declared that on August the 11th, not just 2023, but August the 11th, every single year is going to be officially known as World Steel Pan Day. Yeah. So just so you understand the significance of this, you know, we always have, there's International Women's Day, International Men's Day, and there's World AIDS Day, and that's celebrated and recognized all around the world. Well, similarly, every country in the world, as declared by the United Nations General Assembly today, will on August 11th, and it will permanently be on their calendar of significant international days and weeks moving forward, will be August the 11th, World Steel Pan Day.
Pan Trinbago expresses its heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all 84, hear the number, 84 member states who co-sponsored the resolution, thereby ensuring its successful vote and declaration today.
The ministry wishes to thank the government and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, all stakeholders of the Steel Pan fraternity and member states for their invaluable support in making this dream a reality.
The steel pan come from a long way, and we need to cherish it. In respect to Pan Trinbago, I will say Dr. Rowley and the Minister of Culture and Tourism, Randall Mitchell, they are doing a fantastic job. The president that we have here presently right now, that woman, she's fantastic. That woman is a warrior. The old people say, behind every great success, there's a great woman. May God continue to give you long life.
I want to say thanks to those who went before us, those great men and great women who would have worked extremely hard to produce what we now have as our national musical instrument. It's World Steel Pan Day on the 11th of August. Those two sticks represents peace and prosperity. That 8 represents the circle of love, two pans coming together. So world, it's happy Steel Pan Day to you. On this integral day, let us celebrate not just an instrument, but a cultural phenomenon that embodies the resilience, the diversity, and the spirit of our nation. May the steel pan continue to uplift and unite us for generations to come.
Prime Minister, we thank you for this minister. Trinidad and Tobago, I want you to give a resounding round of applause to none other than our line minister and our beloved minister. Thank you very much.
I am the spirit of the drum, beating the rhythm of communication, telling my brother how we could run, how we could get away from Massa when he come. I am the spirit of the bamboo. When I call, they say, tamboo. They cut me from a patch, different lengths. They strike me on the ground as I make different sounds. They hit me with a stick so we could do the trick. Ah! And just like that, again I am stripped. I am the iron. I am the steel. I am the music whose melodies are real. No pan? They must be mad. I am the spirit that has passed through the band and send the man with the plan, the real musician, going patang, patang, patang. I am the spirit of Calypso, and as David rather did say, where the man with the hammer gone? I am the spirit that has hold my head in the night, and when I see the notes flying, A, E, G sharp, B, no, change that, F sharp, E and G to D and A. And when I tell them the phrase that has ball out, pa-ba-dam-pa-dam-pa-dam-pam, pam-pam-pam-pam-pam-pa-dam. I am the spirit that has take you to the heart of the band, to the pulse and to the iron, to the part that does make you do like shadow and dingole, eh. When you hear it play, licky-ticky, 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 licky-ticky. But wait, what is that? You hearing that? That is the drums that the ancestors played to make the sweet, sweet melodies that have you on your feet. The flavors of the dancers that make you feel to dance. Feel the energy. Feel the vibes. Watch as our musical notes come alive. Pan is energy. Pan is vibes. Pan is spirit.
You are my hiding place. I trust you. At times, I have crouched in fear, and as I rise, you are there.
It was an evening of love, appreciation, and inspiration at the launch of Iconic Love and Images, a book of poems written by Helena D. Holder Leons. The author's daughter, Ensika Leon, said, "The book of poems provides a window into the life of a woman who inspired many."
This compilation of poems that span a lifetime is able to take us through the ups and downs of spiritual journeys and other life experiences we all face at some time or another, uniting us in knowing that we are never forsaken, we can still feel joy, hope, and through it all, there's peace.
One relative who reviewed the book admitted poetry wasn't her preferred genre, but she was left pleasantly surprised by the clarity of the poems as it allowed her to understand the intended message.
One of the notable strengths of her work lies in her exceptional use of imagery. Each poem is enriched with sensory details that draw readers into the emotions and experiences she brings to life. Her mastery of language and ability to paint intricate pictures with words make this collection a delightful and thought-provoking read.
Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and son of the author, Adrian Leon, said his parents are his heroes.
My mother, my hero, the author of this book, Helena D. Holder Leons, also known as Shortest. I love you, and I hope you all take the opportunity to invest in the book not just because you want to support somebody from the country or from your community, but invest in it and feel all that she shared.
A qualified archivist, Mrs. Holder Leonce shared pieces of her life with the audience, including the fact that she was raised by her father in a single-parent home. Through it all, she reminded herself that she could accomplish anything she put her mind to with God at her side.
Just as I said, you could do anything so long as you put that divine, whether it doesn't matter the religion, this divine in the heart of everything you do. Before you even, when you get up in the morning, even if you jump off the bed, you make sure and you say, Lord, welcome Holy Spirit, or thank you Jesus, thank you Allah.
Kimberly D'Souza, TTT News.
In here, yeah.
Protecting we in the van like a zombie. Put up your hand like a zombie. Get all the way.